Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Snoop Bob 007?
Snoop Bob.
That's a good. I like that one.
Short for Snoop Robert.
Yes, that's what they say. Shout out Gregory, Dad in here, Chino, Russ, Warren.
Damn, R.I.P. Chris Cross.
David Jackson, what's up? Miss Mac 10.
Nah, it's just Wednesday.
David Jackson, I am with you, pal. TC, good morning.
What up, TC? Hey, Gregory Kaiser, what's good?
Christian in here.
What's up? Tio, what's up, bro?
Spencer, Zebra, shout out to the to the crew.
TC writing WASP for what's up is my favorite thing in the morning.
Yeah, that's his thing. That's like his signature.
Yeah.
Shout out TC.
Hey, here's our new Joe, can you put this promo that's about to play in our ears, please? Oh, did I put the intro in the wrong spot? Oh, I got it.
Mash it all up.
I forgot. Why is there a baby in the replay center?
I don't know.
Some college baseball game, there's two umpires standing there looking at a replay, and the guy who's running the replay has a baby in his lap.
Don't have a babysitter. I don't hate that. Person's got to make money. Bring the baby with you. Make it happen.
That's fine. Get the baby out of the replay center.
Where else are you going to put the baby? You don't have a babysitter.
I don't want a baby making calls. The baby doesn't know.
It's not that.
You're consulting a baby?
No. It's there for the vibes.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. This is The Jump, and it's a Wednesday. Joe Brazil's here.
Yeah, there's no baby in the studio, by the way, for those wondering.
Well, Joe's pretty close.
Yeah, I guess.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, guys.
Me and Joe have fake beef right now.
Yeah, dude.
Joe has a new best friend in the office.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
which is cool. Like, it's fine.
You don't act like you didn't leave them, though.
No, I didn't.
See, thank you.
You did go corporate on that.
Thank you.
No, I didn't. That's not what happened.
I can look. I can look at your office right now.
Yeah.
You got like one of those candy things, I think. What is that?
Yeah, it's a little candy bucket.
Yeah, a little candy bucket that says like, yeah, management, but like I'm friendly and stuff. Like, yeah, I know what.
That's what my desk over in the back corner used to say.
Yeah, but that gave off a different vibe. That was like, I'm cool.
Yeah,
I have candy.
I got candy with my friends. Yeah. Not I'm management. Like, don't be scared of it.
All right, sick. That's cool. That's cool. Shut up, Russ. In the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Kyle did go corporate.
Yeah.
You
corporate Kyle.
Yeah, well, you go to hell.
Wow.
That's how I feel.
Wow.
I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe Brazil's over there. We're hanging out with you till 9 on The Jump, leading right up to our good buddy and pal, Rich Eisen.
Jesse, it's Rich. Call me back. You're my favorite coworker. Where are you?
I can't believe that's a real thing.
It's a real thing. I'm going to play it every single day. I'm going to find a reason to play it every single day. Man, there was some good-ass basketball last night.
The basketball was especially good yesterday.
There was a point, like midway through the third quarter of the Heat Hornets game, where I'm looking and I'm like, I think the Heat had gotten it to 5, and it just felt like they were taking control of the game.
Yeah, real quick, I have to get an apology out there.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I have to apologize to my brother, Marco. He's a Heat fan. I texted him.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. How many Hawkeyes is going to the line? I think it was like 30 seconds left. However many, it was like less than a minute left, I think. I'm like, oh, I can't believe you blanks beat the Hornets.
You people.
Yes, you people beat the Hornets. And he misses the first free throw, and I immediately unsent the text. Immediately unsent it. I immediately unsent the text like, oh, no, what did I just do? And then he texted me back, expletive, and then a something. He texts me back, yeah, people, you after that, if you want to do that. Yeah, expletive you after that. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, it's fine. Makes the next one. And then Kobe White hits the shot of his life. And I'm just sitting there guilty as can be. So yeah, my bad. That's me. That's me.
Jaime Jaquez.
He may have lost because of my jinx.
Grabs a rebound with 28 seconds left after Grant Williams missed a 3 above the break on the right side. Jaquez gets the rebound. Brandon Miller, immediate foul. Jaquez going to the line, 111-108. Honestly, all you got to do is make one. Make it a 4-point game with 28 seconds left. You make 1 or 2. You play a little bit of defense, and you're good. Because it puts you up 4. It puts you up 4. And so he makes the second one. You're up 112-108 with 28 seconds left. Brandon Miller knocks down a 3. Makes it a 1-point game. It's like, all right, 18 seconds left. You're still good. They're going to foul you pretty quick. Tyler Hero even got to run around a little bit with the ball, burns 6 seconds, gets fouled.
At this point, not even picking up the phone to text my brother at all.
Yeah,
just like, oh, no, please.
Sweating.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Hero goes to the line. He knocks down both. It's a 3-point game, and you're thinking, well, no way they're going to cash another 3.
No, it's all good. We finally got
Charlotte
it.
hasn't been able to hit anything tonight.
All good.
We're good. And then Kobe White, who couldn't miss.
Just the shot of his life. Amazing.
With confidence, too. Like, he practices that shot all the time. Buries the Charlotte kid buries the contested 3 with 10 seconds left to make it 114. Then you were still good. You had Tyler Hero, got a good look at the end. But no, we're going to overtime. And in overtime, man.
That was the Hornets. Those 5 minutes belonged to the Hornets.
100%. But remember, we had the LaMelo Ball layup made it a 5-point game with 26 seconds left. And you're thinking, oh, this one's over. 5-point game, 26 seconds. Tyler Hero hits a 3. All right, 2-point game. LaMelo Ball turnover in the half court. Like, oh my God, Tyler Hero gets it in the corner. Fouled. Up to with 8 seconds left by LaMelo Ball. Careless foul. Horrible foul in that spot. Tyler Hero, a 117% free throw shooter, goes to the line. He knocks down all 3. It's a 1-point game. And then LaMelo said, no, it's LaMelo Ball time. That was gangster, dude. We watched the Hornets. In case you missed it, LaMelo Ball hit the game-winning layup, just drove around Jaquez, got it off the glass.
I thought Davion Mitchell was going to score at the end, too. When he takes the ball up the court, Miles Bridges blocked that shot at the end. I thought Davion was going to have him.
Man.
And I would too.
It felt a little chaotic.
The play was chaotic, but it felt like he kind of had it in control.
Yeah. I don't know that I felt like he was going to score because my brain was stuck on the fact that right after they inbounded it, Pella Larson for Miami is just wide open down the floor. Like if Davion Mitchell quick hit ahead pass, small window of time, it wasn't like Davion made a mistake. That was what I saw was Pella Larson. I was like, oh my God, they're going to get an open layup. And then they didn't. And I was like, oh, they're good. And then Bridges got the one off the glass. I didn't think that shot was going to be close. And then on the replay, it's like, oh, that was going to go in.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Just didn't get a
yes.
I thought it was just way off the glass. Like I said, in real time, I was like, oh, that had no chance. And on a replay, it's like, I was going in. We watched the Charlotte Hornets take a big boy step last night. Because you texted me during the game. Would you like to share with the people what you said about the Hornets?
It was a joke.
The other reason they lost?
It was a joke.
The Heat lost?
It was a joke.
No, go ahead.
There was points in the fourth quarter where like the Heat were on their way to a win, and I texted Kyle. I was like, oh yeah, Hornets are on fraud watch. Again, that was a joke. But point being was like, yeah, it'd be pretty disappointing if these guys are playing like the best team in the league all year and you end up coming up against the Miami Heat and losing first game. They were not frauds. Again, it was a joke. But it would have been a big disappointment if they lost yesterday. But they picked themselves up.
But it also would have made sense. It's a young team. It was a young team in a big spot for the first time against the Miami Heat, who have been playing games since the inception of the play.
You texted me that nonsense yesterday too. Yeah, and I texted you back lame in all caps.
Yeah, but
that's something I think that plays in the first round of the playoffs or against a team like with true experience. Like, this isn't the Jimmy Butler Heat. It's like, if you're Charlotte, you need to get that game. And they did, but I think, like, just as the game was going on, yeah.
But you were watching Con Knippel, the best rookie 3-point shooter in history, go 0 for 6 from beyond the arc.
Wasn't even on the floor for that Kobe White shot.
Right. He wasn't on the floor for most of crunch time. You're watching LaMelo Ball launch every LaMelo Ball missed 3 was back iron. He was way amped. And that's just stuff that matters in these spots. Like, it's not a coincidence that Charlotte, which has shot it really well all year, in the biggest their biggest game of the season, this winner go home play-in game, all of a sudden can't hit the broadside of a barn for most of the game, except for Kobe White, who bailed him out. So that was it for me. And you're watching the Heat. Tyler Hero's been there. Norman Powell, been there. Andrew Wiggins, been there.
Bam Adebayo was there.
Been there, but then wasn't there. That was trash.
Yeah.
I saw, I was listening to D-Lo and KC when the LaMelo Ball Bam Adebayo play happened. And if you missed it, LaMelo Ball hits the deck, loose ball, Bam Adebayo on the baseline trying to save it. And he's kind of stumbling backwards, I guess, for lack of a better term. And LaMelo reaches out with his hand and just kind of leg sweeps him. Just grabs his 1 foot that's on the floor and pulls it. And Bam falls, gets hurt, and never returns to the game. I fully get what Kenny's saying in that in the moment, you're just you're panicking, kind of grabbing at whatever. But he didn't grab his leg. He pulled his leg on purpose.
Yeah.
I don't think he was trying to hurt him. I don't think he went, hey, it's time to injure Bam Adebayo. I think, though, he was panicked and just was like, oh, here's the only thing I can do. And he made a dirty play. That sucked. That really sucked. Because it didn't feel like we got this epic game because of it, and Charlotte won because of it. But also they won this game without Bam Adebayo on the floor, who's Miami's best player.
Yeah.
And that's tough.
And, like, LaMelo caught some heat for it, but I think ultimately, like, people wanted the Hornets to win, so I think it's something everyone move on from. Eric Spoelstra had some words for him after the game, but I don't think LaMelo was catching against suspension or anything like that. It was just a dangerous play.
Yeah, for sure. We need to talk about Davion Mitchell.
Do we?
Yeah, a little bit. And not that I don't want this to the Kings trading him was a mistake because they traded him and Sasha Vezenkov, who ended up leaving the league for free.
I believe you attached the second round pick to them as well for Jalen McDaniels.
Who
didn't even see game 1 of the regular season, I believe.
Not make the roster.
Yeah.
Like, dudes.
Sick trade, bro.
Dudes.
Sick trade.
But it's I'm not trying to say necessarily that Davion Mitchell would have become the player that Davion Mitchell is now, where he's lighting it up in playing games. He had 28 points, 4 boards, 6 assists, 2 steals, and a block last night while going 12 of 24 from the field and 4 of 9 from 3. I'm not saying he would have become the player that he has become. And it's not just last night. He's really developed nicely as a player. I'm not saying he would have become that in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that when we talk about player development and we talk about a player like Devin Carter, for example, Davion Mitchell is why you give Devin Carter some leash to figure himself out in the NBA, to figure out a role in the NBA, to improve as a shooter, to improve as an offensive playmaker, which is what Davion has done. He was given the keys in Miami in a way that he never really quite was in Sacramento, or in a way that he never really quite was in Toronto. And I think when we discuss the idea of player development, I absolutely think that keeping a player like Davion Mitchell in mind is really important. And so do I think that Devin Carter is going to be an amazing player? No. I think there's a role for him in the league, though. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think there's a role for him in the league. I think there could be a role for him with the Kings.
Yeah.
But it's the reason you don't go, oh my God, just get rid of him. Because, hey man, when the pieces fall into place for a player, when they get put in a role, when they're given an opportunity to let their game grow, sometimes you see success stories like Davion Mitchell.
Well, the last regime, whether you want to put it on Mike Brown or Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, I guess, if he wants to hang out. Like, yeah, you did that with Davion Mitchell, and you did it with Neemias Queta as well.
Yeah.
Let me miss Kate out the door for JaVale McGee, and yeah, like we all know how that worked out.
Yeah.
Now they're flourishing in different roles in different teams, and it's like, yeah, you probably need to give these guys not a lot more time, but just more time than they did before.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that'll be different under Scott Perry and Doug Christie, and yeah, just Doug Christie as long as he's the coach.
I think it'll be different, maybe because of the people involved, but because of where the Kings are. The Kings couldn't really afford, because they were in this, like, I guess what they perceived to be this really narrow window to contend and like contend now. And we really got to go for it, but also not really go for it because we're trying to be patient and maintain flexibility. But they couldn't let Neemias Queta develop. They weren't, he wasn't going to have the opportunity to play because, hey, we need somebody who's experienced, who we think can just step on the floor and do the job now. It's JaVale McGee.
Yeah, because when Neemias got to Boston, it's like, oh yeah, he's playing now, and wow, this is incredible. Like, no, he sat the bench or was in Maine for most of the season, and then same thing next year, and they kind of just gradually brought him along.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Kings didn't
weren't in that position.
They weren't in that spot. And same thing with Davion. Like, you see why they didn't say, hey, we have De'Aaron Fox, we've drafted Devin Carter. Let's just get Davion. Let's just give him the keys and see how it works. No, they were trying to compete. They were trying to save jobs. I don't think that Scott Perry and Doug Christie, well, maybe Doug Christie a little bit, but I don't think Scott Perry's in I got to save my job mode. They're in a spot where you can absolutely afford to just give Devin Carter that runway. To say, hey, yeah, go ahead. Go play. Go figure yourself out. And after 4 seasons, it just, hey, he's not fitting in with the program. Cool. It's not going to kill you. But just getting rid of Devin Carter, just to get rid of Devin Carter, you could run into a Davion Mitchell situation where we're watching Davion Mitchell 2 years in a row light it up in playing games.
So I think we can assume that you'd agree that having Devin Carter, I guess, for next season is better than having a second-round pick, I guess, in this year's draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so anyway.
If that came their way.
Yeah, and I say that as a person who's not necessarily because of what Devin Carter is right now, but he's not 30. He's not 20 either. But he's not like, oh my God, we just got to get rid of this guy. Just, yeah, a second-round pick, cool, we'll take it. I don't think you need to do that at all.
And the guy who drafted him is gone, but I mean, he was a lottery pick. So you have to imagine there's some level of talent there that you can work with.
Now, I will say, I agree with you. Mm-hmm. I will say, if the Kings have watched Devin Carter and said, there's no chance, we have zero confidence in this guy. All right, and someone's going to give you a pick for him. All right, cool. If he's not going to be part of your program and you're just, that, great. I don't know that yet, though. And if Scott Perry calls the show, 916-909-1320, Scott, you can hit us up there or on the Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line at 916-909-1320.
Scott, talk to us.
Scott, hit us up. Before you talk to the media today, talk to us. I'm saying, yeah, dude, just keep him around, see what happens. Like, there's no harm in it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. There's no harm in having Devin Carter around.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Davion. I like Davion Mitchell a lot.
Yeah, great player.
Are
we getting... Was Devin Carter's season, and if I'm wrong, but just correct me here, but how many times do we see Devin Carter play well, but it's like, oh yeah, he kind of did it in garbage time or did it late in the fourth quarter when things didn't matter?
You mean
yeah, he put up numbers. He put up numbers, but it was kind of...
Oh, Devin Carter?
Yeah, Devin Carter. Is it kind of not... I don't want to be fool's gold because the guy he produced and stuff like that, but...
Yeah, no, I'm very much on the train that everything that happened from March 1st on is akin to preseason for me.
I got you. But it's just still intriguing enough to where you bring him back?
Yeah, it's interesting. I said it would be interesting. That's what I think you should.
No, go get a Devin Carter jersey now.
Yeah, no,
it's same way I got my Zach LaVine jersey. Yeah, I guess
that's our guys. So, yeah, I don't. There, if you saw something in the preseason or in summer league, you'd go, "Huh, all right. I think there might be something we can work with there." That's sort of what I feel about Devin Carter. I think Devin Carter, to me, has established in the same way Max Reynaud and Dylan Cardwell established, like, okay, you're an NBA player. How exactly you fit on a team, don't know. Are you one day Davion Mitchell, or are you one day Gary Payton II? Right? Like, what's the where are we at on this spectrum? I saw enough to give him that opportunity and not say, like, yeah, kick him out the door. But I also am not buying all this discussion point. I've seen this from various media members, including our very own James Ham, our Kings insider.
Shout out Ham.
And like the strides Devin took as a point guard this year, man. Wow. Okay. Relax. Yeah, he made some improvements for sure. He showed that he's an NBA player. Like that, you get a thumbs up for that. And you get okay, yeah, let's stick around. Let's see if there's more strides to come next year. But I'm also not just, if some team goes, hey, here's the 47th pick. Cool, we'll take them. No, I'm not there.
Oh, I hear you. And going back to your original point, like, yeah, the Kings got to figure out a way to start keeping this talent in-house rather than, Neemias Queta, Keon Ellis, and Davion Mitchell are playing well elsewhere, and potentially maybe Devin Carter.
Yeah. And you're in it, like I said, I don't want to belabor this, but you're in a place now where you can just do that. There's no reason to keep a lottery pick from 2 years ago to kick him out the door just to kick him out the door. Again, if they hate him, they say no chance. All right, fine. That's your decision organizationally. But if they're kind of like, nah, we're not sure, then keep him around just in case. Like, you've got him. We all know you're not trying to win. Well, I should take that back. They're trying to win games on an individual night basis. They're trying to win all 82 games. But from a roster building standpoint, they're not pushing their chips in to try and win this year.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'd rather have Devin Carter than a second-round pick in this draft. I don't care how good the draft is. A second-round pick in the NBA draft is a second-round pick in the NBA draft.
Could be another Max team right now.
It could even be a boat.
Sick boat, maybe.
Yeah, I thought we saw the Hornets take a real step last night. Like, we just watched it happen.
Got to get one more. You're going to play the loser of Magic 76ers today.
Yep.
I'm just hoping we get that Hornets Pistons series in the first round.
Yeah, I really want that. I really want that badly. I like this Hornets team a lot. As for the Heat, I can't decide. I tried really hard because I thought about this last night after the game ended. And when I have a thought about something, I try really hard for the radio to pick a side, because that's more compelling. If I come out and I say, and anybody will tell you this, anybody that works in this business and tells you how to host a show will tell you, like, hey, it's better to have an opinion. Like, pick a side of an argument and go.
Yes.
I can't decide on this. I think the Heat's decision on Giannis Antetokounmpo and their pursuit of him, because remember, we talked to Anthony Slater on Monday, and Anthony Slater from ESPN said, yeah, the Heat were the team that the Bucks were closest to getting Giannis. That's what Shams Charania reported. I think the Heat's decision on whether they're going to pursue Giannis heavily was solidified last night. I just can't decide if it was solidified as yes, they're going to go get him, or no, they're not.
Yeah, go get Giannis. Now you got another lottery pick to work with and trade for him.
I don't think I agree.
Why?
Because
they're not going to blow it up, though. They're not going to rebuild. That's just not what Pat Riley, and that's just not what they've ever been about. They're not like, if they were going to rebuild and that's kind of the path they were going down, like, sure, yeah, don't trade for Giannis, maybe move off of Tyler Hero and try to obtain assets, but they're going to try and win. So at this point, yeah, go after Giannis again. If you were the closest, yeah. A team with Bam, Giannis, Hero's gone, but I mean, you're starting with Bam and Giannis. That's pretty solid.
The trade would involve Kel'el Ware.
I think it was Kel'el Ware, Tyler Hero, and picks, I believe.
Yes. Kel'el Ware, 12 points, 19 boards, 4 assists, 5 blocks last night. Tyler Hero, 23 points, 3 boards, 6 assists last night. Went 6 for 6 from the free throw line. I don't know that dropping Giannis onto that team makes them that much better.
Does it make them title contenders?
No.
How close does it get them, though? Because if you got Giannis and Bam, and I mean, Norman Powell can still hang out, I mean, and you're adding pieces around, like, I feel like, yeah, it's a decent team right there where you're kind of knocking at the door.
I think
it is Giannis. It is Giannis.
No, understood. It's Giannis who hasn't been able to stay healthy.
It's been a weird year. These things happen when, you're going through.
It's been a weird couple of years.
Yeah, but these things happen, like I said, when you're going
team.
through, like, oh, I got like problems with my significant other, blah, blah, blah. Like, he's going through relationship problems right now. So he's kind of, it's a little weird right now. I'd imagine if you find a new team, maybe it'd be a lot better.
His team hasn't been able to get out of the first round.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, you're probably right. Miami, given how Miami is probably more motivated than ever to make a major change, because what they're doing right now is getting them eliminated in the play-in or the first round. But I didn't walk away last night going, man, if you take Kel'el Ware and Tyler Hero off this team and put Giannis on it, wow. Maybe they'd be a little better. But I think then you run into, hey, who's shooting on this team?
I said Norman Powell can hang out.
Oh, okay, cool. No, Norman Powell. Yeah, no, for sure. I think you could run into some very real problems.
Yeah.
Where we're sitting here on April 15th talking about tax day, by the way, talking about the Miami Heat and going, man, they just have some problems.
Is a John Morant type move probably better suited for them? Where you're taking a flyer on a guy who I guess has lower value in the league, and if he kind of gets back near to what he used to be, that helps you more.
Maybe.
Because like I said, they're just not going to rebuild.
But this is why I couldn't land on one side of the argument, because I say maybe on the John Morant thing, but I'm not going to sit here and say into a live microphone, yeah, a team would be better off adding John Morant than Giannis. That's an asinine sentence in 2026.
No, it's not better off, but more so like, all right, fine, yeah, don't give up Kel'el Ware and Tyler Hero and your picks for Giannis, but go ahead and make the low value move for John Morant and hope that's kind of the ceiling raises there that way, instead of having to gut your team.
I think they're going to gut their team.
Yeah, they're going to try to. Yeah, I agree with you.
They're going to have to push in. I believe for me, last night would have been like, okay, I love what Kel'el Ware is doing. Tyler Hero is not a 1A. They try and make him a 1A, but he's not. So maybe there's some other package they can go get. I don't know what that would be. But
Pat Riley, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not.
No, okay. Go ahead.
But Pat Riley, maybe
we owe Pat Riley nothing.
Got some Jerry Jones vibes right now. Like, oh, I got to get one more before I get out of here.
Yeah.
And maybe that's kind of holding the team back.
Well, I think that's just the expectation for the Heat.
Yeah.
Like finding a way to get to the finals twice with that Jimmy Butler team was insane. So now it's going to be a constant like, well, this is, we got to go back to the finals with the Miami Heat culture. And so I think they're probably going to go get Giannis. And it wouldn't shock me at all if there's reports in February that Giannis and Bam aren't figuring it out.
Well, baby steps.
Sure. It's also the East. Adding Giannis, maybe you feel like you're contenders in the East. I don't know. But that's the kind of loss when we said there's going to be a team that loses this year that is going to find it in them to give up what they need to give up for Giannis. That's the kind of loss that does it. You went on the road, you had a game in hand, and then couldn't figure out a way to close out the Charlotte Hornets, who had a winning season for the first time in 4 years. Okay. I've landed on the side that they're going to trade for Giannis.
Yes.
He's going to Miami.
Glad we figured that out.
All right. And that's why I like doing the show with you. You're going to tell me what I need to hear, not what I want to hear.
Exactly.
I respect that.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Yes.
Right. He's Jesse. I'm Kyle. We have more play-in action tonight. The Suns also lost last night. We'll dive into that because I have questions about Devin Booker.
Yeah, you sent me a text and I didn't like it.
I got questions.
I didn't like that. I read that, by the way. I read it immediately as you sent it, and I just said, so you know, I ignored it after that because I didn't like it.
And the Golden State Warriors might make some dubious NBA history tonight. We'll tell you what it is next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. You are.
Yeah. Oh, got him. What's up, everybody?
I'm about to take a bite of this Uncrustable, and I'm so happy the peanut butter is not going to be crunchy.
Yeah, or frozen.
Mm. Zabo said an interesting thing in the chat or in the text line.
Star that.
It's on the text line.
We'll do whatever that the equivalent is on the text line.
No, I don't think I'm gonna argue with Kyle about this anymore. It's people can have their preferences on the Uncrustable. Honestly, I don't even like Uncrustables. I don't even know what I'm doing. They're better frozen, but you know what, dude? Just that's all you. You can have your Uncrustables. That's cool. I'm fine with that. That's totally fine.
And you can have your frozen Uncrustables.
See, look at that.
I'm just not going to eat them that way.
Honestly, I'm not even going to eat Uncrustables, period. So I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, man. Wait till I pull up to karaoke with a box of Uncrustables under my arm.
What's the best flavor?
That depends. I prefer strawberry.
Okay, same.
Jesse prefers grape.
I prefer strawberry.
Apparently, the raspberry ones are gas. I've not had the raspberry.
I've never had those. Yeah, that doesn't sound bad.
They're just a delightful little snack. I hate the phrase, you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's like, then why the fuck do I want my cake?
No, that's literally the point of having your
Ridiculous.
cake. Yeah.
Do you want the cake or do you want to eat it? I want to eat the goddamn cake.
I want
What
to
are you
eat the
talking
cake.
about?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think if you're going to take shots at people for being children for eating Uncrustables, you need to use the correct form of your.
Wow.
Whoa. Were you guys asking strawberry grape Uncrustables?
Yeah.
Right.
Joe asked what my favorite flavor was. Or, I'm sorry, he asked what the best flavor was.
Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm. 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 Well, worth it. Louis Riddick must suck at interviewing for jobs. I feel like his name was in the GM hiring cycle for like 3 or 4 straight years. He never got a job, and now we never hear about it anymore.
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, maybe he is bad at it anyway. I'm not gonna disrespect Louis Riddick.
No, he's like one of my favorite analysts.
But like we see these guys on TV, and it's like, oh yeah, he'd be great at the GM job, and it's
Mhm.
like,
There's so much that goes into it.
yeah,
They're doing a segment right now called "Is That Ridiculous?" And I think we need to do that segment with you with a play off of your name.
I don't know. We have to workshop that.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, it's a little crazy that you're taking the crust off of your Uncrustable, I guess.
There's no crust on it.
Yeah, I guess he's just taking out the outside.
That's insane.
It's a peanut butter and jelly saucer at that point.
That's just.
I don't think you're crazy for that. I'll back you up.
Yeah, and the craziest person
I
in
don't
the
think
whole
you're-
room.
I
The
don't
craziest
think you're
person in the
crazy
whole
for that
room
at
says, "Yeah,
all.
you're normal."
You know, I'm. Bring us back.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
What did you write down on the board right now?
Our producer, Joe Brazil. I'm keeping track of his points.
Oh, okay.
He's at -4 points now.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. That's not correct. Last time I checked, I was at.
Now you're at -5.
That wasn't even. No. Last time I checked, I was at -2. Then I got 1, so I was at -1, and now we're at -4.
Joe, you've been on a little wild around the last couple of days.
Yeah.
We'll knock you down to -4.
Wow.
We had Owen Bam Jr. in the chatty house say that during the break that he takes the crust off of his Uncrustable, which again, it's an Uncrustable.
Does he mean just a little bit on the outside?
Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah,
stamped the sandwich.
Yes, and like I said, he's eating peanut butter and jelly sausage at that point.
All right, let me fill everybody in real quick. For those of you just
food
getting
has just
into the
been
program,
dominating this show, by the way.
Jesse and I, me more than you, eat Uncrustables every morning.
Yeah.
Smucker's Uncrustables, salute. I have a big box of strawberry Uncrustables in our freezer here at work. And we've gotten into a lot of discussion about Uncrustables over the last couple of days. Are you allowed to eat them as an adult? What's the best flavor? Joe revealed to everybody that he eats them frozen, doesn't let them thaw first.
Part of me is like, Joe's doing a bit on us right now or something.
I think
dude.
he is.
I'm not doing a bit.
He's also like how old are you? 25?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 25.
Yeah.
He's
He's just the kid.
Like,
I'm trying to figure it out still.
Yeah. Which same. I'm 35. I'm still there. But during the break at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, we just kind of hang out during the breaks on our video simulcast. And somebody said they take the crust off their Uncrustables. And I can't figure that out because there's no crust on it. That's the point of the sandwich. Or the little, what do you call this? Is this a sandwich?
Yeah.
Uncrustables is a sandwich?
Yeah, it's a sandwich.
We're not going to get into all that. We're not. Yes, it's a sandwich.
Okay.
Yes.
But it has this little frill around the outside from where they've stamped the bread down together after they cut the crust off. If you take that off, I don't know. How do you're just going to have a gloopy mess.
I think I don't like Uncrustables that much, so I think that's exactly what's going on.
It's
Maybe.
just a bunch of nonsense, bro. It's just a bunch of nonsense.
I'm taking the. Okay.
Let's talk Suns and Blazers.
Kyle,
Yes,
that's Jesse. Joe's over there. So I texted you about the Suns and Blazers game yesterday. The Suns lost 114-110 at home. The Blazers are the number 7 seed. They'll take on the number 2 seed, San Antonio Spurs, while the Suns await the winner of the 9-10 game between the Warriors and Clippers tonight. We'll have something coming up on that game. That game will also air right here on ESPN 1320, beginning at 6:30. I texted you something about Devin Booker last night that you did not like.
Yeah, you texted me John Gambadoro's tweet.
Oh, yeah, John, our guy Gambo.
Yes, send me Gambo's tweet. It says,
he's a radio host down in Arizona, very plugged in with the local teams. Go ahead.
Devin Booker, fourth quarter struggles continue. No baskets and 3 points on all on free throws.
Yep.
And like, what do you want me to like? What am I supposed to do with that? Like, Devin Booker stamped at this point. He solidified the player he is. The player he is. Like, are we gonna be like? I guess what am I supposed to do with that tweet that you sent me?
I don't know. I think it's interesting.
What's interesting about it then?
Is Devin Booker a 1A?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
What was he on that Suns team that went to the finals?
That's kind of interesting.
Was Devin Booker a 1A on the right team?
Yeah, probably. It's
not like that was the prime of CP3 right there.
This is sort of this is an offshoot of the conversation. How does Basketball Reference not have quarter by quarter splits? That's annoying. Anyways, this is kind of an offshoot of the winning player conversation. Because everybody knows Devin Booker is awesome. Devin Booker is a stamped all-star all NBA caliber player who's probably going to the Hall of Fame. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
That's not that's not a debate. I ask about the is he a 1A thing? Because I don't the requisite level of talent that needs to go around him, I don't know how high it is. I don't know where I put Devin Booker in the hierarchy of, he's like Jimmy Butler to me. I never considered Jimmy Butler like a superstar. But you put Jimmy Butler in the right situation, and that team's just going to win a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it largely because of him. And so when I think of the best players in the league, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, the previous generation, it's LeBron and Steph and Kevin Durant. And now you've got Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown in the mix and Luka Doncic. And I never, ever think about Devin Booker when I think of, hey, who are the best 15 players in the league?
I think we're being a little unfair, or you're being a little unfair. Excuse me, Devin Booker, I got your back. But I mean, if you looked at this Suns team before the season, we all expected him to be horrible.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I'm not trying to diss Devin Booker.
No, we're not dissing Devin Booker, but I'd say, like, yeah, you're not going to take this Suns team and make them a title team. But I mean,
Sure.
I'd say they kind of overachieved for what we all thought this year, and I think that's a credit to Devin Booker.
Yeah,
and like he's been to the finals once, and CP3 had a big impact on that team. But again, I asked who was the best player on there. And I mean, you can give your answer or whatever, but point being, it's like, yeah, I think if you have the right guys, like, yeah, Devin Booker, I think, can be the 1A. Yeah. So it's tougher because it always kind of goes back, I think, to the guard conversation and kind of building around that player being your top guy. Donovan Mitchell hasn't necessarily been successful with him. Devin Booker was once. Jalen Brunson's still fighting for it. And I mean, usually it works out better with the wing, but I think Devin Booker's still a 1A in this league. I think he can be.
Booker this year, 26, 4-6. He's at 25, 4-5 for his career. I think the fourth quarter struggles thing is interesting. And I think it's really interesting that in a game like that, where it's a playing game, it's do or die, it's win or go home. And Jalen Green was awesome in the fourth quarter. He's really, you talk about Jalen Green for 11 points in the quarter. He went 5 of 9 from the field. He had a couple of boards, but then Devin Booker just never found it.
Yeah, it's
over 3 from the field, and that's just and we mentioned 3 or 4 from the free throw line, accounted for his only 3 points. He had an assist, no rebounds. He was a team worst, minus 11 in the fourth frame.
It's a poor performance, but I'm not down on Devin Booker after it, though. Like, you asked me if he could be a 1A on a title contending team. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
But again, I think there's a deeper conversation, like building around guards and just kind of what exactly you need to make that work.
Yeah, for sure. And I also wonder, because it felt like Phoenix was a couple of years ahead of schedule here, right? We watched them against the Kings on night 1 of the NBA season, or the Kings season, and went, hey.
My take coming out of that game was, yeah, the Kings are probably going to be bad, but they're not going to be that bad.
Yeah, right. Like, they lost.
Look at Phoenix.
But man, that Phoenix team stinks.
Really stink to be them this season, I bet, huh? And it's like, oh, no, we are them.
Yes.
Yeah.
That went the opposite way. If you had told me coming out of that game, one of these teams is going to win 22 games, the other team is going to win 45 games, I'd have been like, wow, the Kings won 45 games? And I wouldn't have even thought about it.
Yeah.
And so the Suns finishing with 45 wins. I think that's where they finished. Let me confirm that real quick. Yeah, 45-37. They're a couple of years ahead of schedule here. And I do wonder if their window lines up with Devin Booker's. Because Devin Booker is sneaky getting up there. He's 30, turns 30 in October next year.
Still prime-ish. Still got to give or take,
I
think 3 years of really great basketball from Devin Booker.
Does Devin Booker ever go back to the finals?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. Okay. And I don't think that's necessarily Devin Booker's fault, but it's really tough to build a team like that and get to that point. And I think we've already seen the peak of his career as far as team winning.
All right.
Eric in the chat house says he has them in the Donovan Mitchell tier. Would you put him there? Devin Booker?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think of Donovan Mitchell the same way. Like Donovan Mitchell's awesome. Devin Booker's awesome. I'm not trying to say they're not. This is a me problem.
Yeah.
Where when I think of who are the best players in the sport, I don't go to them. Like the same way I don't go to.
Well, because it's like they're not top. I think on their best day, like you can argue they're top 10, but in actuality, you're looking at them and they're the top 15, like 15, 14, 13, 11th best players, 12th best players. Like they're top.
Yeah.
I don't want to say top 20, but like, it's just when you're talking about the top players in the league, Anthony Edwards was like top 7 and Jason Tatum was 5th, or Luka was like a top 5 player, just guys like that. So they kind of get skipped over.
And I wonder why. Like, I wonder if we dropped Devin Booker onto the Cavs instead of Davion Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell. Probably about this.
Donovan Mitchell, Jesus.
Probably about the same, I'd say. It depends on which, like if you think Donovan Mitchell's a better player, then yeah, they're probably a little bit worse, but I think they're about the same. So yeah, I think the Cavs would be just as good.
What if you dropped him onto the Heat instead of Tyler Hero?
They're a better team.
Significantly better? Title contending better?
They might be. Yeah, they might be. Devin Booker's really good, man.
Okay.
Devin Booker's really good. If we're talking top 15 player, then yeah, I think you can make that argument. Maybe they're knocking on the door, but they're better than what they are now.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, he was a 2015 draft pick. He's been in the league 11 years. Crazy. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe Brazil's over there. You're listening to The Jump. We're hanging out with you until 9 a.m. What about Denny Avdia?
He's a fine player. Went for 41 yesterday.
He was really good yesterday.
Yeah, I was kind of like Portland's been playing good basketball, but I don't want to say they took me by surprise, but I guess they're cooking some right now.
Denny Avdia had 41, 7, and 12 yesterday and went 15 of 22 from the field.
I think the thing with Portland is that I haven't bought Denny Avdia is like just he's a guy in this league now.
Yeah,
he's the guy on a team. I just haven't bought that, I guess.
I have no idea how I feel about the Blazers long term. Like they're just such a weird build for me. But I think I feel good about what they're doing, especially when you consider that you're gonna just put some version of Dame Lillard onto that team next year. I think that's exciting.
Well, that's the thing. I think if you buy Denny Avdia as like he's like one of the guys, then I think you're pretty excited about what they got going on.
Yeah, right. But in the way, I don't know that we saw Portland take a step last night.
Yeah.
The way I think we saw Charlotte take a step as a team, I think we saw Denny Avdia take a step last night.
Yeah, I'd agree with that part.
He was just the game winner at the end, just every big shot down the stretch. It's like, man, they need a bucket here. There's Denny. Hey, this game's teetering a little bit. Denny.
Yeah, effortlessly get into the hoop.
Yeah, he was just they had no answer for him. And the Suns have been sputtering down the stretch a little bit, but I was blown away by Denny Avdia yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say he's a top 15 guy. I'm not putting him in the Devin.
Is he better than Devin Booker?
Yeah, many are asking. He won head to head. That's just all I'm saying. Denny Avdia, winning player. Devin Booker, not. How do you feel about that?
Don't like it at all. Rather have Devin Booker, actually.
That's such a reductive, stupid conversation.
Yeah.
What happened when they played head to head? Man, Denny had a good game.
The playing games were perfect yesterday.
They were really good.
It's cliche, and I think we'd like to do it on this show, but it's one of the reasons why we love sports. Like, you're just chilling, watching good games. I mean, we don't have our favorite teams weren't playing yesterday, and it's just all right. No, we're just tapped in to, I guess, the emotions of the game and kind of just the closeness of how this is going.
This is a good example of me being willing to change my mind. I am openly willing to admit wrongness in all facets of life. Like I don't like to be wrong, but like when I'm wrong, it's like a good learning opportunity and it's growth as a person. And I just think it's a good way to live is always figuring out like, hey, I might be wrong about this thing.
Yeah, what were you wrong about?
I hated the play-in tournament when they first announced it, because remember they announced it the year after they had was it Denver? They had a couple of games at the end of the season that were like winner gets in, loser doesn't. And then they just went, oh, hey, we're going to make the play-in tournament now. And we're going to put the 9-10 and the 7-8 and this is how it's going to go. I hated it. I might have done a radio show where I just railed against the idea.
Sounds on brand.
I love the play-in tournament now. It's so good. I'm sitting there and I know that was one of Draymond's gripes was that the play-in tournament's not working because teams aren't trying to like, well, okay, but it's working a little bit because it's really good. The games were awesome.
Well, yeah, I think it's great. It's good for the fans. Like it's not really
Mhm.
changing anything about the league or anything, but I think it's more. It's games. It's a few more games with meaning.
Yeah, but I also think I also think like Charlotte, for example. They're a very good example of why I think this is good for the NBA because you're getting Charlotte, and yes, it's not a playoff series. I got it. But you're putting these young players in a do or die, win or go home situation. In a system that before they wouldn't have
been in this moment.
Yeah, they were the 9 seed. They would have been out. They're just like, all right, well, there go the Hornets. They missed the playoffs.
And if they do miss the playoffs, it's kind of all right, where does the team building go from that point?
Right. But now, hey, they got into a playing game. They won a playing game. Now they get to go to another one. They have a chance to punch their ticket to the playoffs. I love the play-in tournament. It is so good.
I like it. It's very soccer vibes, I think, with the little tournaments, and you got the in-season tournament going on. It's fine. Like I said, it's games with meaning, so I'm not going to turn away at it. I wonder if maybe I saw a tweet yesterday. It was kind of interesting. It was like, oh yeah, no, the 7 seed should just play the 2 seed in the play-in tournament, or the play-in game should just be the 9 seed playing the 8 seed. You don't need the 10 seed playing. I'm in there at that point, but I mean, for what it is now, I think it's working. Everyone loved the games yesterday. We were all tapped in. And now we get an opportunity to see Charlotte potentially make the playoffs.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the phone number. You can call that number. You can also shoot us a text. Zabo from the 530 said, if the Kings have showed me anything, it's that a player like Devin Carter will falter in Sacramento but flourish elsewhere. I don't think that's my point. I don't think Davion Mitchell faltered here. I don't think Davion Mitchell did something wrong.
He just didn't fit with what Mike Brown was trying to do, it feels.
Yeah, and they were trying to like, oh my God, we made the playoffs. Now we got to do everything we can to get back to the playoffs. And there was this pressure on Davion Mitchell to like, hey, you either need to shoot 37% from 3 or get out.
Yeah.
And that
they were chasing the playoffs. They were chasing being a great team.
Yeah, and he needed growth. He needed time to figure his game out and figure out where he fit on a team. And I don't think he was ever going to fit next to De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. I just don't think that was ever going to be a thing, or I don't think he was going to be able to grow into the player that he has fitting alongside. I don't think he faltered, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't say faltered either.
I think at this point, if the Kings decide to punt on Devin Carter, they just gave up on Devin Carter. I don't think he did anything wrong. Wouldn't say he faltered here. He hasn't really gotten a shot. The 530, also not Zabo, a different 530, checking in on the Mojo's local tap and kitchen text line, talking about Devin Booker and that finals team in 2020. Said, I think CP3 was the more 2021, excuse me. I think CP3 was the more 1A on that finals team. He was the leader of that team, at least. Even this team, it feels like, yeah, Devin's a top guy on that team, but it doesn't seem like he wants to be the leader. Kind of Kings, De'Aaron Fox vibes. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I would take Devin Booker over De'Aaron Fox. I think Devin Booker's probably a tier 2 above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just from a like last night, fourth
how
quarter,
they carry themselves, I guess.
Yeah, fourth quarter, like go take the game. You're a top 15 guy. Go take over. Go play make. Like he can do that. And I was so impressed with Devin Booker on the gold medal team in 2024. I just completely adapted his game to fit what the team needed. And I think that Suns team needed him to be that dude. And I know that Jalen Green was there. He had a great game and salute to Jalen Green. But like, yo, you're Devin Booker. You're Mr. Phoenix Sun. Go take the game over. And the fact that he doesn't is kind of like, huh. That was strange to me. A strange development last night.
It's a strange note.
Yeah. Strange development in last night's game.
Fair enough.
That's all. The Blazers going to give your Spurs a problem?
No, I'm sorry. Like grand opening, grand closing. No.
Wow.
That series might be over by game 2.
Wow.
Yeah, Spurs in 2. We'll call it there.
Spurs in 2.
Yeah, where it's like, all right, yeah. I know we're not doing this anymore, but go ahead and throw them on NBA TV for games 3 and 4.
You putting it on the board?
I already got the Spurs going to the final, so I'll just leave it be right now. I don't want to get too excited. I don't want to get too greedy.
The Spurs and Blazers played. How many times did they play this year?
Yeah, I'd go Spurs in 5 or 4. I don't think I'd go 6.
San Antonio went 2-1 against the Blazers this year. 11-point win, 13-point win, 5-point loss. I think the Blazers are going to be a little bit tougher series than the Spurs are probably expecting in round one.
It'll be it'll be tough. It'll be like the Trailblazers are a good team. It'll be very tough. But again, after game 4, Wemby can hand Denny the broom and get the whole sweep going. I'm gonna go Spurs. I'm gonna go Spurs in 4.
Wow, the disrespect
Doesn't go past 5.
to the Portland Trailblazers. Man, maybe I'm too high off of last night's game.
Yeah. It's all good.
What if Danny Avdia averages 40?
He might.
I don't think.
Let me get the Spurs
I
still.
don't think he will.
Yeah, let me get the Spurs still.
At all. Yeah, I think the play-in's good for the NBA. Very good. Like, forget all the tanking stuff. And last night was a fun-ass night of basketball.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Got 2 really, really good games.
Yeah, Twitter was popping too.
Yeah, man. Love when the internet's popping. We're carrying, by the way, Warriors-Clippers tonight, which may be a historic game, and I do want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about it right now. I do want to very quickly touch on the Sixers-Magic matchup. For Boston fans, who would you rather see?
Oh, I'd rather see the broken Orlando Magic.
Hmm.
But I think
My
they're going to
one-
see the 76ers.
Here's my one fear with seeing the Magic.
They played the Magic last year in the first round, and the Magic's defense was great, but they couldn't shoot the ball at all to save their lives.
That would be my one fear with the Magic. Is because you're right. I don't think they're very good. They've been pretty putrid this year. Super disappointing. Maybe the most disappointing team in the league.
Yeah.
But they get it together. They beat the Sixers. Confidence running high. Defense starts to figure it out.
But, they're going to fire Jamal Mosley.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Like, I think it was
you're right.
Yeah, I think there was a tweet attributed to Jake Fisher was like, yeah, no matter what happens in the playoffs, like Jamal Mosley's probably getting fired. So, yeah, if they play the Magic, it's over in 4 or 5. If they play the 76ers, look, I'm expecting the Celtics to win, but the thoughts have already creeped in. Oh, Joel Embiid's healthy-ish. I don't know if he's came back from his appendicitis.
Don't think he
Or yeah, he hasn't. But we're going to the playoffs, but I'm not sure if he'll be ready by game 1. But point being, like, Joel Embiid is there, Paul George is there, VJ Edgecombe had a great rookie season.
Mhm.
Tyrese Maxey is great. It's like, one of these guys is going to go for 30, another one might go for 20, and it's going to be a tough team to beat.
The Sixers might blow the Magic out tonight.
Potentially.
We got 2 outstanding basketball games last night. It wouldn't shock me at all if the first game tonight is a dud.
Yeah, I'll be real. I'm not looking forward to the Clippers one, just because of what the Warriors are, and if the Magic, the vibes are as down as everyone says they are, like, yeah, we might be headed for a blowout.
Clippers Warriors, I think will be close, but there's a real chance the Sixers smack the Magic up pretty bad. But Golden State might make some dubious NBA history tonight.
Dubious.
I promise I'll tell you what it is next on the jump. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hey guys, I did an NBA mock draft. It's mostly the same as everybody else's. I just moved some of the players around in the middle part.
That's great, man.
Thanks.
Make sure you guys hit that like button.
Yeah, listen to Joe, please. Jason Temp joins the show later on too, by the way. Stream.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Tiago. But he didn't because Golden State wasn't guarding him.
Dude, I saw something online last night. They were talking about Patrick Bailey and his hitting. His OPS is currently lower than Tim Lincecum in either of his 2008 or 2009 Cy Young winning seasons. Jamie Moyer when he was 46. Mendoza.
His OPS at the plate?
His OPS at the plate is 327. Patrick Bailey. Yeah. Guillermo Mota, Giants long relief pitcher. Michael Jordan, Tim Tebow, Jeremy Offelt.
Yikes.
I'm not convinced on the whole defense thing anymore with the ABS now, honestly. I want to see some offense.
Keeping a catcher in for defense
I don't know.
in modern baseball.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Too many people think about baseball like it's 1993.
Yeah, dude. At first, like I bought into the numbers, the defensive numbers. There was some promising stuff there. Like all he had to do was hit like 200, man, 210. But yeah, with we got Susak. He's been hitting really well lately. So I think it's about time to push the button on that.
Shout out to our guy Dan.
What's going on, Drew Down?
I get why Tony Vitello is trying to be like, no, Bailey's our catcher. We're gonna bring him.
It does
along.
make
like,
sense.
Like I get it, but also
it's time to push the button 100%. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. He's new. He doesn't want to come in and immediately take out one of our guys that have been a starter for quite some time. But it gets to a point, guys. It gets to a point. Oh yeah, Susak has more hits than him in 12 at bats. So,
and you do have to give a guy time to figure it out. But Bailey couldn't hit last year.
He couldn't hit last year or the year before.
Yeah.
So
this is true. Everybody else being bad.
Oh, it's very true.
Exacerbates it.
Devers isn't safe. Jung-Hoo Lee, I mean, it's a team effort for sure, but he's part of the team. And when you got a guy that's hitting right behind him sitting on the bench, that's the problem.
Right.
That's realistically the problem.
But I also get why everybody else not hitting would be why Vitello's like, well,
Fair enough. Yeah, fair
we're not going to
enough.
bench a starter on April 15th.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Bader's already, I think he's a little hurt, but he's already taken a seat for a couple of games.
I couldn't believe the reaction to that signing.
I thought it was a good signing, but
No, it's
whatever.
fine, but some of the especially from the flagship station was like, whoa! Finally got their center field.
We got the guy. We got the guy.
He's fine. He's just okay.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Coming up at 8:30, our buddy Jason Timpf, host of the Hoops Tonight podcast. You can watch that on YouTube, part of the Volume Sports Network. He is one of my very favorite people to talk hoops with because he's not a takesman. Like, he watches games and he forms his opinion based on what he watches, and he watches a lot.
An ethical content creator.
Ethical content creation with Jason Timpf. I'm really excited to talk NBA playoffs with him. We'll talk play-in with him. Also coming up, Jason Timpf at 8:30, but also the D'Lo and KC football draft live show.
The football draft live show.
Football draft, baby. The Prominent Professional Football League draft is coming up next Thursday. D'Lo and Casey are going to be out at Clubhouse 56 on 56th and H, right here in Sacramento. They're going to be out there from 2 to 6. We're going to hang out after their show, watching the draft. We're going to have like a little prop sheet that you can You can guess. You don't need to know anything about the draft. It's guessing. Guess, turn them in. If your props, you get the most right, we'll have prizes for you. We're going to have trivia. Russ Dog in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320 asked if the topics are sports or are there other topics. It's going to be NFL draft trivia. Some of it's going to be really easy. Some of it's going to be not so easy.
I believe you're running trivia that night.
I am running trivia that night. So when D'Lo and KC go to break, I'm going to grab the mic and we're going to do like 3 trivia questions, I think is what we'll have time for.
I'll be hanging out too.
There will be 3 trivia questions. The winner for that round will get, and we have ways to determine winners. The winner for that round will get a prize. You might get some tickets or a shirt or a gift card or something. I don't know. You win a prize if you win the round. It starts at 327. That break, the D'Lo and KC's break at 327. That's where we're going to start trivia. We're going to take at every break a winner, and then there's going to be a full trivia winner. So if you pull up at 527 for the last one, then you're probably not going to be the full winner because you're only going to have 3 questions in. But if you get there at 327 and you hang out for the whole show and you get to participate in every single trivia, you'll have a really good chance to be the top trivia winner. And the prize that you get for that is insane.
It is pretty insane.
It's wild.
Yeah, make sure you get in there on time.
Do you know what it is? Joe, our promotions guy, is looking around.
Promotions guy. I have no idea what the prize is. This is news to me.
Yeah, I mean,
we have let me use the language that I was told to use. We have theme park tickets.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, come with some theme park tickets.
Win tickets to a theme park.
Come to the show. I'm telling you right now, come to the show.
And do trivia the whole time.
Yes, come play trivia.
Because we got
theme park tickets.
Tickets
to the theme park. Yes.
There we go. And I'm assuming no phones allowed. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
So
no, you're not Googling answers.
I've done a lot of these trivia nights. I'll be walking around.
Joe let you know he's gonna proctor this exam.
Dude,
okay, yeah.
I'll be walking around.
Joe's gonna be the 5-0. The 5 Joe. I can't wait. All right. The Golden State Warriors play their playing game tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. And we're going to have that game for you right here on ESPN 1320. Starts at 6:30. You only need one run it back segment, by the way.
Nice.
6:30 p.m. is when coverage begins. Dubs Clippers. And I think we're going to see some NBA history tonight in that game.
I have no clue what you've been talking about. You've been hinting at this all day.
I think we're going to watch the Golden State Warriors become the first team to ever tank a play-in game. They're talking about a minutes restriction for Steph Curry.
Yeah, dude, this team sucks.
They
suck.
Terrible.
I'm sorry, the Warriors, they suck.
They're bad.
Yeah.
They are in the teardown stage. They just don't know it.
This is where like the idea earlier where it's like, oh yeah, have the 7th seed play the 2 seed, and then the 8th and 9th seed can battle it out for the 8th seed. Like this is where it plays because I don't want to see the Warriors play today. I don't expect them to win it. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm gonna be wrong tomorrow. I'll probably be wrong Friday and the rest of my life. But today's like, yeah, I don't expect the Warriors to win at all.
I don't think the Warriors.
They're just not good. Yeah.
Like the players do. The players want to win. Steph Curry is going to go try and get 50. Like they want to win. But you said it. That team is ass.
Yes, thank you.
That team badly needs an injection of young talent. And
shout out to the 2 timelines.
The James Wiseman thing, disaster. The Jonathan Kuminga thing, disaster. Moses Moody has been fine, and hopefully he recovers from his injury and goes on to have a long.
You won a title with Jordan Poole, and then you punched him.
And then got punched in the mouth. They badly need the highest draft pick possible. Like I'm so serious. That matters so much more to the organization. Again, the players are going to go try and win, and they're going to go do their very best to win every game. But as an organization, I think they very much look at this as, hey, if we lose tonight, we're the number 11 pick going into the lottery. If we lose tonight, we'll be number 11. That's the best chance to move up. What's sitting right outside the top 10 might be able to get a good player who's effective, might be able to trade that pick. If you're sitting at 11, if the Kings want to trade Keegan Murray and we think Keegan Murray can help, maybe we can call that. Send them the 11th pick. That is way more beneficial to them. Let's say Steph gets 50 tonight and they upset the Clippers. And then Steph gets 40 and Kristaps Porzingis has a huge game and they beat the Suns. And now they're the 8th seed. They're going to lose by 40 points 4 times to Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
What does that do for you?
Nothing.
And now you're not in the lottery.
There'd be no point to even watch that series.
Not a single point to watch that series. Unless you're just like, yeah, hey, I like watching Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Steph play basketball. Okay, fine.
Love watching good hoops.
That's not going to be a quality basketball series. So I think Golden State very much knows that. They've always been very open and in tune with where they are as a team. They're already talking about a minutes restriction for Steph Curry. Steve Kerr's out here like, yeah, our guys are not playing 40 minutes. Like, what? You're not going to do every single thing you can to try and win this game? Like, no.
You drew it out. There's no reason that it doesn't benefit them in any way.
None. I don't think they're going to foul with a team in the bonus on purpose or something blatant. That's a joke. Okay. I'll workshop that one. I don't think they're going to do something crazy.
Maybe we'll launch an investigation after.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything crazy like that. But if it was like Steph's at 30 minutes and it's a 12-point Clippers lead with 6 minutes left, it would not shock me a bit if the Warriors are like, Steph's done. We're not pushing him a few extra minutes to try and come back in this game. We'll take the L. Thanks.
Yeah. It's like you said, he's on the minutes restriction. They're not torn up to win this game.
Yeah.
I think they're organizationally.
Yes. They're going to try. The players are going to try. You're not going to probably see it actively on the court. But just I don't want to say they're tanking. I just don't think they're going to do every single thing. They'll do a few things in their power to try and win, just not every single one. I'm worried for tonight's playing games after last night's.
No, yeah, yesterday was great. Today's going to be a lot uglier. Cast media. It's not a rivalry. I've said maybe it is, as we are Clippers Nation today.
Really?
That's what Cass says.
I would think you'd want the opposite.
If you're a Kings fan?
Yeah.
Why?
Kenny's got it right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You desperately want
Definitely.
Golden State to empty the tank, winning 2 play-in games, get waxed by the Thunder, and then be out of the lottery.
It's a great point.
That's
You might want to change that up.
That's the
Don't
thinking.
don't say, oh, we're Dub Nation or anything like that.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. No, you don't have to do anything crazy like
Yeah.
that. But that's the thinking man's way of being a hater. Is going, all right, hey, yeah, if they win these couple and they get into they're out of the lottery. Because how stupid would you feel if you're like, yeah, Clipper Nation, let's go Clips. Yeah, and then the Warriors lose and you're like, yeah, they lost, idiots, and then they jump up to number 1 in the lottery. How would you feel then?
I'd feel like a big dummy.
Yeah. So that's all. This is the way. That's the thinking man's way to hate. Root for a couple of wins, let them get into the playoffs.
It's a great point.
Yeah, enjoy that. Enjoy that playoff trip. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. We were just talking about the NFL draft party. And I just want to touch on this very quickly. And then I got a Kings thing I want to get to. We're starting to get a week out of the draft, a week from tomorrow. We're reaching the point of the NFL draft news cycle where everybody just kind of starts reporting everything they're hearing because everything feels like news at this point. Adam Schefter on his podcast said, because he got asked, hey, what's some of the buzz you're hearing? What's some of that? He goes, I've heard from a couple teams that Mekhi Lemon, the USC wide receiver, his stock is falling. Like, oh, that's really interesting. And then Schefter goes, but I heard the same thing about Tet McMillan last year, who University of Arizona receiver, ended up going number 8 overall. Yeah, I heard his stock was falling, but it turns out it wasn't. And then it turns out that Sean Payton and Kyle Shanahan both really wanted Tet McMillan. So, a lot of the stuff about stock falling is teams just trying to get that player's stock to fall, so they fall to them. Then why would you report this, Adam? Why would you say that at all?
It's like the Ruben Bain story that got reported this past week, and teams were familiar, like teams knew about that. It's like you read the story, it's like, why is this out here? It's been resolved, and it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, it's almost like, are you trying to hurt his draft stock at this point? Because I think a GM was asked about, I was like, yeah, we know about it, but like, yeah, it doesn't affect anything. We've known about this.
That's what Adam Schefter said, is teams have known about this for months.
Yeah.
And if you're not familiar, Ruben Bain, defensive end from the University of Miami, was driving a vehicle recklessly and got in an accident that killed a woman. And who was in the car? And he was charged with careless driving. Charges were dropped. He had another careless driving charge a year later. Nobody died in that one. But it's just kind of come out to like, hey, Ruben Bain drove a car and got in an accident that killed someone.
And maybe I misread the first one, because I saw the second one where he had reckless driving. I thought the first one where someone did lose their life, I thought that was just like pure accidental or whatever, but maybe I misread that.
Bottom line is what you said. Teams don't care.
Yeah.
They don't. They find this stuff out. They say, is it going to send him to jail? Is he going to miss time? No? Okay, great. Don't care. Like, that's just what it is.
Yeah.
So, I say all that to say, we're starting to get the teams are calling about the number one pick. Teams poking around, asking the Raiders, what's it take? Get the number one pick. Fine, you can call. I'm not moving it. There's one instance, though, where if I'm the Raiders, I'm listening. The New York Jets have 2 first-round picks next year. They have their own, and then they have the Indianapolis Colts first. If they call and say, hey, starting point is these 2 first-round picks plus future stuff, maybe a second, maybe another first down the line, in that instance, I'm at the very least listening if I'm the Raiders. I don't know if I pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think you listen, but ultimately, like, I think I'm taking Fernando too, number one. Because there's just so many things that could potentially go wrong between now and next year. Where it's like, oh yeah, like, yeah, we're expecting the Jets and the Colts to be bad, but somehow you don't have the number one pick, and you're not going to be able to trade up and land the quarterback that you want. So at this point, yeah, if you like who's there, like, oh yeah, you take him.
That's mostly where I'm at too. And that's why I think you listen on the Jets offer, because, like, man, having potentially 2 top 10 picks next year is pretty enticing. Plus your own pick. But you hit the nail on the head for me. When it comes to quarterback, that position is so important that when there's a player that you've decided is the guy, you just go get him.
Yeah.
You just do it. And yeah, but if you do this, this is where we get with the Kings all the time. Oh, if you make this trade and you get this, if you trade back into the first round, or if you trade this guy and get to that, like, sure, yeah, that's exciting and it's fun to talk about. But let's play this out. Raiders say, cool, we'll take your pick this year and then your 2 picks next year, because the Jets pick 2. We'll take your 2 picks next year with your pick and the Colts pick, and then some future picks. You get Fernando Mendoza, and we'll figure it out next year where there's going to be 15 quarterbacks that go in the first round. But like you just said, what happens if the Jets surprise some people this year? And even if they're 6-7 wins, all right, well, now they're probably not picking in the top 10 anymore. And you know what? What if the Colts are pretty good? What if the Colts make the playoffs? AFC South's not. It's a good division, but nobody's going to confuse it for the best division in football. What if they win the AFC South? All right, well, now that pick's in the 20s. And you're the Raiders. You got Kirk Cousins. What if you win 8 games? All right, well, now you're picking in the mid to high teens. And all of a sudden, this dream draft for, oh man, we might have 3 top 10 picks, 3 top 15 picks. Now you have none. And now you're SOL at the quarterback position, the most important position, when 2 years ago you had it. You had the guy.
Yeah.
Or a year ago. So yeah, I'm with you, man. Just go get the guy. Listen if the Jets want to call, but everybody else, Fernando Mendoza, welcome to Las Vegas.
Yeah, you don't need to dance around it this year.
No,
You won if you're the Raiders. It worked out.
it'd be silly.
Yeah.
Scott Perry and Doug Christie speaking today. I just want to touch on that NFL draft thing real quick. Scott Perry and Doug Christie speaking later today. Jesse Tapia, you are in the press conference. In fact, Jesse and all of you listening / watching are in the press conference. You get to ask Scott Perry or Doug Christie one question. What are you asking them?
I guess it's along the lines for Scott. How much of this year was part of the plan? Yeah, how much this year was like, oh no, like we kind of expected this team to fall a bit. Like we're not surprised that we're the fourth worst record in the league, or like no, we actually expected to compete for the play-in before the season started. Like I just kind of wonder how much of this was expected and how much was it like, oh yeah, we kind of had to pivot. Just kind of what were you expecting in year one?
Interesting.
You also chose not to tank while everyone else did.
That's, yeah, do you regret? What do you feel you gained?
And that question, I feel like we already know the answer to, but
Well, that's what I when you say, is this year part of the plan? Like, well, you always have to be flexible in the NBA. And, we had some injuries and it looked like, we were going to have a real chance to develop some young players and put them in roles that we weren't expecting them to get into. And we're really proud of the way that they developed. And we didn't plan on winning 22 games. You want to win all 82 games every year, but we feel good about the direction we're headed. And we feel good about this draft pick and finding a good player in this draft and moving forward. Great. I would like to know what Scott Perry thinks Doug Christie did well this year. Like, give us your endorsement of Doug Christie as the head coach.
it'll probably have to do with the young guys, I think. Keeping
Young players.
Keeping the locker room together. Having them fighting hard at the end of the season despite the tough year that they've had.
Yeah. That's probably what he leans on.
But I asked if this year was expected or not, and kind of along the lines of that, because all right, if it's oh yeah, no, we expect it to be better and this is kind of due to injuries, all right, then do you expect Domantas Sabonis to kind of be part of what you're doing here?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because if you are expecting to win, you got to keep the talent around.
Yeah. What's the expectation for next year? And how big of a priority is asset accumulation? Because I think that's going to be one of the through lines of this entire offseason.
Yeah.
Are they looking to, again, I'm going to say looking to win, but what I mean is not considering not saying yeah, whatever the record is, the record is. We're just trying to play young guys. And if they happen to win 35, cool. If they win 25, cool. Or is it next year going, all right, hey, last year was really bad. We can't be that bad again. You know what? Hey, there's this package out there for Domas, but it's a late first. It's a Houston first round pick. We don't. We got to keep him around. I would be really interested to know what their expectation is for next year.
Yeah. But, Zabo's right. It's going to be a lot of yapping with not much substance.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. We're not going to get an answer on how they feel about Doug Christie long term. It's going to be Doug Christie's the coach of our team, and we believe in him right now.
Here's my first question. I don't know that I would have the stones to actually ask this, but the good news is I'm just on a radio show right now, and I'm not sitting there in the press conference.
You can be if you would like to be.
No, I can't.
No?
They're not expecting me there. I can't just pull up.
You can just ask for a credential. You can just text James hey, James, text the PR person. I need a credential.
It's Kyle Madson.
I think we can get you a credential today if you want it.
ESPN 1320?
Yes. Ever heard of it?
I would say, hey, why haven't you exercised Doug Christie's third-year option yet? Dance around that one. I don't have a fake
answer. You got to kind of be real. Yeah, you can't really dance around that one. I guess the dance around answer is yeah, well, we really like what Doug is doing, and we want to see what he can do this season. But
you're gonna have to say something negative about the coach in that instance, though.
I don't think so.
Yeah, dude.
We love Doug Christie. We love what he's doing right now. Thanks. Next question.
We'll worry about the future when it gets there.
Scott Perry is a smooth talker. He can get around it.
The 530 says, Scott, what are your expectations of the team next year? What are the expectations set for Doug? And what would have to happen, negative or positive, to change those expectations? 3 questions in one. That's bold.
Yeah.
I think that line of questioning from the 530 on the Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line, I think that line of questioning is one you're going to hear today, though.
Is Doug Christie the biggest question coming out of the season for the Kings?
Yeah. Yeah.
As opposed to any
I don't
player.
even know if it's close.
Yeah, anyone else, a player that, I don't know, a thought doesn't matter.
The lottery and stuff is over here for me.
Yeah.
Like that will play itself out on May 10th, and then we can move forward from there and we'll talk about the draft. But that entire thing is over here. The biggest question coming out of this season, it's 100%, Doug. Because you see how much a coach matters and how much finding the right guy matters. We talk about it with the Hornets, who just won last night. They knew Charles Lee was a guy. Charles Lee is going to be the head coach. He's the guy to take us forward. Great. But we can super rewind the clock to the most extreme example, and we can go, the Warriors said, all right, Mark Jackson got us to this point. Get him out of here. We need Steve Kerr. He's going to take us over the top. He's going to be that guy. So I think it is. It's super important because we've talked about this a bunch. Every time you see these rebuilds, every time you see these kind of ground up rebuilds, the way the Kings are trying to do it, there's multiple coaches. And so I think whether Doug Christie is the guy for the next 3, 4, 5 years is absolutely a question that you have to rapidly find the answer to.
Yeah, then Cade Cunningham started out with Dwayne Casey, then went Monty Williams, and now JB Biggerstaff.
Yep.
So there's 3 right there. I think same with LaMelo Ball.
I think he had Steve Clifford twice.
Steve Clifford twice. Then it'll be Charles Lee. And I think there's one in between there that we're missing.
James Borrego?
James Borrego. I think it was James Borrego. Wow.
Give me 1 second. Now I'm going to be stuck on this, and I need to look it up right now, or it's going to drive me crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's Doug Christie and it's Zach LaVine. I guess are the 2 biggest questions on this Kings team right now.
Steve Clifford only once for LaMelo. It was James Borrego, then Steve Clifford for a couple of years, and then Charles Lee.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's the biggest, because like Dylan Cardwell is cool. We'll see. Max Reynaud, we'll see. Nick Clifford, we'll see. Like all those guys matter in their own way, but I don't think any of them have the gravity of the head coaching decision.
Yeah.
And I think you're probably right on how this is going to play out. They're going to let the entire year play out before they figure out what the future holds.
Aaron making the chat out says, if you were the Kings, would you trade the 6th pick this year for Kello Ware? I wouldn't. I think he's going to be a very good player, but he's not someone that I think I would want to potentially build around.
I like Kello Ware very much as a player.
Yeah.
Not the 6th pick.
Yeah.
If you flipped Keegan for the 11th pick and Miami said, hey, how about the 11th pick for then yeah.
Yeah, you do that deal, but yeah.
But 6 is a thumbs down for me.
I think anything in the top 10 I'm keeping this year for the Kings. Unless been Kenny's guy, but unless Paolo Banchero's available or something like that. I think from the 5th pick and on, you're kind of thinking about that. Even maybe potentially the 3rd or 4th pick.
I don't think I'm trading a top 5 pick for Paolo.
You wouldn't?
Not this year. I think I would like to pair Paolo with that pick. If you're trading for Paolo,
you'd rather take a chance on Caleb Wilson rather than build around Paolo? And I say take a chance because we don't know.
I mean, probably, but I think you could have the contracts and the assets to get Paolo later.
Yeah.
Potentially. Unless they're like, he absolutely has to move this offseason. I don't think I'm doing a top 5 pick for him, though. I have to think about it.
Think about it.
I'm going to have to think really hard about that.
Yeah, think about it. We'll talk about it on a radio show one day.
Yeah, we will. Maybe we'll ask Jason Timpf. He is the host of Hoops Tonight. It's available on YouTube on the Volume Sports Network. He is my favorite basketball analyst. It's not going to be takes. You're going to learn something about the NBA playoffs. Talking to Jason Timpf, and we'll chat with him next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, I think this is a good one too. Like, and I know Gregory's joking with how many point guards are we bringing in next season, but I do think Scott Perry has the same number one question that he had last offseason. It's like, hey, what does this team need? What's this team's number one need? Well, Wheezy, many are saying Let's see. I forgot to send. Hey, perfect. Thanks. Oh, I was in the wrong email. That's why I couldn't find it. Let's see. What was I looking for?
Fred, because you said please, I will look into Baba Miller.
Into what? Presser's at 10 o'clock, Zabo.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you listening. Yeah, it keeps it G. Like, I'm really trying to do the whole, it's a 162 game season. But after the last 2 Red Sox games, I'm like, yeah, they're cooked. Everyone sucks right now. What's up, Manny?
The fu- I'm gonna start wearing a tie.
That could be like your new bit.
Yeah.
I think a tie would be cool, actually. I do.
I want to be like here for the day. We're just like, yeah, I think that's a stupid idea, Kyle. Like, you're like, what are you thinking?
He does that, but
I
in his
do.
own subtle joke.
I
Does
do
he?
it.
Yeah,
I
he'll
do.
say he'll say some shit like this. He'll be like, I'll say, hey, I'm gonna do A, B, and C, and he'll go, that's what you're gonna do?
That's the nice way to do it too, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks.
Oh, maybe not actually.
Jason, what's up, man?
What's going on, Jason?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Hanging in there. We're about a minute out on the radio side. You were live on YouTube right now, though. Yeah, man, just fired up. We got a couple of great basketball games last night.
Yeah, no kidding. I will say, just in the interest of full disclosure, I've been so keyed in on the playoffs and the rundown. I have not been watching almost any Kings lately. So just
We got you,
All
man.
right,
It's
well,
all
never
good.
mind.
No, it's all
Bye.
good. We got you.
That's what Jesse goes.
One
Jesse,
of us.
we're-
One of us.
we were talking about it before the show, well, over the last couple of days, but it's just like Jason is just really good at talking hoop, and Jesse today goes, are we asking anything about the Kings? I was like, probably not. Like, I don't.
yeah, like when I do my season previews in October, I will then try to wrap my head around what the hell just happened with Sacramento. But like, yeah, it's just this time of year is just so insane on the other stuff.
Well, we talk about this a lot because it's really hard to cover a whole league. Like, it's so you have to break it into parts where it's like, okay, this is the biggest thing that's happening, and these 4 or 5 teams or whatever are involved. And when you're where the Kings are and the Nets and the Jazz and all those teams, like, you just fall by the wayside
10 seconds.
by January.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
All right, we're coming back here.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse, Joe Brazil on the ones and twos, and Jason Tiff from Hoops Tonight, part of the Volume Sports Network. You can find that on YouTube. He does a great job breaking down all things NBA. Kind enough to join us here on the eve of the second set of play-in games. We got a couple of great play-in games last night to start things off, though, Jason. Appreciate you hopping on with us.
First of all, I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me on. I've been talking about this a lot on my show lately, just all the discussions surrounding the NBA and kind of the state of where things are. And I think all the stuff about the regular season is really important. I had a conversation with Brian Windhorst yesterday that comes out tomorrow on my channel, where he made a really fascinating point about how, like, the amount of money that's coming into the league can trick you into thinking everything's fine, but that money is mostly coming in as a product of the media landscape and just all the money that's just kind of naturally getting injected into the industry. So it's very dangerous if you just assume that means everything's fine. And I think the NBA has some regular season problems to fix. But one of the things I've been saying on my show consistently, and I truly believe this, is that the peak of the NBA, which is that any matchup between two of their good teams that are really trying and playing hard with some stakes and some urgency, I think that's better than it's ever been in the NBA. Whether it's even a regular season game like Wemby versus Jokic a few Saturdays ago, or, the Jokic versus Shea showdown, some of the stuff that LeBron and Steph gave us in battles over the last few years, or a play-in game like last night. When the NBA is at its best, the NBA ceiling is higher than ever to me. Like, it's just the quality of the basketball is outrageous.
Yeah.
Coming out of yesterday's game, do the Heat need to go and make that move for Giannis, or maybe rethink what they're doing?
Oh,
they need to do something. I as I was watching that game, I'm like, man, like, Heat culture is real. Like, Heat culture can only carry you so far when you don't have the talent, but they really are just an incredibly well-coached team that has an incredibly strong culture. Like, I thought their guard switching last night was kind of the story of the game, and I thought that was what caused Charlotte to have trouble generating quality three-point looks. Like, they were running drop, and obviously they're getting up into the ball handlers, which was making the pull-up threes tough. But in all the guard actions, like, Synergy logged the Hornets at 36 catch and shoot jump shots, but only logged 3 of them as unguarded, which just goes to show you how sharp Miami was in their closeouts. Like, and by the way, Charlotte averages 16 unguarded catch and shoot shots a game. So that goes to show you how far Miami held them below their average. But, like, I just thought their defense was incredible. I thought the overall, like, just relentlessness of their drives and the way that broke down Charlotte at the point attack over and over again. Like, Miami I'm so sick of watching their culture and their coach, who I think is at worst the second best coach in the league. I think it's like him or Joe Mazzulla right now are the two that I'm really keyed in on. But, like, at worst the second best coach in the league, and he's just consistently working every year at a massive talent disadvantage. And I'm just sick of it. I want to see them work with more talent. So if it's Giannis, I don't care if it's Giannis. I don't care if it's someone else. Like, they need to bring some talent in here, man. I'm just sick of watching them be the young, like, spunky team. Or I shouldn't even say young. I'm sick of seeing them be the spunky underdog. I just want to see some real talent in there.
yeah, the Heat going to grit their way to the 8th seed year after year until they try and do something different. Jason Timpf from Hoops Tonight, part of the Volume Sports Network, joining us. Do you feel like we saw the Hornets kind of collectively take a step as a team last night? Because there were multiple moments in that game I thought the Heat were going to just kind of put the screws down. That's a team that's been there before against a team that hasn't. And then the Hornets just kept coming up with enough of a run or enough of the big shots to keep them in that game.
It's so funny. Like, I was low on the Hornets to start the year. Then they completely won me over the course of the season. Not just the Hornets, but LaMelo. Like, I think if LaMelo stays healthy, he should be like the cornerstone of that franchise. Like, it was one of the big reasons why I didn't think Kahn should win Rookie of the Year. I just thought, especially as you dug into it, every time I watched the Hornets, I'm like, LaMelo's the dude that's really driving all of this. And even Kahn's success and Brandon Miller's success, a lot of it comes off of the chaos that LaMelo creates. And so I want to preface this by saying I'm a big believer in the Hornets long term, but I thought last night was mostly a demonstration of the things they have to get better at for them to reach their goals. And really, it came down to a couple of different things. One, they're a little dependent on the 3-point shot right now, having some semblance of basically, I imagine just a better version of Miles Bridges, some sort of big forward that can bring more of a matchup attacking element that can get some higher quality twos closer to the rim, although they actually were pretty good on pick and roll twos last night. But the second piece of it is their perimeter defense is just awful. Miami, if they don't hit those 2 prayers, Brandon Miller and Kobe White in the left corner, they don't hit those 2 prayers, Miami goes 4-1 against them this year, in large part because they just drive it down your throat, and Charlotte can't contain drives. Like, to continue all of the Golden State comps that you see thrown around from, like, young Warriors, like, what kind of was the difference between them being a young, exciting team and them being a championship contender was Steph and Clay embracing the defensive end and becoming good defensive players relative to their talent. And I think that's, I don't think the problem is going LaMelo, Con, Brandon. I don't think you need to swap that at all. I just think those three guys collectively need to get a lot better at the point of attack. And that brings me to the last piece of it. Like, again, I believe in LaMelo Ball. He's the MVP of this team. I think he should be the franchise cornerstone. That dude's got to grow up. There's a lot of stuff with him that is glaring immaturity between like last night. It's like you're guarding Davion Mitchell, who's the primary driver of this offense in early offense. And like you keep celebrating every time you make a shot or make a nice pass. And like the play that kind of demonstrated this perfectly was when he hit the three and then he like celebrated and then Davion just toasted him for an easy little layup on the other side
away,
of the court, like immediately. And like he got back cut by Davion in a big possession late in the game. Like the little lapses in focus, like the bad turnover in overtime and then the foul on Tyler Hero. Like he turned what should have been a win into almost loss in a matter of seconds. But then at the same time, it's like the only reason they had a shot to win that game is because of what he was doing generating offense, despite him missing every damn three he took. And because he hits the game winner on that drive. So like, again, it's a growing up process. The dirty plays, that's completely unacceptable. Grow up, dude. You're being Grayson Allen. No one likes Grayson Allen. Okay. Like, come on, man. And then lastly, like, you're driving like an asshole, or part of my language, you're driving like a jerk in downtown Charlotte. Like you gotta grow up, man. And so like, to me, part of that growth for Charlotte and where they need to get is just LaMelo needs to grow up.
Yeah. Going to the other game yesterday, the Portland Trailblazers beat the Suns. Denny Avdija scores 41. Is it job well done on their season, or can they give the Spurs some fits? Not saying they're going to beat the Spurs or anything like that. I think we're all expecting the Spurs to handle that series, but are they going to have anything for San Antonio?
I think so. Like, I saw the line this morning, and I think it was like right around like minus 2,000, and I was like, what? Like, we're talking. San Antonio should be favored. Like, I think San Antonio is going to win, but like, I actually think Portland has the ability to cause some problems for San Antonio on a couple of different levels. So, first of all, what was really fascinating was when both teams went small down the stretch of that game, and it turned into like this, like everybody's switching everything. We're playing one-on-one, and Denny Avdija is just better at basketball than Devin Booker. Like that was what was like screaming off the screen as you're watching that game. And that lineup, that Shaedon Sharpe, Denny Avdija, Tamani Kamara, Jeremy Grant, Drew Holiday lineup has only played before last night, had only played 96 possessions. So like literally less than one game's worth of basketball. So we barely seen it this year, but when they've been on the floor together, they've had a 149 offensive rating in that very small sample. And you saw a continuation of that down the stretch of that game when they just scored at will. And so what I think matches up well with San Antonio in that kind of expanding on that concept is I think when Wemby's on the floor, if they go to more of those small ball looks, I think they can get away with clinging against Cornet a little bit more. But in those small ball looks, if they switch everything and they keep that physical presence up underneath Wemby, they shut off the ball screen attack. And most importantly, Wemby will most likely guard Tamani Kamara. But if they find ways to space the floor with that five-man group to open up Denny's driving ability, like I think San Antonio is going to win, but I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they lean into their small ball looks if Portland pushes that thing to 6.
Interesting. I'm glad you agree with me. That makes me feel a lot better. Jesse's writing off the Blazers, and I refuse. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Jason Tiff, Hoops Tonight, part of the Volume Sports Network, joining us. It seems like it's Oklahoma City, San Antonio. Is there anybody else that's threatening to come out of the West for you?
Denver, to me, you can't write off. My problem is like I just have been so disappointed with their performances against Oklahoma City over their last several matchups. So obviously they had the game where everyone sat out recently where Denver's bench beat Oklahoma City's bench. But if you dig into their previous 7 matchups, which spans the final 4 games of the playoff series last year and their first 3 regular season games this year, OKC is 6-1. And the dynamic on both ends of the floor has been problematic for Denver. A lot of the gimmicky stuff that Denver did, the zones, the gapping, the passive defense, that hasn't worked on OKC the way that it used to in the early part of that series last year. And then on the other end of the floor, like the big thing that has been like no one can guard Denver's offense, right? Like, I mean, even San Antonio can't guard Denver, like with Wemby. But OKC has had a ton of success with their defense against Denver's offense. And that's what concerns me the most. It's been like kind of dominant between those two teams. And so as I look at the top of the league in the West, I view OKC as like a gigantic favorite over Denver. Like I'd give them like 75-25 advantage. I have Denver with an advantage over San Antonio. Like I'd give Denver like a 60-40 chance to beat San Antonio. And I give San Antonio the edge over OKC. Like I give them about a 60-40 shot over OKC. So it's kind of this weird rock, paper, scissors thing. And this is what is so important about that foolish strategy from San Antonio to basically bench their starting centers in the game on Sunday against Denver. By winning that game, they could have kicked Denver to the OKC side. Then OKC could have taken care of Denver for them. And then San Antonio would have had easier first couple of matchups. They could have gotten into their OKC matchup in the conference finals and been in really good shape. But because they benched their starting centers and they ended up toasting that game off, now Denver's in the same side of the bracket with them. And I think Denver is probably going to beat San Antonio. And then again, you can't write Denver off because I think they have a shot to beat OKC, but I think they're drawn dead in that specific matchup compared to some of the other matchups in the West. So again, I think it's because of what happened on Sunday. It's like OKC, large gap to like Denver, San Antonio, Boston, and then the rest of the field. Whereas had San Antonio won on Sunday, I think it would have been much more bunched up because of the matchups and the fact that, you know, Denver wouldn't have been able to knock out San Antonio, which then San Antonio could knock out OKC. And then like even the Eastern Conference teams, like we've seen New York have success against the Spurs this year. So like you could talk yourself, if you're a Knicks fan, we make it to the finals, we can beat San Antonio. I'd probably pick Boston over San Antonio. Whereas OKC makes the finals, you're picking OKC. Even if you give Boston a shot, you're picking them easy over New York, and you're giving them a pretty decent advantage over Boston. So that Sunday, it like really clarified things for me. I think OKC is a pretty substantial favorite, and that's reflected in the odds. I think they're like plus 110 in Vegas right now.
Wow.
Boston going to be facing the winner of the 76ers and Magic matchup tonight. Why have the Magic been so disappointing this season?
So it's several things. Their coach is bad.
10 minutes, Jason.
Yeah, exactly. Their coach is bad. He is, over the last several years, has had the least sophisticated offensive structure of any team that I've seen. And it's been especially disappointing because you go and get Desmond Bane, which is exactly the type of player that can cause a lot of problems for teams if he's consistently running action with your forwards. But instead, it kind of devolved too often this year into your turn, my turn stuff, like Desmond Bane running action with Wendell Carter Jr. And then when Paolo has the ball, he's running action with Jalen Suggs or Anthony Black. And you're like, this just doesn't even make sense to me. And then, so you have the lack of offensive sophistication. And then it's compounded by the fact that Paolo's player development trajectory has just been like just terrible relative to what you would hope for from a player of his caliber. And like, if he had developed more as a polished offensive player, if he had developed more as a read and react guy, if he had developed more even as a two-way guy, there just is a much higher ceiling for this team. And then you triple down on it all by saying, even though Jamal Mosley's a bad coach, and even though Paolo is underdeveloped player, you have the injuries, and then the whole team seems to have just like given up on their coach, which has caused this like culture problem. And it's like the worst kept secret in the NBA that Jamal Mosley's getting fired after the season. So like it kind of just feels like a lost season in a lot of ways. So what I'm hoping is that Philly wins tonight. I'll be rooting for Charlotte versus Philly, and then hopefully we'll get Charlotte versus Detroit in the first round.
That's our hope too.
Yeah.
Charlotte, Detroit would be a ton of fun. Talking with Jason Timpf of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. What's the deal with Luka? I've seen the reporting that he could come back late in the first round. He's back in LA. He got the treatment on his hamstring out in Europe. He'll be back late in the first round. Is there a chance they get to late in the first round without him?
I think that if you look at the way, did you guys see the schedule that came out today? And they have 2 days off between game 1 and game 2, and then 2 days off between game 2 and game 3.
Did not see that.
That is an advantage to an old man LeBron and an older Marcus Smart. So I think like I would be absolutely stunned if the Lakers won this series. I would be absolutely stunned if Luka came back. I think the best thing that Luka can do is get healthy, because what they flashed in March is a very interesting title upside that I think, with a couple of smart moves from Rob Pelinka, another offseason of improvement from Austin, a healthy Luka that starts the season closer to what he was in March, getting LeBron to come back. I think LeBron will shoot the ball better next year. He always responds to his bad shooting seasons with good shooting seasons. I think they have a high ceiling next year. So, I don't think it's worth risking, especially when your reward for upsetting Houston is getting into a series with OKC. So I don't really see the point in Luka coming back. So I think it's what you see is what you get in terms of what the Lakers have been the last week. And I think that's what's going to face off with Houston. I do think that LeBron is closer to Kevin Durant than people think. Even though Kevin Durant had a better season. And I do think Kevin Durant, because if LeBron had his jump shot, I think LeBron's a better player than KD right now. But because LeBron's had such a poor jump shooting season, I think KD's a better player than him right now. So with that being the case, I think LeBron can extend this series. I think he can push it to 5 or 6 games, but I just would be absolutely floored if they won. The talent advantage is just too substantial.
Hey, you mentioned there something we talked about this a little bit earlier with Golden State, and you just mentioned it there, keeping Luka out, because even if you get by Houston, you've got a matchup against Oklahoma City waiting, and yikes. I don't think Golden State's going to tank tonight, but would you be surprised if they quote unquote called the dogs off if it's a 12-point game with 6 minutes left and said, hey, we're not going to try and scratch and claw to get to the 8 seed. We'll just hang out in the lottery instead and take this loss?
The hard part there is, I think Steph loves basketball, and I think he loves competing. And I think that he knows his days are numbered overall anyway. And even if it was a first-round exit versus OKC, I think Steph would want to be there. So, to your point, I think if it got really ugly, then yeah, they would punt. But if it's within striking distance, I think they'll go for it. And frankly, I was talking about this earlier this week on my show. I think in general, what Steph has done trying to come back this season is what the league needs more of, which is a understanding that sometimes strategy is bad for the league. Thinking that resting players or not playing basketball, even if it might benefit your team in the long run, has a negative impact on the overall health of the league. And again, I'm never insinuating that players should play hurt, but I do think there's a lot of players refusing to play when they're sore. And I don't think it's necessarily the players' fault. I think the decision makers, the front offices, the ownership groups, the coaching staffs, probably the front offices and the ownership groups more, have somehow along the way convinced players that hey, it's in our best interest if you don't play even though you can. I think that has been a cultural shift in the NBA that's been bad for the league. And I think guys like Steph saying, nah, man, I'm here to play. Because you could argue that the best thing for the Warriors is for Steph to go get healthy. And we'll go at it next year. We'll make a move this summer. Jimmy rejoins the team if he doesn't get traded at some point. We go try to win this thing. That would be for the best. But Steph's no, I'm a basketball player. I play in the NBA. My fans pay to see me play. I'm going to play. And I respect that. I think that's what the league needs more of.
I totally agree. And I think Jason Timpf is what this show needs more of. Appreciate you dropping by, man. Hoops Tonight, Volume Sports Network. You can find that on YouTube. Jason does a really great job, and I'm sure going to be plenty of content coming out throughout the NBA playoffs, and we're looking forward to it. Thanks so much, man.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on. It was good to see you guys. I'll see you next time.
You too, buddy. See ya. Jason Timpf, he's one of the best. I meant to ask him who he thinks is going to win the finals. Sounds like OKC.
We ran out of time. I was going to get a next question in there.
Is
Is it finally their time? Are they taking the next step? People were so Boston, and I'm all with that. But I think this is it for the Knicks. This is it. If they're not going to do it here, then I'm not sure you will.
I irrationally, that's kind of how I feel about the Baltimore Ravens, to be honest with you. It's hey, if you're
Oh, my bad. What's good? Get Casey on the screen. There we go. No technical difficulties over here. What up, Germ? Scooter, what's good? BK, what's happening? Will Z in here. Kenny wasn't playing when he said that bag of Fritos ain't gonna last till. Ain't gonna last till May or whatever. I think that's what he said. Mrs. Mac 10, what's happening? Boot them. There we go. Y'all here, send me some Fritos. The other James, what's up, man? Warren's hearing an echo. All I hear is Kenny's mic squeak. Katrina, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
Will Z in the house.
Poor Will. Barely got to talk to Will all year.
The numbers are so bad.
Mm-hmm. Like, how many times you want me to reinvent saying that they're bad? DC, Westside Kings, what's happening?
No, I'm not rubbing my hands all over any mic.
What?
Scooter says to rub your hands all over the mic. Absolutely not.
Hey, that shot by Tyler Hero was kind of crazy. That shot in the corner was nuts. What a game.
What a night.
Yeah, right. Did you write those top two things in the...
Yeah.
You wrote those?
Yeah. On the drive in.
No, that's
Thoughts on 80.
Well, I like the second one a lot because I noticed something. I noticed something in the press conference.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Maybe we don't know.
It.
Maybe we don't know. I don't know.
Molly, what you got going on? What's up? What's up? You back? What's up? Coach?
Zabo says Scott said pillars and he turned the live off. So did Jesse. I'm not listening to this. Oh, Tim McMahon. What is tomorrow's headline for two more playing games? I'm assuming the headline is what's next for the Warriors. That's what Tim McMahon says. He said Steph is on a minutes restriction tonight, huh?
That's crazy.
Because he wasn't on a minutes restriction when he came back, was he? Or at least they didn't say it.
No.
It appeared that he was, but they didn't flat out say he was.
I think if I heard correctly, I think he got hurt in the Kings game. He aggravated something in the Kings game. I think that's what like Bonte and them were talking about this morning.
Shut it down, pal.
Mm.
Shut it down. Yeah, tanking and a plane. We've been talking about it, Albie. That's the move.
Man, I need these boys to go to work.
Okay.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go. Hey, one more time, because why not?
Yes, sir.
We welcome you in here to the tax day, the Jackie Robinson day, the Wednesday, April 15th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of
Alongside
Sacramento.
EP.
What are you doing with him?
Tapia here as we are with you till 6 p.m. today. 2 more playing games to get into. What a fantastic night.
Oh, man, great night.
Never get rid of the play-in. That was awesome. That was so great to have 2 games that went that way. Just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Lots of storylines coming out of both of them.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to cover all of that. But we've got our own bit of stuff jumping up, not quite as exciting as what happened last night. But, of course, Doug Christie and Scott Perry gave their exit press conferences today to the media contingent. Doug spoke first. Scott Perry, in his usual charming self, spoke second. And they were, I don't think anybody said anything that was, whoa. Well, Scott did say one thing, but it wasn't whoa. It was like, bruh, stop.
Well, are you going to elaborate on what that?
Well, the thing about Max, he said we got Max at 42, and if the draft was redone today, he'd probably go top 5.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
like,
I
saw that one
too.
Scott,
I might have zoned him out when he's
he said that, but because that was I had the joint playing in my headphones, and I'm walking around and I'm doing stuff, and it was one of those things where he said, because they obviously Max, Neek, Dylan, a big talking point. It kind of ends there when it comes to young players, but we'll get to that part. Yeah. So those guys were a big, focal point of the conversation, focal point of the questions, both of them. And, I'm kind of moving around and to say, yeah, we got Max at 42. And if the draft was redone, he'd probably go top 5. And I stopped and looked at nothing in particular. And I was like, all right, Cooper, VJ, isn't Ace Bailey in this class? Yeah. Isn't Derek Queen and Jeremiah Fears in this class?
Yeah. He jumped out the window.
I'm
looking at it right now. He could have said top 10.
I was going to say he might go top 10.
He could have said top 10. He jumped out the window.
Because like Derek Queen would move up.
Yes.
Derek Queen would, Max, obviously. Max would absolutely move up. He'd be the biggest bump up. Derek Queen would move up into the top, maybe 6, 5. Who was 1, 2, 3? Who was 4?
Con.
Oh, Con Knipple was 4. Yeah, he's not cracking the top 5.
No, top 5.
He's not cracking the
no-go.
top 5.
Top 10, like I'm looking at Igor went to Brooklyn. Well, actually, I think he's a good ball player.
Trey's in the top 10, right? The dude in Washington.
Yeah, he's top.
I think he'd stay there.
Yeah, for sure.
Or stay in the top 10.
Cedric Howard.
He'd
be lottery for sure. Top 10 to 14.
Okay. You could sell me on top 10.
Top 5.
Top 5 immediately was like
you jumped out the
second.
window.
I don't think that's happening. The Charlotte Hornets are taking Maxine Reynaud instead of Con Knipple. Didn't even mention Dylan Harper went to San Antonio at 2 this year.
Yeah.
But other than that, and that wasn't like, oh, Scott, that was more funny. Like, all right, man. Like, come on, man. There were a couple of things. I don't know about you guys. There was definitely some things that, like, much like that remark from Scott Perry, that kind of caught my attention and got me to look off in the distance. And Doug was the first one. Two things. This one didn't give me a lot of thought, but it did. We've heard this a lot, and we mentioned this a couple of days ago. I think you reminded us it was Dylan Cardwell who was the first one to say this team was together. And Doug talked about the positive mindset that this group had, as bad as it was. And we wondered, especially in November, we wondered what was going on with this team and what would get them to a point where this collection of individuals was getting beat the way that they were as frequently as they were. You rewind yourself back to that time. I know it seems like an eternity ago. These games were regularly over in the first quarter. These games were regularly over with time left in the first quarter. And that is that's a baffling act in the NBA, period, to happen over a 13-week stretch. It's a baffling act when and this, we'll get to the next part of what Doug said. When you have talent on this team the way that the Sacramento Kings did to start this season. Keegan Murray was injured, but the rest of the roster wasn't dead. Right. And speaking of talent, Doug talked about the talent on this team. Someone, and forgive me for not referencing who it was, shout out to all the media that was out there asking questions. They did a fantastic job. They brought up Zach LaVine and Zach LaVine's remark about this talent, this team being loaded with talent. And Doug's response was, it felt pretty direct to me. It was talent has to fit. Talent has to be willing to sacrifice. And, there's going to be a lot of speculation as to who he's talking about in that remark. And I thought that was interesting. I think it's something a lot of Kings fans already felt, but to hear your coach say it, I think it hits a little different.
So you're not the only one that heard that remark and it stood out, right? And in particular, when you talk about what Zach LaVine said the day before, 2 days before. And man, I don't necessarily see that, not saying that you're saying this specifically, but I don't see that as a direct shot at Zach.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I did not think that was a shot at Zach.
That's what's going out. That's what's going around.
That's not what I thought.
I didn't think so either. Well, okay, let's go there. Because a lot of people think it's Zach.
I don't.
And
well, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
They think it's Zach. And then number one, also, like, he didn't, if I remember correctly, he didn't say that out of the blue. He was asked about Zach.
He was asked
saying that, or
he was asked about Zach's. He was asked about Zach's remark that he made yesterday about excuse me, about this team being loaded with talent. That was the question. And well, that was the lead into the question. The specific question, I'm sorry, I can't remember, but it might have been, do you agree with Zach? And that was his response, like, right, talent has to fit.
Right. Which is, I thought was like a general, like, yes, like I can like everyone on the, if I'm the coach, I could like everyone on the team. I could think everyone on the team is talented. I could, think that they've tried their hardest, and also realize, like, yeah, it didn't fit though. We got to get everybody pulling in the right direction, in the same direction, and that not be pointed towards somebody, right? But to talk about Zach specifically, so a lot of people pointed that being about Zach's comments and kind of towards Zach not being bought in. Maybe so. But didn't Doug Christie a number of different times in the beginning of the year kind of go out of his way to praise Zach LaVine?
He praised
and his effort, his commitment
on the defensive end.
Yeah.
I feel like those, and I don't want to rewrite history. I also don't want to be wrong. I feel like he was asked questions specifically about defense, not necessarily Zach in defense, but defense.
Right.
And he took that opportunity to mention what Zach was doing on the defensive end.
Right. Yeah. And
yeah, it happened.
He did that. Zach we know for, I can't remember if we talked about this on air or not, so I'll just say we know for a fact, like, he did not take kindly to anybody saying he quit or
Mhm.
wanted to be
Yep.
perfectly. Hey, I'm trying out here.
Mhm.
Like, I'm really giving effort out
Mhm.
here. So, like I said, the thought, I think there was a thought going around, at least on King's Twitter and stuff like that, that was a direct retort or shot at Zach.
Not how I take
And
it.
I didn't think about it that way. But those comments stood out, whether it's from you,
Yeah.
from King's Twitter, whatever. Those comments stood out as, I don't want to say a shot, but a response or enlightening to some going towards a certain player or a group of players.
I don't.
So you're not alone in that. Maybe
So,
you just have a different player that you're thinking.
I have a different player. It doesn't have to be a single player.
Mhm.
It could be a multitude of players. It could be a collection of players. I'm going to tell you who I don't think it is. I don't think it's DeMar DeRozan, and I don't think it's Russell Westbrook. I think it's Domantas Sabonis.
Mm.
That's who I think he's talking to. I'm speculating.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it was just a remark he made, and he wasn't speaking to anybody specific. But I think it was Domantas Sabonis, and it's that remark. It's a combination of stuff that you just hear throughout an 82-game season.
Mm-hmm.
There's also one guy who was frequently mentioning being All-NBA yesterday.
Mm.
And, hey, salute. Like, to me, I look at that as I have, I did a fitness photo shoot with my man Lemon, your boy, at Game Fit.
Yeah.
And
It's your boy.
that pic, no, that's my man. That's my man. It was just funny because he was on the show when I wasn't here. But I have these pictures of that shoot on the internet, and it's like I look at that, like, once you do that, that's your commitment right there. That's what I need to look like right there. And I'll look at that like that's what I have to do. That's not what I look like today, but that's what I want to look like in 3 months. Domas, it's a goal. It's goal setting, right? It's accountability. When Domas said it, I took that as goal setting, as accountability. Like, this is who I'm going to be. But listening to Doug today, it was like, maybe they needed something a little bit different from you this year. And, prior to your injury, of course. Now, I think we have a little more context than we had at any point this season with Domas talking about getting hurt in that Laker game, which was as he pointed out, his second game of the season. But I don't know. This is our life this offseason, right, to speculate, put together, discuss, figure out all of that stuff. But I knew Zach would be the first thought, and I don't think Zach is absolved of anything. But I really thought maybe that was if that was directed at anyone, I thought it might be directed at Domantas Sabonis.
See, the other thing about, because it was just a quote for me. It didn't register to me.
Let me see if I can find. Everybody posted the whole
exit interview.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find that clip. Maybe I'm leaving out context. Maybe tone is important. I'll see if I can find it.
It was when Doug is speaking, it just stood out to me as him talking about, in general, this is how you got to go about it as a team and as a basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't look at it as a shot or directed towards anybody. First and foremost, because I don't think that's how Doug Christie, the head coach, gets down. I believe, I could be wrong. I don't know him, but I believe Doug Christie is a lot like myself in the thinking of, we keep family business at all times.
Sure.
And if I'm going to say something to you, I'm going to say it to you. I'm not going to take side swipes in public and in the media. Could be wrong. There could be times it's like, hey man, I just got to, maybe this is the way I get to this guy. I don't know. Maybe
he didn't.
Maybe he learned that over the course of being, a coach for a full season. I don't know. But I think I'm sorry about that.
No,
but
you're
I
good.
think in those situations, I don't think he would direct something at somebody through the media or one of his players through the media.
Could lend credence to it wasn't a player.
Mm-hmm.
It was a makeup of the basketball team.
Right.
I'm gonna pull Doug Christie's exit interview in here, courtesy of Sean Cunningham.
Shout
He had
out Doug in the suit. I was just
he looked
listening.
Good.
I didn't.
Yeah, no, he looked good
by my phone when I was listening, so I didn't. It's the first time I seen him in the suit.
Yeah,
Okay,
he looked very good. Gave a brief opening statement. I think that's where he mentioned the 294 missed games for Kings players. But I remember that question about fit. I feel like it was early. This is 22 minutes, so I'm going to navigate. I'm going to do my best to navigate this. But I forgive me for not being smart in time stamping this. Here's Doug Christie.
How do you think that you
don't
align with your standards and
okay, that's not the question. I didn't even give it. So all I'm going to do is just scan ahead and look for Doug to stop talking, because that means the next question is coming.
Is a big blessing. Yeah.
Hey, Doug.
Hey.
You had player exit interviews on Monday and Tuesday. Just want to know what
Jay.
was the overarching message to the players to the offseason.
That we must improve.
There it is. Yep.
We absolutely must improve. Take this time, decompress, make sure that you let the body heal and all that. But what we experience is unacceptable. Period. And however we have to do it, and in mind, how we have to do it, but it has to happen. So don't let this be any indication of what we shall experience going forward. Yeah.
Hey, Doug. Where do you feel like you had to?
Okay.
I don't know if
could be wrong. Shout out Sean.
Shout out Sean. And first of all, before you
try
get
one
on
more.
that thought process, wouldn't Doug look great like this on the sidelines? Yes.
Boo.
No. Yes. What if
sound-
you saw him after the game looking just like this, before the game looking just like this?
It's
He
why
looked
is
great.
that man wearing a suit for a basketball game? We're here to play basketball, not
Doug-
sell insurance.
Doug looks terrific. You sound like a crotchety old man when you do this.
Pat Riley was in the building last night.
Oh, that's it. See, this is the oldest thing about you. You're barking at the clouds about coaches wearing
Doug don't
suits.
even look like he's enjoying wearing that suit.
Need to bring it back.
I guarantee Doug took that off the second he walked behind
It's the
that
move I
curtain.
make after like weddings and stuff like that.
Didn't Adam Silver? Somebody said they were going to talk about that.
I
I don't know if it was Adam Silver.
Adam
Somebody
Silver, bro, you've got bigger issues to deal with. Stop worrying about what these coaches
I think
wear.
Ime brought it up how they vote on it every year, but like 90% of the coaches still say to wear the jumpsuits or whatever.
Ime, you worry about a pick and roll.
What
Don't
about
worry
the
about
what
you're
about the
wearing.
assistants who they got to get suits too?
Yeah, coach buying for them. They're making $5 million a year. Well, most of them make $5 million.
Not everyone.
Man.
Not everyone.
Come on, man.
Maybe combined.
Wow.
Hey, Doug, kind of piggybacking off of that question, you had stated that one of the positives of this.
I'm never going to find it. You know what? As a matter of fact, I lied. It didn't even happen. I love that Kevin.
We all just dreamt it.
I love that Kevin's mic sounded hot like the second he just said hi. Love Kevin John.
That was probably the biggest.
Hi, Doug. 2 questions. First, I know you don't like talking about yourself, but
This was actually. I'm gonna let this ride.
Christie
This
who
was a
might have
great
asked.
question.
Yeah, I think it was her second question. I think she might have been the one that asked the question.
if you could give yourself a grade for, given the cards that you were dealt with, the injuries, it being your first season, how would you kind of just assess the job that you did in year 1?
Shout out to Tristy. She said 2 questions. She asked 1. She'll get to the second one later.
It can't be too high because it wasn't where we wanted. That's just who I am. I'm not gonna say, are there some positives? Yeah, but to put something on it, I failed because we didn't get to where we want to go. That's the nature of this business. And I have to be better. It starts with me. So that's just what it is.
And secondly, what was it like coaching Russell Westbrook for a full season? And kind of just, we know the player that he is, but just kind of seeing how he stepped up as a leader for this specific team?
You know, it was both of our vets, but Russell in particular. It was a blessing because I would say in many ways, like when you coach greatness like that, it's not easy. It can be difficult, but Russ was willing to share of his knowledge. He was willing to bring the young players and the team in particular together many times, dinners, different things. And that's what leadership is about, especially, and he's seen it at the highest level. He's played and been in it at the highest level. So for me to watch him and be a part of that was big time. Yeah.
Doug, you'd been a coach previously, obviously, but first year running the show. What were some of the things that you came to realize?
It didn't happen, so just forget it. I made it up. That whole 10-minute discussion means nothing because it didn't actually happen.
I was looking for the tweet. I couldn't even find the tweet.
No, it wasn't a tweet. I
don't
know if it was no. It was in the press conference.
Yeah.
Like
I know
watched
it
the
happened,
press
but I saw like the quote that you were talking about too, and I was trying to find that, but I couldn't even find that.
Oh,
either.
they scrubbed it from the internet. This is
I
crazy.
don't know about that, but
Scott and them said, "Hey, you said too much."
Don't worry, guys. None of it happened. It's fine. I wasn't even watching the press conference.
It's the first he's seeing it right now.
My stupid ass I'll search for it during the commercial break. Goodness gracious.
Oh,
and maybe there is no content. Like maybe I am just making something out of nothing.
But like I said though, you're not alone because I saw that a lot.
Michael Jackson said that.
They did, written by
Written by who?
I don't know. It's a great song though.
Vibe.
It was a lot of people caught that, and a lot of people looked at that and they directed it towards Zach LaVine. And like, you know, if we're trying to think of like who might he be talking about, you looked at it and said maybe Domantas Sabonis. I just don't think Doug would do that to either player or any player. You know what I'm saying? Like he'd keep family business. Now, once again, that may have been how he went about things as a broadcaster and how he looked at it as a broadcaster on the outside looking in. And then he got into the trenches and he said, man, some of these guys, the only way to get to them, or I've said everything I need to say to him and it still hasn't worked. Now let me try this approach. You know, so he may have changed that line of thinking. But I thought it was a general statement.
General in what regard though?
In the regards that we have the talent. Yeah, I agree with Zach there, but we have to all be on the same page, doing the same things.
But doesn't that imply that someone isn't?
Yeah. I mean, yes, it does, but it could.
I'm not trying to make something extra out of this. It's just, and this, even what Doug said wasn't like, that's the way a lot of Kings fans felt before they ever stepped on the floor. James talked about it, you know, leading into the season, but it did catch my attention. Okay, so and this is probably not a question for Doug because he's talking about players. This is a question for Scott. How are we going to address that? Like if it's a general statement based on Doug's experience in coaching this year, how does Scott address that? Because clearly Doug felt a certain way about this team's willingness to fit together.
It could have been, there were, like, not saying this to you, but there were other talented guys on the team. It could have been to Dennis Schroeder. It could have been to Malik Monk. It could have been like, that could have been some of the friction that was going on because their style of player, what they were trying to do, didn't mesh with what the team needed. It could have been Devin Carter or anything like that. So,
well.
That
way, if he was referencing Devin Carter, and he might have been, given, you know, some of the things we saw late in the season, that is the equivalent of Notorious B.I.G. on Notorious Thug saying so-called beef with you know who, because that man's name was not mentioned one time in what I believe is about 48 minutes of talking between the two. I see a new. Did you find it?
Yeah, the Doug Levine answer, right?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh,
It exists. Okay.
This wasn't a Mandela effect.
It was okay. It was much further down in the press conference.
It's hard to say. I would say in
he thought
in the ability to
in his exit interview
Share my
that
man,
you
my
know
man
this
right
is one of the better collections of talent in the league that he thought. Obviously the injuries, but why even before the injuries, so the team just wasn't playing up to the standard. Why do you think?
Okay,
that
Doug's
play-
face did not change when Jeremiah said that Zach said this is one of the most. His face, he didn't nod his head like he sold that straight to hell. Like he did not react whatsoever to
No
that
head
line.
nod,
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Go ahead, Jesse.
of talent wasn't able to get it done.
It's hard to say. I would say in many all the teams I've ever been on and I've seen, just because you got talent don't mean you're gonna win. Talent got to fit. Talent got to be ready to be willing to sacrifice. And we can go back and look and see different areas where it obviously did not work. But there was not one game when Keegan and Domas, I don't even think they ever played together. So when you start talking about that, there's a synergy and there's a different thing that goes with practice and a lot of different things that we have to improve upon that help them to be what you're talking about. So just because you got talent doesn't mean that you're going to win. So I you look at our team and you look at some of the teams in the playoffs and some of them, you're going to say, oh, that's a more talented team, and they might not win because there's a togetherness that you have to have. There's a sacrifice. You got to be committed to what we're doing. And if you're not committed to what we're doing, it's not going to work, period. It's not. Because as soon as the link gets identified that's not 100% in, you attacking that. And it's going to break. It has to be everybody all in all the time. And when we get that with talent, well, now we sitting here. Well, we not sitting here. We getting ready to go play. Yeah.
And then my second one is
So two things real quick, because I know we gotta
James is going to join us in a minute. Yeah.
Number one, I am aware that the two people that reportedly had an issue with 94 feet are Zach and Domas. Those are the two that in roundabout ways question what we were trying to do as a group.
But like they did it publicly.
Yeah.
In front of the microphones. Yeah.
So if you want to say either one of them, we have a little bit of evidence to go with that, or at least to have that thinking. The other thing is not to throw bail out to Zach all the time, but Zach may think the same exact thing as Doug Christie. All he said was like, we have the talent to be good against anybody. You know what I mean? Like Zach could feel the same exact way, but he just didn't put that in his answer. And we look at it as however people want to look at it, right? Like Zach saying what he said, but he might feel the same exact way. He might have been one of the person who identified the person who wasn't all in and said like,
was he tattling? Hold that thought. We'll come back. Yeah. We've got all day to talk about this. We're thrilled that you're here with us. James Ham joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good find, Jesse. Thank you. You rock my world, you know you did. Everything I wanna give.
What?
All right, man. You reel it in. Reel it in. Reel it in.
CC crazy for that. That's funny. CC crazy for that.
Case or TC, you're potting today now.
No, Out here podding. Everybody want a podcast. Hammer.
Yo.
What's up, man?
Not a whole lot.
We are in break for a few more minutes.
Oh, nice. We're having one of those moments where everything in the house is breaking.
Oh, no.
You know those moments where it's like, first we had the water pipe behind the refrigerator that feeds ice maker in the water. That first, and I didn't know it, and all of a sudden there's a bubble in our pantry, and so now I have to rip up all the floor in the pantry because that ruined that floor. Then the washing machine decides it doesn't want to work. The dryer doesn't want to work today. But it feels like we're in that cycle where, you've been here for 11 years and everything decides it's going to break.
That sounds awful, James.
Yeah, see, Scooter said he's got me.
Well, it's true. Scooter will come fix it.
Yeah.
Scooter's fixed a number of things in my house.
Scooter can come hang out. Yeah, you can come hang out and fix a whole bunch of things, Scooter.
You and Scooter would love to just get together and like tear something up and build it.
Yeah, like I've told you guys, but I'm going in for shoulder surgery on my birthday on May 15th. And so whatever I'm getting done, I've got like a week or two to do. And then who knows what my summer's going to be like.
Oh, man. We got lots of questions about the
Yeah, I'm about to write a whole bunch of it. So, yeah. Hopefully my Wi-Fi is okay. We had Wi-Fi work done. I don't trust anything that's happened, and now I'm having trouble with the mesh system working with the new router.
I feel like I need a new one. But you look great right now. Oh, we're back, James.
Sweet.
All right, it's the marathon here. 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with D'Lo and KC and our 1320 Kings insider, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, the man who has been very busy this week, James Ham, kind enough to join us. James, let's dive right into this. You heard about 48 minutes worth of remarks and question and answers from Doug Christie and Scott Perry today. Let's start with Doug Christie. KC and I got we were a little hyper fixated on this remark that Doug made talking about talent. Jeremiah asked him about Zach LaVine's remarks about how talented this roster was and, how come it didn't work. And, without skipping a beat, Doug talked about, talent's got to fit, and he referenced some of the teams that he had been on in the past. But it seemed like he drove the message home a little bit more to Sacramento and was speaking about this last year rather than his entire career, when he was talking about talent has to fit and talent has to be willing to sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, if you go back and listen to all of the conversations with players on Monday, I think I don't know how many were there. Was there 12, 13 players that came through?
Everybody except for one, it felt like.
Well, no, there was more. So Devin, Doug, and Drew. If your name starts with a D, I guess you didn't get to talk, except for Domas.
Well, Killian Hayes didn't.
And
Did he?
Dylan. Oh, no, Killian Hayes. Killian Hayes, you're right.
Well, Dylan talked.
No, yeah, but
Oh.
Devin, Doug, and Drew did not. Yeah, like look, I think if you listen closely, everyone is super positive. Everyone except for one person was positive. And it's the guy who like then wants to play games with, oh, well, yeah, I've got a bunch of power this summer. Like, do you though? Do you have a bunch of power? You got a bunch of money. Yes, you got a bunch of money, Zach LaVine. You have no power. Like the Kings could literally just go, okay, you picked up your contract. Go ahead and stay home for a year. We're good. Like that's how this could work out. And so I don't get the whole, again, he's the one that kind of took some shots. And if you listen closely, there's a couple of points where he did make some points about like the rotations, the things that we couldn't figure out. And it was, what if you listen to Zach, what Zach was saying is you didn't give me the ball and let me be the guy. And so that's the problem. And I think it's interesting because I don't think he's long for the Sacramento Kings. And I don't think that there are going to be a lot of people who are super sad about that.
I agree with you, first and foremost. When you talk about not going to be a lot of people super sad about that. But in the effort of fairness, doesn't this derive from a positive comment? Doesn't this derive from like talent wise, we had enough to be as good as anybody in this league?
Yeah.
So
but that's not all that Zach said.
No, not at all. But I mean, what we're talking about came from something that was in a certain way, and a lot of people think in a delusional way, hyping up his teammates and putting them in a positive light.
Maybe, but I don't think so. Like if you really like, there's enough like little digs that are hiding in the Zach LaVine stuff. And I think when Doug was hit with a question from Zach, he was answering because he knows that that's the person who actually said what maybe others think and didn't say, but certainly he's the only one that kind of went out of his way to point out mistakes. And that I think he said something to the effect of like, we didn't fix the problems that we had early in the season and they got out of control. And we just, like whether it was rotations or whatever it was. And look, at the same time, I think that this team came out of the gate and they were broken. They already had a odd roster. And then that roster, like we could have made a list. Like I talked about this on the podcast last night. Like Kyle and I had this discussion multiple times on the Insiders. Who's the most important 49er? Like who can you not afford to lose? And I think we all can have a different, like idea of that. Someone might say Fred Warner. Someone might say Christian McCaffrey. Someone might say Brock Purdy. I always say it's Trent Williams, right? Okay, so if we do the same exercise for the Kings, who's the number one player you can't afford to lose on this team? And who's number two? Keegan's number one. And who's number two?
It's probably Domas.
Is Domas. Yeah, and I think people forget because we went through this entire season with Dylan and with Max being like the only thing we could focus on, like them and Neek were like the only good that was happening. But those are two young centers that when we walked into this season, the first week of the season, everyone in Sacramento was like, oh my gosh, why did they trade Jonas Valanciunas? That was the overarching, the first week and 2 weeks and 3 weeks into the season. It's like, that was such a mistake, right? So we get to the end of the season and the two guys that you couldn't afford to lose never played together and played a combined, I think it's 42 games. That's it. And that's just, I don't know how any team recovers from that. And so I don't want to just say, hey, this is Doug gets a free season because of the injuries, because I don't believe that's the case. Like, you have to coach to the strengths of your team. You have to deal with injuries just like everybody else does. And I've said this for years. The greatest coach that I've ever seen at the next man up mentality, dealing with injuries, dealing with all that stuff, it was Rick Adelman. And it wasn't just here in Sacramento. You go look what he did with the Houston Rockets when they won their 20-something games in a row, and Yao Ming goes down and they keep winning, and then Tracy McGrady goes down and they keep winning. The Kings didn't have that feel to them at all this year, but the roster was just odd. And I don't think that they had the ability to recover from losing Keegan or from losing Domas this season.
And that leads us to, so, okay, while we're there, let's talk about, because he kind of came up there. Do we know why Devin Carter didn't speak? And it felt, I don't want to say anyone went out of their way, but Devin Carter's name was not mentioned today. Dylan was, Max was, Neek was, they were mentioned repeatedly. Devin Carter is last year's, or I guess 2 years ago now, lottery pick. And he wasn't mentioned at all with these young players, despite the fact he had some moments down the stretch.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why he didn't speak. I didn't ask why he didn't speak yesterday, but even like we were talking about it, me and Sean and Brendan had another podcast yesterday, and we were talking about this exact thing, that I guess Devin was like on TikTok, like streaming part of the time or doing something like during exit interviews. I'm like, what? I'm like, what was he saying? And Brendan's like, he really wasn't saying anything. He was just listening to music and like vibing out. Like, huh? So I don't know. All I can say is, like, in all the time that I've covered the team, I've never seen a player that is like, feels like he separates himself from the group completely. And like, everybody's over here having a good time, and he's over here doing his own thing. And I don't know what it is. And like, again, I don't think he's a bad dude. Maybe he's just like over it. But I don't have an answer as to why he didn't speak yesterday. And the thing is, he spoke one of the last games of the season, the last home game of the season, I believe. He came into the media room, and I'll just, so people understand this, like it was a weird couple of days there because the A's came back into town, and on top of that, the Stockton Kings were playing. And so there wasn't a lot of media in the room. Like Sean wasn't there. Brendan wasn't there. A lot of people weren't there. Jen Gaden wasn't there because they were out doing these other events. So when Devin came out and talked to us, it was like, I asked a question. I think Jason Anderson asked a question. One other person asked a question. The interview was over in like 1 minute and 45 seconds. And I'm like, oh, that was weird. And it was because, hey, I'm not going to sit here and ask a bunch of questions if no one else is, because, you know, again, what are we supposed to ask this late in the season? So maybe Devin thought, hey, he did his media for the week and he doesn't have to do anymore. But either way, it was kind of strange.
Devin Carter on TikTok while exit interviews are going on reminds me of when I was playing pickup basketball at McClatchy High School while my JV baseball team was playing their final game of the season. Bad job by me. Like they were literally right next to the basketball courts, the field was, and I told the coach I had to take a test, but I was so over the team that I said I was playing pickup. Bad job by me.
You were playing pickup while you were supposed to be playing a baseball game?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad
That's
form,
what
bro.
Devin Carter on TikTok during exit interviews.
This all makes sense. It all makes sense, Kenny.
People looking for Devin Carter, man. He on TikTok playing the new Tim's album.
Kenny crawled so Devin Carter could walk.
Oh no. I ain't Devin Carter. But we all been there. I ain't perfect. But
no wonder Kenny relates to all of these guys.
But yeah, it was a little strange that he didn't show up and he wasn't mentioned. And I don't know if it was intentional or not from the two guys that spoke today, Doug Christie and Scott Perry. But man, I could be wrong, James, but like not even a mention from me.
Yeah, I don't think he was.
I think a lot of times in the exit interview process, when you're up there on stage, especially for someone like Doug, who, while he's talked to the media a bunch, he hasn't been in that specific scenario. You're answering the questions that are being asked. And so if nobody asks a question about Devin Carter, then you're probably not going to answer about Devin Carter. I do know that there was plenty of the young guys and that kind of stuff, but very specifically, I mean, I think we all look at the young players. There were 3 rookies on this team, and I think Doug even threw in Daquan Plowden into that discussion and didn't mention Devin in one of those things. So maybe you're right. Maybe, but again,
he did mention Daquan. That's funny. I forgot about that. He absolutely did.
yeah. I think that it does go back to, like there is no I in team, but there is an I in Devin. And so I guess.
You heard it once, you've heard it 1,000 times.
Yeah. Again, I don't have anything against Devin Carter. I don't have problems with Devin. When I'm watching him play, there are things he does that like sticks out in a negative way. There are also plenty of good things that he does. He's a young player. He's going to make mistakes, but the mistakes he makes are oftentimes when I'm watching, they're mistakes of greed. They're mistakes where you're just looking at him like, man, you just really should not have done what you just did. And I'm not going to say that some of the other young guys do that too, because I watched a play late where I believe it was Neat Clifford on a break, and there's one guy coming over to go defend him, and you always give the ball to the big. And Max Reno is running right down the middle of the lane, and all he had to do was drop the ball to him, and it would have been this huge dunk. And he didn't. He scored the basket, but that's one of those things where when you're playing in a big runs, you better feed him in that situation and let him have some of the glory too. And so again, I don't want to say that like all of the other players like did exactly what they're supposed to do, but Devin doesn't, because I don't think that's the case either. And I also think like as a media member, I stay far away from making fun of people's personal appearances. Now, we might have like off the record a moment, but when I'm talking like this or I'm writing, I'm not going to mention personal appearance stuff. And I think that Devin gets just beat up, not just about his play or because he was a lottery pick that barely plays, but also because of his physical appearance.
I think that last one is a far, like if Devin averaged 15 points per game, on 22 minutes or something like that a night, I'm not going to say no one would be talking about his unfortunate hairline, but that wouldn't be the talking point. I think it becomes a talking point because there's nothing else to talk about with him. It's like he's not playing, and he has kind of a unpleasant demeanor. Bad vibes. Like he just doesn't have a good like Dylan Cardwell, some sort of spirit. Like that man has a vibe to him. Which is something that's great for this team. Like Russ has a vibe to him, like both good and bad. Like, but he has that. Devin is just like Max doesn't. Devin's is bad. Like Devin just doesn't have it's similar to what we were talking about with Zach. Zach doesn't have a warm presence to him. He's kind of, that we use the example. There are certain people who, when they enter the room, that they're there. Max, Zach, I don't think they're one of those guys. Devin, you might know, it just feels like it wouldn't be for a positive reason. Like, oh, yeah, he's here.
Well,
we've had some of those people in this building before. They're here today.
I've always when it comes to Zach, I think Zach, he's a lot different than I expected him to be as a player, because you see players from afar and you don't really know what they're like until they're in your building and you're watching them every day. And I've said it a bunch of times. Like, I think number one, he was a little bit better defensively than we thought he would be, although it wasn't super consistent. And when he decides to score, it's like he's an incredible basketball player. Like I've said this a bunch of times to you guys. He reminds me of Rudy Gay. You're always left with this little thing in the back of your head. It's like, man, I know he scored 22, but he probably should have had 30 every time. And that's one of those things that maybe he doesn't feel like he could go do that with the Kings, but they certainly needed him to do that. I mean, you look at the first 6 games of the season, he was tremendous. Averaged 30 points a game. After that, not tremendous at all.
1320 Kings insider James Ham with us here on D-Lo and KC.
James talking about going back to the comments about talent and all this other stuff, we've talked about how a lot of people, including yourself, believe that was something directed towards Zach LaVine. I could be wrong. I thought that's not really Doug's style to talk to players through the media because he was a player, but he could have been fed up and said something. It could be directed towards somebody. Is there a possibility it wasn't directed at one singular person, and it could have been multiple guys that need to have a little bit of an attitude adjustment when it comes to buying in to the team concept and what they're trying to do as a team?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, guys are in and out of the doghouse all season long. The one thing I'll say about Doug is this, like, he's super positive. He's super like kind-hearted. He's a good dude, right? I think anyone who watches or listens to him, but he's also the player that punched Rick Fox in the face. And you don't want to disrespect Doug because that's part of who he is. He's a kid who grew up in a very rough part of Seattle and didn't have the easiest, upbringing. And, like he has an edge to him. And I think a lot of Seattle guys have an edge to them. And there's a lot of Seattle that I think when you go visit Seattle, everyone like goes to the wharf and goes and hangs out in that one area. But Seattle's a much different spot when you get outside of that area. And like he's not someone that you're going to mess with. And if a player decides to test him, he has no problems in testing back. I mean, you go back and watch the footage of the Draymond Green situation the other night, where you could see, during the timeout, that Draymond Green is looking back and saying something to Doug Christie, and Doug Christie is literally telling him that you're soft. You can see it on the broadcast. You are soft. Bring it. That's Doug. And so when Doug is tested and when a player's name is brought up in a situation like that, like today's thing, and very specific, like, hey, Zach said this, this, and this, it's like there could be some residual there where it's like, yeah, I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take that from a media member asking me something that Zach said because, if Zach has that problem, he can talk to me about it, number one. But also, I'll be honest with Zach, and so, like, sacrifice, it doesn't matter how much money you make. Sacrifice is sacrifice. There's a pecking order on a team, but like you earn your pecking order. And so it was a very interesting day, especially like that one moment with Doug and like talking about that specific thing.
A lot of these press conferences, both from the players, coaches, general managers, it's just deciphering, right? It's picking apart and figuring out what all of this means. And Scott used the term during his 26-minute media availability today, organizational patience. And that phrase has made its way around King's Twitter today. And so I'll ask you what many are asking is, what does organizational patience mean? And is Scott talking to someone in particular? Much like Doug and talking about talent and sacrificing and committing, was Scott just throwing a little reminder out there for some people in the Kings organization that this project is going to take some time?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody, like, look, it's not a secret that Vivek Ranadive is like impetuous and like does not like losing, and the worse things get on the court, the worse things get behind the scenes. And when things are going great, he has a tendency to back away and let things continue to go great. When things aren't going good, he also has a tendency to be all up in everyone's business. And I think that at the end of the day, like, Scott was probably more talking to the fans than he was one specific person that, owns the team. But like when you're trying to build a foundation, because that's what that was a discussion about. It's about the pillars and it's about setting up the foundation right so the whole house isn't falling over once you build the house. You got to start and you have to build something strong first. And that is, what is Kings basketball? What's his style of play, the who we are, the physicality and all that stuff. I don't think they accomplished their goal this year. And a lot of that's because it's really difficult to build a really strong foundation when some of your strongest foundation pieces are literally not there. They can't play. And that being Domas and that being Keegan for a good portion of the season. So establishing that culture and everything, I think the culture is actually doing really well, because I'll tell you, like, this is a good group of guys and they all stuck together and they all like each other. But at the same time, like, you have to win games, right? It can't just be about, hey, kumbaya, we won 22 games. Like, no, that's not good enough. But you do have to start somewhere, and I think that that's the biggest thing that they're trying to work on. It's like, who are we? What are we going to establish as this is who we are as a group? And I think that'll be tested. It'll be tested 20 games into the season this coming year when multiple times during Vivek's ownership, he's bailed on a coach right then. Like, are you going to give Doug not just like, hey, we picked up the next year, you're on for next year, but are you really? Or are you on for the first 20 games before he replaces you and pays an interim coach the rest of the season? And so, yeah, patience, it has to start somewhere. But that's one of the things that I've always complained with. Like, don't ask for patience. Like Scott Perry, I'll tell him directly when I have a sit down with him in the next couple of weeks, and I'll tell him, hey, do not ask for patience if you're not going to show patience yourself. And that's something that I've learned time and time again. They keep asking for patience and then they blow everything up and then act like, hey, we just need a little patience. It's like, well, a little patience would have been you bringing Dave Yeager back for another season since he got the team going the right direction. A little patience would be you guys like bringing back Bogdan Bogdanovic. A little patience would, there's so many times over the course of the last 12, 13 years of Vivek's owned the team where patience is not given. It's asked, but it's not given. And that to me is not okay.
Let me ask you this, Hammer. You talked about cover your ears, Jesse. Talked about the pillars and everything that Scott is trying to establish and build here in Sacramento. Do they have any pillars on this team? And before you answer and while you think about it, I don't think today, I don't believe any of the rookies are pillars. I think they're walls. Like you need them. Like you need them for the house, and they work for the house. But when you talk about pillars, this is the foundation of who you can't live without these type of guys. And I don't know if they have that player or those players right now, but do you think they do?
I'm going to answer the first part. No, I don't. But I think when you're thinking pillars, you're thinking something different than Scott Perry is thinking pillars. So what the pillars that he puts forth are more like mantras that we're going to live by. And what you're thinking is foundational pieces, right? So I think we can look, and this is how I'll kind of like clarify this. Like, there are pillars outside the White House. There are pillars outside the Lincoln Memorial, these giant columns, right? The Doric columns. Those aren't structural. Those are things that are ornate and make the building look really good. They're cool. They harken back to ancient Greece and Athens, right? But that's what. So the players themselves aren't going to be the pillars for Scott. The actual like functionality, who you are, how you respect the game, how you respect each other, whether you're a good teammate, whether you're not, whether you treat people in the building the right way. That's something like it's huge with Scott. Scott fired a ton of people. Like people, I don't think people understand like how many people that you wouldn't think have anything to do with basketball are gone. Like the guys that play the music between during timeouts, that entire crew is different, or most of them are gone. Like there are training staff members that you're like, wait, what happened to so-and-so? And like, no, gone. So he's trying to create a culture from top to bottom that's different than it was before. And again, I think what you're really focused on is pillars and foundational pieces that can be starters on a great team and stuff like that. And I get that because that's how we used to look at the De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis like tandem as two pillars holding up sides of the building and being something that we know are solid. It's the old Bible verse: never build your house on sand, always build your house on stone, right? But I think what Scott is trying to instill is more of a CEO, like corporate from top down. This is who we're going to be. To be honest, like the Ridge and like all of us wearing the same shirts on Wednesdays and Donut Fridays being a thing, whether it's on Thursday or on Friday. Those are what when you're building a culture, you're trying to build around specific things like that. And then what you're thinking is D'Lo and Casey and Abe down the hall and just in case, and like those the people who are actually going to earn you money at the end of the day.
Great stuff there. As the marathon continues, it's 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with D'Lo and KC and our man James Hammer, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Scott got a lot of praise for this draft class that includes Nick Clifford, Dylan Cardwell, and Maxine Reynaud, but he did throw a little cold water on it by saying, "Oh yeah, like really, the draft class is to be determined." This was a great first year, he might have said a good first year, but we can't really judge them until we get into next year and see if they've gotten better or not. That was really a commonality between Doug and Scott Perry, is they expect those guys and this basketball team to be better next year than they were this year.
Yeah, there was that piece that he talked about. And the other thing that I really thought was interesting when he talked about, the older players, because I think it was Jeremiah that brought up, like, you seem to have like an eye for older players. And, because Neek is 24, Max already turned 23, Dylan's 24.
Older players in terms of the draft, not older players in terms of DeMar DeRozan. And
Yeah. As far as the draft.
Yeah.
As far as the draft. And that's where I really enjoyed Scott kind of like breaking it down fundamentally. He said, look, like you can go look right now, the top 10, the projected top 10 in this draft is every single one of them is a freshman. Every single one of them is 18, 19, sometimes 20 years old, but probably not. Like, this is such a young class. And I think you get to a sophomore around like the 10th pick, but then you don't get to another sophomore until like the 20s. That's kind of the way that this draft specifically is working out. And Scott really broke it down like fundamentally, like, hey, the ceiling guys all go in the top end. The people that everyone's talking about, oh, they don't have a ceiling. That's where you're super, the guys that can be way more than you think they can be. That's who's going to go really high. But when you're drafting 24, when you're drafting 42, when you're, sifting through the undrafted free agent market, that's where you really start to look at college players that have a track record. And if you're looking for someone that has a baseline, it becomes about the floor. And, how low is the floor and can that floor be lifted? And even if you can find a player at 24 and his floor is a top 7 or 8 man in your rotation, then you won, right? If you can get to 42 and that player somehow becomes a starting NBA center, you won that draft. And that's where I really think Scott kind of like started to break down a little bit. I thought it was really good because there were other things, like Scott said very clearly, when it comes to drafting in the top 5 or 6, whatever they're going to draft, like that has nothing to do with fit. That it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like they're lucky in this year's draft that there isn't a center in the top 10. There's not. I think the first center is projected to go like number 19 or 20 in this year's draft. And so that's a good thing for the Kings because now there's point guards and there's forwards that this team specifically needs. So when they're drafting, they can draft for best player available, But then they can also look at within the best player available. If you have 2 or 3 guys that are lined up that you have rated at the same exact mark, maybe you do draft a point guard over a power forward, or maybe you draft a small forward over a power forward or a point guard because you value that position more. But overall, I just think it was interesting, a look into his methodology when going through the NBA draft system.
Did you agree with Scott Perry when he said if there was a redraft, Maxime Renaud would be top 5?
I'd say top 10, but not top 5.
Yeah, that's exactly what we.
Yeah, and that's not being disrespectful to him. I mean, I think they
No,
can
the top
actually
5
move
would
way
be
up.
really, really good.
No, he got a
Looks
little
the
excited.
top
He got a little
7 would be
hyped.
really,
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah. I top 5, but I don't actually think he's that far away from that, because
Sure.
if you could say, hey, you're going to have a kid who is realistically played almost the entire season at 22 years old, if you can have a 22-year-old 7'1" guy who does what Max does, you would have drafted him higher. There's no question he should have gone at least in the top 10, maybe even like top 7, 8. I just think top 5 is a little different.
Agreed.
I want to point out, I'm talking with James Ham here, that when Scott was talking about essentially the best player available, when he was like, yeah, fit doesn't matter. He was asked about something Doug said almost right out the gate, which in hindsight is funny, but Doug was like, hey, what does this team need? And like, without thinking, skipping a beat, we need a point guard.
Yeah.
And obviously this draft with a lot of very, very, very potentially high-end point guards, Scott was asked about the need for a point guard, and maybe does the draft address that? How does that address that? And then that's where he launched into that kind of thought process that he has about the upcoming NBA draft.
Yeah. Like I think just like
Which
when
he
you
seemed terrified to say anybody's name. He was like, I can't say anyone's. He said it over and over again. I can't say anybody specific. I can't say names. We don't even have a list. We don't know who's going into the draft.
No, but I think by rule, you're not
Oh, for
supposed
sure.
to sit there and
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about it, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that like Scott has a vision for what he's looking for without any question. And again, the Kings aren't a player away. They're not 2 players away. Even a healthy Kings, like if they would have been healthy the entire season, could they have won 40? Maybe. But I still like fundamentally this roster is flawed. So you don't have to throw everything out, and just start all over. But you do have to cut way back on a bunch of things. I think one of my biggest takeaways is like this is going to be a hard offseason. It's going to be very brutal because, again, like Precious Achua, everyone loves Precious. And Scott even said, not bad for a guy, sitting on his couch in November, right? But the fact is the Kings can't afford Precious Achua. And every single time that Precious Achua went out there and did something amazing, it's like, great. That's fine. Great on a 22-win team that doesn't matter at all. He's going out there and making a bunch of money that we can't pay him. And that's the reality facing this team. And it's why I take such an aggressive stance when it comes to Zach LaVine, because it's not just, Zach, it's everything else that happens after that. Like it does, if you were to stretch provision, move off of Zach, it doesn't just give you the opportunity to bring Precious Chua back, because I mean, realistically, does that do you any good to trade Zach LaVine for Precious Chua? No, it doesn't. But what it does do is it makes every other transaction the rest of the summer easier to work with. If say you're going to trade DeMar DeRozan, but the team that you're trading with wants to give you like a $32 million player who's really good, and they're looking at DeMar as someone they might be able to save money, but you can't afford to do that because that's going to put you into the second apron or past the second apron, well past the second apron, then you can't do it. But if all of a sudden you have a bunch of cap space to work with, then you can do that deal. And you can do other deals like that. It just realistically, they are so hamstrung right now when it comes to the finances. And I don't, there's not an easy way out of this, and there's not a cheap way out of it. But what there is, and again, the whole patience thing, you can't even have patience, not when it comes to salary going into this offseason. Like they will if they sign their draft pick and waive DeMar DeRozan and don't re-sign Russell Westbrook, they're still at $201 million. They're at the luxury tax.
Well, and that's one of the things Scott said. Maybe he was just kind of speaking in general terms, but he said, like, I'm a big believer if you don't have a chance to win a championship, you don't need to be playing no luxury tax.
Yep.
So if I'm going to take him at his word.
Wonder how he feels about apron restrictions.
Right. How do you kind of mentioned the Zach LaVine stretch provision thing and all that and restructuring. How do they get below the luxury? Like, is that even realistic?
Yeah. I mean, the realistic thing to do, and again, like Sean and I fight about this because everyone's like, hey, you don't need to free up money this year. And it's like, hey, it's not about freeing up money. It's about not being like fiscally completely irresponsible. You know, like you got to find a way. Like I know there are people out there who are going to shake their head when I hear. There are some points where people out there, they have no choice but to file for bankruptcy. They have no choice. They cannot ever make enough money to pay back what they owe, and whether that's their fault or they got into a car accident and they have doctor bills of $200,000 and they can't pay. There's nothing they can do to get out from underneath the situation they're in. That's kind of where the Kings.
You don't file for bankruptcy, James. You declare.
You declare. I declare. Yes, right. I totally agree with that. But the point is, like, the Kings are at just such a bad point in their, like, this pivotal moment where you can't just waste another summer. You can't just say, okay, well, we're stuck. We can't do anything to move off of this player or that player. We're only going to do the bare minimum, bring in a draft pick, bring in our 2 second-round picks, maybe bring Russell Westbrook back. And if we end up in the luxury tax, we're going to have to pay it. That's the way it goes. You cannot just do that. The only way forward for this team is to somehow clear up massive luxury tax money. And there is no one in the NBA right now who is willing to bail out the Kings. The apron system has put it so there are no longer teams that are like, go ahead and give me your trash. We're fine. Or your bloated contracts, because a lot of times bloated contracts, it's not about the player not being good. It's, you know, again, I'll make this point. Zach LaVine is a very good basketball player, but today's market, shooting guards are like NFL running backs. They don't make any money anymore. You know, so if he was making $20-25 million a year, he'd be perfectly fine. The problem is he makes 25 to 30 million more than that. And so you're suffocated by that contract. So again, I will keep saying this to you guys. My pathway forward for this group specifically is to try to talk Zach LaVine into taking $10 million less so you can buy him out. And that's it. Buy him out and stretch provision him and pay him between $13 and $16 million a year for the next 3 years. Because that, if you get him to take 39 million, 10 million less than what he's owed right now, and then you stretch it so it's 3 seasons of $13 million a year, that drops $36 million into your salary cap system right now. Instantly. You now have $36 million that you didn't have before. So instead of being at $175 million without DeMar DeRozan, without your first round pick, you drop all the way down to 39 million. It's that dramatic. And so that's why I don't see it.
Before you continue, because I don't want this to get the plus side for Zach is he's a free agent. He can sign wherever he wants to. And that $10 million is made up probably in excess. And he's already making more than whatever he would have made of if he kept the $48 million player option.
Yeah, he'll walk away with all of the money that you owe him. And then on top of that, he gets to go out in the market and go get paid again. And that's fine. Like, the Kings shouldn't begrudge him that, but he's not part of the plan. He's not part of the plan the year after this next season. Like, it's over. He's not going to be here. And, you know,
people be a part of the plan this season.
Well, that's what it comes down to. He shouldn't be the part of this plan for next season either.
Yeah, I mean, I feel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna kind of stay on that point. Like, Zach LaVine is one thing, but you got other issues when it comes to money. You got Malik Monk, You've got DeMontis Sabonis, and now you got Keegan Murray. That's an issue. And getting rid of Zach does a little bit for you, but man, I think there's a lot that needs to be done. And to your point, James, like, I don't know how you're gonna do that if nobody's gonna help you out.
Okay, but here's what my point would be is this, Kenny. You want to trade Domantas Sabonis, and right now he makes $45 million. If you don't have, if you have zero cap space to work with, then when you go to trade him, you have to have a net neutral or less trade, right? Where you're taking back less money or equal money, and you're praying that you somehow take back less money. So then your salary cap situation looks better. If you get rid of Zach in this and stretch him and you have extra money, now you don't have to do that. Now, if you trade Domas, you can take back $55 million in salary and have 46 going out. So you can take back more money. You can, and this is where I think this will like sort of resonate. Again, you're at $175 million right now. The luxury tax is at 201. And that $175 million does not include DeMar DeRozan. So you can either just give DeMar DeRozan $10 million to go away, or in a perfect world, you could trade DeMar DeRozan for another $25 million player that is younger, has a longer contract, and the other team is saying, hey, we need to get out from underneath this contract because we're worried about 2027 in the free agent class. We want to go play in that free agent class. So they're willing to give you a better player or a player that fits what you're trying to do better, right? And has a longer term contract. The Kings can't do that right now. They can't do it because when they make that trade, they're already at $201 million, and that's without their first round pick. And that first round pick is going to make anywhere between 15 and like $12 million. And so now you're into the second apron already. So my point is this: if you trade Zach LaVine, you got $36 million to trade. Now you can go make that trade for DeMar DeRozan, where he can go out, and that other team, they can buy him out for $10 million. But you get back a player that has value to you now. And that's how you start to build value. Or there's another player out there that you're like, hey, we'll take that player and his 3 years versus the 2 years owed Malik Monk, but we want a first round pick back. And if that player makes less money or more money, now you have just the ability to collect assets again that you do not have right now. And so that's where I'm at. Again, I'm going to keep preaching this, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But it's definitely like, I don't see a lot of ways to clear this whole situation up for the Kings. It was a bad trade in the beginning. You traded your best player for Zach LaVine. And, again, you gave up 4 or 5 years in age in that trade, or 3 years in age. And it's playing out exactly how I was worried it would play out. But sometimes the best thing to do is just to cut your losses and say, I get it. Somebody else made a mistake. This is not Scott Perry's mistake. It's somebody else's. And he can walk away from this in a way that makes his job 500 million times easier this summer, where they can actually potentially build something, as opposed to saying, we have to wait 1 more year. And so many people are like, well, he might have value at the trade deadline. Why would he have value at the trade deadline? Why? Because he's playing better? Like, there's no question that Zach LaVine's a good basketball player, but at the trade deadline, another team is still going to have to match salaries, and you're going to have to take back money. And, again, if I've got to take back, let's say, a $25 million player and another $25 million player, one of them is expiring, but the other is like 3 years of another $25 million player, I better love that player. And he better be worth a whole lot more than just buying out Zach.
Our 1320 Kings insider James Ham here with us on Dealing with KC. Exit interviews are over. Season's over. I don't know when the next time you're going to see Doug Scott, a player. What do we do now?
Well,
I know what you're doing. Let's try this again. What do they do now?
No, the really, really cool thing is that I just don't understand this at all. There were so many things that Monty and West did incorrectly. And I'm even going to strip that down. I'm going to say there's so many things that Monty allowed West to do incorrectly. that we are going to have draft prospects back in Sacramento, and we're going to have media availability for draft prospects. And we will be in the gym talking to draft prospects all throughout the next 6 weeks. The NBA draft lottery is on May 10th. The next day, the NBA combine is right there in Chicago as well. And so we'll have sort of that content, that 3-4 days of NBA draft combine. And then players are going to roll through Sacramento like nonstop. And, you know, a couple of years ago, the Kyle Guy draft, I think we had we had 99 prospects come through Sacramento. And we were allowed in the building to interview, 2 or 3 of them every single day for weeks straight. So there is going to be content. There's going to be that. That's what they're going to be focused on. But they're also going to be focused on, building out a coaching staff. Doug said goodbye to a couple of assistants today. And so there's going to be changes there. And I don't know if that's going to be it.
Shout out to Jimmy, man. I love Jimmy. That's my guy.
I love Jimmy. And to be honest, I love Dip too. Dip was like really a smart basketball mind. And I don't know what happened there, what the decision was made. But typically when you give someone the reins of your summer league team, they're a coach that's building something that is part of your program. And Doug gave Dip that responsibility last year. I don't know what the end story is as to why either one of those guys were let go, but I also know that it was at the end of a very bad season. And if you're going to bring back Doug Christie, maybe part of that discussion was, hey, we're going to bring you back, but we're going to need some changes. We're going to need some changes to your staff. And it's not that those guys did something wrong. It's just that you're 22-60. Something has to be changed. And so unfortunately for those guys, I really, really like Jimmy Alapeg. Just such a good dude.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
James, you talked about the guys coming into Sacramento to work out. Is there, help me remember this correctly. Do they allow like the media to watch some of the workout at all? Because I know there's video of like Dame Lillard when he came through here and other prospects.
Dame Lillard in the Kings jersey, that doesn't pop up on Twitter every once in a while.
But I can't remember, and other teams around the league with prospects, but I can't remember if that's that video is put out by the team or if it's like a reporter getting like maybe the last 5 minutes of a workout. Do they usually did they used to allow you to see some of the workout?
Yeah, it's usually, if we do get to see some of the workout, it's like 2 minutes. And even that, it's usually like we'll be allowed in like after a practice. So people think like when we're at practice, we don't get to watch practice. Sometimes we get to watch the last 3 minutes of like a 5v5 and, all that stuff. Mainly when we come in, the guys are shooting, they're milling around. Sometimes they're doing shooting games. Sometimes they're doing like hit a free throw, then the next guy shoots a free throw, miss a free throw, everybody runs. We get to see that stuff. When it comes to prospects, though, it gets even murkier because now you've got like, if you got 6 players, you could have 6 player agents that are part of the discussion about what's going to be allowed to be seen and what's not. And what you don't want is your top 10 rated player who plays in a major college going up against some small school kid and just gets torn up. And that becomes the new meme of the draft process. I remember very distinctly that the Kings brought in Justin Jackson from North Carolina, who just won the national championship, and he got destroyed by Kyle Kuzma. And Kyle Kuzma, again, Utah, University of Utah, not nearly as far like the college level as premium a prospect and all that stuff, not a household name for most people. But that's what happened. He just got destroyed. And, again, the Kings should have drafted Kyle Kuzma right then. They should have. And they even had a bunch of ties to his coach, which is Larry Kristowiak, who played for the Bulls and a bunch of teams in the 80s and 90s. He was friends with all of Dave Yeager's staff, and, they're all minor league basketball coaches together. And they said, hey, this is the guy, we should draft him. And they didn't. But again, a lot of this is controlled by agent stuff. A lot of agents, even though the Kings could have the number 2, the number 3 pick, they could still not get like a couple of the guys coming through Sacramento, because a lot of people are going to look at this situation and go, hey, that's not a good situation to put my 19-year-old prospect into and see how it works out. And so they'll try to avoid Sacramento. And that's happened a ton too over the course of the last, 15, 16 years I've covered the team.
Oh man. Well, it's going to be a interesting next 3.5 weeks leading to that May 10th day. Lots of anxiety, lots of infighting amongst Kings Universe or Kings Nation, I believe.
Yeah, shout out Scott. We got a name now.
Kings Nation. Can we be the Kingdom? I don't know. Kings Nation. I just like what
the 9.
He said that. The 9 is. He said that. I was like, is that us? We Kings Nation. Who's that?
Yeah, the 916.
The 916. Yeah. But this is going to be a lot of anxiety leading into May 10th. And then who knows? Maybe everything will be wonderful at dinner for Mother's Day, or there'll be a lot of second guessing. Either way, it's going to be a pretty interesting off season here, Hammer.
It is.
I agree. I think it's going to be a summer of change, and again, it's so difficult to see the pathway forward, but I do trust Scott to have a pathway, to start putting out some breadcrumbs so we can start following and seeing where this pathway is going.
Great stuff as always, James. We look forward to talking to you next week. We look forward to talking to you off season. Go fix the leak and pull up the tile and do whatever you got to do over there at Amsterdam.
Yeah, not great, Bob.
Oh man,
love you, Ham. Appreciate you, friend.
Thanks, See you guys.
That's James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider, creator of the Kings Beat, and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Certainly has a lot to pod about, if you will, over the course of the next couple of days. We'll come back. We've got plenty of more Kings conversations ahead, but I'd love to shift our attention to an actual game that was played last night. 2 games that were played last night. Play-in tournament was fantastic yesterday. And, well, one of those games is still getting a lot of talk here today, but not for the right reason. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, Sherlin B. Moore. Oh man, they're raking LaMelo through the coals today.
Well, I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll have a conversation.
That was provocative. Gets the people going.
Yes.
We're at Jason Temp cussed on the show for the first time in Jump history today because of that.
Who did?
Jason Temp. He's on the volume. I think that's Colin Cowherd's thing. Yeah.
He was on the.
He was on the Jump this
He's
morning.
on the I thought you meant the ESPN.
No, we took that. Sorry, Rachel Label. Yeah. Talking about LaMelo
Wait,
Ball.
wait a minute. I meant, what did he say about? What
Called him an a-hole. Nick Wright called him a clown this morning, I think. That was funny this morning to see Kyle panic and run for the dumb button, and then he looks at Joe, and Joe's looking at him like, "Oh, do I hit the dumb button? Like, what do we do here? What do we do?" But we got it worked out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think people are doing a little too much with LaMelo. But I mean, he with what he did yesterday, he earned the scrutiny.
Yeah, Jason was good. Appreciate you, Spencer. Yeah, shout out corporate Kyle. Still wants to be one of the boys, but he's got an office.
Man, how many Uncrustables y'all eat in the morning? Kyle Madson
I don't know if it's y'all.
Uncrustables are good.
I'm gonna have to try one. I feel like if I took one, Audrey would know.
Oh yeah, yeah. They got a counter.
No, no, baby might.
That's what I'm saying. Alex got the candy bowl on his little desk where it's like, oh yeah, don't be intimidated just because I'm a manager. It's cool. Have a piece of candy. It's like, I'm not gonna fall for that.
Oh.
Not a good juice today, or
Some meat. I made this one myself. I was telling Casey yesterday. I haven't made juice in 10, 12 years. A cayenne pepper. I mean, not cayenne pepper. The ginger is this big, but man, it's got a lot of juice. Nah, Cheryl, it sure isn't. It sure is not, my friend. All right, man. Big thanks to our guy, James Ham, not just for his work on the marathon, but his work all King season long. It'll be an interesting off season for sure. There'll be a lot to talk about the coming weeks, coming months. I hate putting this out there in the universe. I meant to talk to you about it during the commercial break, but we kind of do everything on the air. We probably need to make our plans to be in Vegas no matter what.
I agree, and yeah,
I feel like I could raise enough of a fuss. Someone might give us their credit card or something, but
good luck, you guys.
Yeah,
good luck.
Especially if this team, if the lottery goes our way like at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've got to, like, even if it doesn't, like, the Kings gonna have a really high pick, but even if it goes our way like a little bit,
right?
Like, we gotta be there to cover this.
Yeah, I mean, if it's,
we get all the Kyle do all of the submissions and all of that stuff with the NBA, and we'll just go do what we do.
I agree.
All right,
I'm going to the Excalibur.
I'm not going to do that. Like, I mean,
that's all I can afford.
Well, we'll see what we can figure out. We ain't gonna do that
I'll
though. I'll be clear. We are not doing.
You know where we?
You go to Fountain Blue. Tristan's
no,
spot.
we can for sure. I'm gonna text you.
We looked up that rate on the air one day. It wasn't bad. That's what it was called, right? Fountain Blue.
Mm-hmm.
Fountain Blue.
No, it's a good look. It's a good look. But you know where? I'm a text the boss this. I'm like, man, ask these people. I feel like they hooking everybody up.
You talk about the boss, like Complex, the boss.
Well, yeah. Well,
actually, now that I think about it, I know one of the hotels we've been. Now,
what?
Right.
Well, no, text.
No, remember? Well, we were. Well, one of the Well, it's a different station. I'm talking about the Luxor. We was sending people.
Oh, yeah.
Sending people there.
They
But
on
I
the-
know the other one.
They on the list.
We send every goddamn person in Sacramento to see Bruno Mars in
Yeah.
Las Vegas at some point or another, and that was MGM.
Yeah.
And I think that's the one
Park
Kyle was
MGM.
working on. So,
Well, Park MGM. I thought they said MGM Grand.
no, I think you're right. Park MGM.
Okay.
Because I think that's where the show is.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
that's where
sorry,
the-
not the when he was doing the residency.
Yeah.
That's where I
Yeah.
think it is.
They need to talk. Look, I'm gonna text you right now. They need to talk to these people. They sending people. They have people coming there left and right.
Best
It's
they'll do
little-
for you guys this summer.
It's
is
a little further though.
Night at the Sawyer, and we'll send you to the California Classic, guys. That's what I got out of him. That's what I got out of him. I tried.
The Sawyer's trade also. So it's just we got to say Sawyer 47 times on air for us to get the room for a night.
It's trade.
I don't know nothing about that spot.
No, you do.
Is that the pool?
Yeah.
That's the pool that infected Katrina. Katrina was out here in Las Vegas posting pictures, talking about, oh, she loves the Las Vegas pool and just out here doing her thing. And then like 3 days later, she's deathly ill and refuses to make the connection
But look,
between the two.
Don't put that on that pool. I could say the same thing about Disneyland.
Well, you wouldn't. Well. You're not wrong. I've been to Disneyland twice, and I think I came back ill both times, so it's fine.
Yeah, but
It's
I'm with
fine.
you. I mean, it's kind of got to happen.
Yeah, it
It's kinda
feels. This feels like it could put. I mean, imagine if between now and then a little. Let's not get crazy because it's Sacramento. A little lottery luck, right? Let's go with a little lottery luck. Zach is gone. I don't know if it's traded or if it's the James Ham plan or what it is, but not here. I feel like I could absolutely be wrong, but I feel like immediately this fan base would be 50 times more excited.
Energized. Huh?
Yeah. There'd be like, and you've said this before, and I don't mind repeating it because I think you're 100% right. Zach really didn't do anything. It is the ashes of a trade that burned the Beam team to the ground. And I think everyone wants that gone.
Yeah.
We can't move on. This is a weird sentence. Like, we can't move on from the Beam team with Zach still here. Because it's just
It's bad vibes.
It's
we talked about
just
earlier.
stuck.
It's just
Like,
bad
yeah,
vibes. It's not. You need a cleanse.
It's Vivek,
Yeah.
it's De'Aaron, it's that whole saga like playing out in front of us and like laughing at us every time a game is played. If you're able to come to whatever resolution you can come to in that regard, yeah, man. I think would you say energized? That's the perfect word to I think what this fan base will experience this offseason should those two things happen.
Absolutely. 2 things. 3 things. Number one, I agree with you 100%. It's number one. Like, yeah, this is gonna be one of those summer leagues akin to when De'Aaron Fox was drafted. And the energy
yeah.
for Kings fans for that summer league. That's what this one's gonna be. Number 2, the Aces are home.
Yeah.
Now check this out.
Yep.
They play a Saturday at 1 p.m. against Phoenix. Yeah.
I was gonna fly back Saturday, but I'll just fly back Saturday night.
Or
Uh-oh.
you might want to pause just a second.
Uh-oh.
They play a Sunday night against Indiana.
Chatty House, we're going to Vegas. Viva Las Vegas.
Wayne
I
Newton,
might go
get
just
in the
for
car.
that.
Donnie and Marie, get in the car.
We're going to Mike Tyson's house. Come on, guys.
Get in, loser. We're going to Vegas.
That is fantastic.
Indiana versus Las Vegas. It's
Oh
a
my
6 p.m.
God.
start, though. Damn.
Oh,
I'll be there till
on a
Monday.
Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be. Would you? Matt, oh my God, we'll be the only losers broadcasting on the second week of summer league. Like all of the Ethernet cords are packed up, everyone's gone. There's D'Lo and Casey on the concourse of Thomas and Mac. The janitor walking by, like, what the hell are you guys doing here? Well, went to the Aces Fever game last night.
Get in, loser. We're going to Vegas.
Saturday, Sunday, huh?
Yeah. Saturday's
Hey,
a 1 p.m. start.
Good planning, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Good
they gotta
planning.
be there.
Good planning.
Like,
Yeah.
that's if I was a commissioner and knew what the hell they were doing, Vegas would always be home during that.
Yeah.
That'd be
every
the
time.
reverse of the circus
Grammys?
trip.
Oh, yeah,
Grammys trip.
yeah.
Yeah, that too. That'd be the reverse. They always home.
A 3-day trip to Las Vegas just turned into like a 7-day excursion.
Even I will be so sick of Vegas by Sunday. Like, get me out.
I know
here.
Kyle's listening. Up the price, pal. We're staying there a little bit longer.
Oh man.
Adam Silver walks by. You idiots.
What are these guys still doing here?
You realize these are undrafted free agents out here playing now.
Hey Jess, Jess, of course, what you know about that? Absolutely. That's the only line I know on that movie too, which is actually a really good movie. Like it's a borderline classic. But get in, loser. We're going for a ride. Get in, loser. We're going to Vegas.
Went over my head.
A Mean Girls reference.
That's Lindsay Lohan?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a very clever movie. Number 3. I had three
mentioned to my brother Michael. I have seen that 3 times, and I will see it a 4th. Michael, thank you for that.
Be right there.
Michael saying, take D'Lo to Michael Jackson's.
Yeah, I
Cirque du
haven't
Soleil
seen
show.
it.
Got to.
Yeah.
Got to.
We'll be there for a week.
Yeah. Well, it's also the Aces play at Mandalay Bay.
Yep.
That's where it's at.
I don't know. Caitlin might be at the
Caitlin is at Allegiant Stadium.
Stadium.
It's
like it's the Final Four.
You got to submit for WNBA credentials at this point.
Yeah, man. I had 3 things. So the third thing is just mark it down. April 15th, 3:42 p.m.
Okay.
I'm officially making this. We have a whiteboard.
I got you. Go ahead. Talk
I'm
me through it.
officially making this prediction.
Yep.
Darius Acuff will be a Sacramento King.
Oh,
sick.
Darius Acuff will be a Sacramento King.
But Kenny, all he does is score.
I know. Nobody who wants scoring anymore. Get scoring out of the game. Get scoring out of basketball. That's what the people want. But just a hunch, just a feeling, just the vibes. Every time I look at a mock draft or I do a tankathon, you do your own mock draft on there. Darius Acuff always goes to the Kings no matter where they picking. Well, unless it's first or second. But, outside of first or second is always Darius Acuff. And I just get the vibe, man. I think he's going to be a Sacramento King. I think he fits what Scott Perry and Doug Christie are looking for. And yeah, I'm making a prediction. Darius Acuff will be a King.
There you go. All right. It's on the board. It's on the board. It's also been how is that marker dying? It's barely used. Like the marker's like fading. It's been 40 days since Casey has been fooled by the internet.
Let's go.
And it's been 15 days since D'Lo and Casey have killed off someone. So we're doing great, guys.
Can we get to 60 and 30 days respectively?
I don't have a ton of confidence, but sure. Maybe. I do want to also point out we did have
wait a minute. What happened with Joe? The hell?
That's a good question. Why is Joe at -4 points? What are Joe points?
Nah, Joe just has to take sometimes, and it's like, what are you talking about, man?
Oh,
yeah.
So what are the points?
Usually 1 take a day too.
So like,
I mean, you're talking about, oh yeah, I like frozen Uncrustables. It's like, what?
So he just gets he just gets docked points when he talks.
Yeah, he just loses a point whenever he has a
Oh,
take. That's crazy.
That's tough.
Bro, yeah, we're talking about Uncrustables having a nuanced, great, rational conversation. And Joe's like, yeah, I like them frozen.
How do you eat a frozen Uncrustable?
Like a brick,
That's
I guess.
crazy.
I don't know, Joe. Like how Joe does.
Don't the instructions specifically say just thaw out for a little bit?
Yeah, Joe's like, no, it's not ready. Throw it back in the freezer.
Joe's like, no, I'm hungry. I gotta eat the Uncrustable.
This dude Joe has Uncrustable popsicles. How?
Do we have particular Uncrustables that we're all about?
I like strawberry.
I like grape.
Oh,
but I don't like grape jelly. I like strawberry jelly, like just like on a regular sandwich. So
we just get the hazelnut ones, essentially the Nutella ones. Yeah.
Well, what's the jelly?
I don't think there is jelly in it.
Well, you're getting
Audrey
Nutella.
doesn't like jelly.
Nutella Uncrustables.
Well, it's a hazelnut. That's what Nutella is.
Yeah, I got that. But that's not a.
I don't think it comes with anything.
It's not a
other than
PB&J.
that.
Yeah,
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's a different sandwich.
You're playing a different game.
No, it's not me. I mean, I've never had one before. I just do what the kids tell me to do.
You're playing.
I have no control over my life.
You're playing
anymore.
2K24. We're playing 2K26.
Yeah. I can't do that on this game. It's just peanut butter. It's just jelly, grape or strawberry.
Reese loves Nutella, or at least he used to. I don't think he does anymore. Well, no, he's cool
I
with
had
it.
that with some strawberries.
Yeah.
I'm as happy as can be.
I think she's a little more picky with everything. So I don't know if she really likes Nutella. She keeps it. She's more like me. She really like change as far as her food goes.
Yeah.
Give me the give me the popcorn nuggets.
Okay. Yeah.
Joe lost a point too one time because he told us his favorite color was orange, and we thought that was weird. Just stuff like that.
Well, that's harsh.
No, like red, blue,
Taz?
maybe.
Like,
Yeah,
what?
thank you. Yeah,
What?
maybe you can get away with green or whatever, but like, come on, dude, pick a real color.
Favorite color is orange. Come on, Joe.
Both of you guys need to stop. And Kyle Madson too. Let him have his favorite color is orange. What are we doing?
Not on the jump. I'll tell you that much.
I love that the kid just gets docked points every time he says something. Just Kyle just gets up, walks over to the whiteboard, and puts -5.
Oh man, Joe points. Okay.
No, sorry, Joe.
Wow.
What a finish, man, to the Heat Hornets game last night. We watched a lot of that here in the studio. Thankfully, I'm not sure if you made it, got home before it ended.
No, I had to watch it on the phone.
Yeah.
I had to go to a practice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, not while you were driving, of course, because that
No,
would be unsafe. But so how did you feel when the technical difficulty sign popped up on your
So wait,
screen?
what?
Oh,
What?
no.
What?
It's so
Now?
bad.
What's
So
going
bad.
on?
It's like, and I'm like, in my head, it was technical difficulties for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I thought the game was going to come back and someone's going to be celebrating their win.
Yeah, it was going to be some sort of like bad movie where it comes back and, Buzz City is going crazy because,
It almost
Kobe
happened.
White hit it. Well, it did happen. Well, the technical difficulties thankfully shook off a little bit. And of course, it's a playing game. It's Amazon Prime. The internet is going
Damn.
crazy. Awful announcing was somehow on it like instantly. The article was immediately up like
The
they knew it was
article
gonna
was
happen.
up.
It's crazy. So let me take you through, because since I don't tweet, let me take you through my range of emotions. Hero hits that stupid. We'll go to overtime.
Okay.
Incredible shot by Kobe White.
Yeah,
and
Kobe
all
White
that.
was
Yeah,
crazy.
that was incredible.
crazy.
Absolutely.
They were
incredible.
down. They were real quick. Sorry,
Mhm.
He were up 4 with like 20 seconds to
Yeah.
go. Yeah, that was
And
big time.
in turn, the Hornets were up 5 in overtime. Hero hits that 3 in the corner.
Crazy.
And you see, and we were watching that just before the show starts. Like, God, that is I know how the game ended. That is an incredible shot. You immediately see Miami start to press. And I thought, oh, okay, this feels like one of those young basketball team moments where this could get bad. And LaMelo turns the ball over. Tyler gets back to the other corner. LaMelo fouls him. Range of thought process here. in this moment, thinking about the show the next day,
Mm-hmm.
we got to talk about LaMelo Ball. All free throws hit. Ball comes in. LaMelo beelines to the rack, lays it in. Davion brings the ball up the floor. I was with Jesse. We were texting about this. I thought Davion was going to be the hero.
Yeah.
Blocked. I think it was Bridges. Blocked
Bridges,
it at the two hands against the glass. Hornets win. Thought process. Thinking about the show. We got to talk about LaMelo Ball. I was prepared to have a difficult conversation, and then immediately turned like that could be, and I forgot for the briefest of moments that was the 9-10. Because I thought, man, what a moment this is for Charlotte. It's like, they got to do it again. They got to do it one more time. Incredible moment for Charlotte. Incredible moment from LaMelo Ball. We'll get to the other moment involving LaMelo Ball, but that was a hell of a finish to that game.
That was an unbelievable finish. The final, in real time, final about 30 minutes of that game was crazy, with the twists and turns and big shot making from both teams, turnovers, things like that. That was a great intro into postseason basketball. Obviously, this isn't technically the playoffs, but man, I thoroughly enjoyed that. And look, we'll talk more about him, but I do think people gotta give LaMelo his flowers. The basketball player, the player, not the most efficient game. I can say that.
Yeah,
but we're not gonna pick and choose
30
when we care
and
about that.
10,
30 and 10. Yeah,
assist.
Yeah, we're not gonna pick and choose when we care about that, right? Because there are people who get.
For the record, I do,
points
and we'll bring it up
shots.
regularly.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
absolutely. But the whole knock on LaMelo is not a winning player, not serious, all this other stuff, and they won the game. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to pick and choose when winning matters.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
I hear you.
He won the game. He hit the shot to win the game, and he gets credit for that.
So let's go to the moment then.
Yes.
He takes out Bam Adebayo. It is probably worth pointing out. Just tell the whole story. He finished at the rim with their primary rim protector out. He never came back. Bam Adebayo never came back.
Right.
We watched it. I saw the aftermath live. I saw the play, but didn't see what happened. Then I saw the Chatty House's reaction to it and I found it on social media, and I kept, we had this discussion during the show yesterday. What was he doing? What was he doing? What was he doing? And I've watched it 1,000 times. Hyperbole, Scott Perry. I've watched it 1,000 times. I still don't know what he was doing. Does feel kind of dirty, but I don't know if he even thought he could trip up Bam Adebayo in that situation, because Bam was going to save the ball. Let's run this. Also, am I bugging? Is Bam not out of bounds? Watch. Is he not out of bounds?
It's close. It's close. You got to get a better angle.
Because this play
it looks like he's out of bounds.
Because and it looks like the official's looking at him.
Right.
But it's a fast break here.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know, KC. Like, that's tough. I don't know.
I think that was I don't know how to phrase it, because it wasn't like a good play. It wasn't something that
he's blocked. He falls into Bam. He hits the ground, and it looks like he sweeps his leg up.
Yeah, I don't get why. What's the reason? I guess because you're already on the ground, you've already fell. What's the reason to sweep his?
I mean, the ball is out of play here. And it goes back to what I just said. Sorry, Casey. I can't figure out what he's trying to accomplish there.
I'm not sure what he's trying to accomplish either. What I can tell you is I'm pretty sure, and this is usually what I try to think of because people are calling him dirty. He's a dirty player, all this other stuff. intent a lot of the times. Does anybody believe LaMelo Ball said, I'm about to take Bam Adebayo out right now? I'm mad. I'm frustrated. I'm going to take him out of the game. I'm going to hurt him and all this other stuff. And I say that because when you see other dirty plays or something like an elbow can be, I'm about to hurt I'm so mad. I'm about to hurt this guy, or somebody coming to the rack and I'm about to lay him out. I'm about to hit him in a way that, it's going to make it hard for him to get up. Like that's the intent a lot of the time with dirty players. Or Draymond Green. Well, you hit me in the jewels, mate. What
Kiwis. Hit me in the Kiwis, mate.
Yeah, like I'm gonna do that. Or Draymond Green, I'm going to stomp on DeMontis, and I don't care what happens. I don't think that's what happened.
None of that was premeditated. Ooh. Like he did. Well, all of that, like it was a dirty play when I think he repeatedly kicked Steven Adams in the groin on multiple different occasions. Right. But I also don't think he thought, I'm going to get this shot up here on the next possession and kick Steven Adams in the groin.
No.
It's something, whether it was an opportunity that presented itself. It happened. It's like we have a boring conversation that we both know is boring. We go to commercial break and I swipe my hand and knock the water bottle onto the floor. That I wasn't planning on that. I wasn't planning on doing that, but it was like a moment of frustration hits and you do it. It's like you hit something. Stupid. I wonder if that's what LaMelo did.
So here would be
because he was frustrated, by the way. I think that's important. LaMelo was clearly upset about something because he started yelling. When he did that, he turned to yell at the official from the ground because he obviously thought he was fouled.
He thought he was fouled. Here's the other thing about this too. Two things. Number one, we look at this in the replay fashion, and in real time, it's actually a really quick situation that happens. Like there's no really build up.
Right.
He shoots, gets knocked to the ground, and like as soon as his back hits the ground, he's looking at Bam and grabs his foot. Right. Like it's not like it happened in slow motion and he's calculating like all this in his head at the time.
It's not like when Draymond got hit to the ground, got up and ran all the way to the other side of the floor and tackled.
He did it a couple times. It was Troy Murphy.
Okay.
Not Troy Murphy. What's my man's name in New Orleans? Or no, he did it to Herb Jones.
Trey Murphy.
Trey Murphy.
Herb Jones. That's who I'm thinking of. He did it. Herb Jones is who I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
You have time from the moment you get up to the 3 seconds, 4 seconds it takes. You have time to process what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's not the same.
Right.
LaMelo, it was all, I got fouled. I know there's no whistle. Bam has the ball, and he reacts to it.
Here's what I think happened. Or I can tell you when we get back what I think happened.
Do that because you are a radio professional setting up the next segment. So we'll come back and we'll continue to talk. Plus, that wasn't the only game that was fire last night. We'll come back.
I said something crazy, too, during that game. I don't know if you unblocked me on Twitter. I said it, but I'll tell you what I said during that game. It's crazy, bro.
I'm never gonna unblock you on Twitter, but I did see that tweet. We'll come back. Steelo, it's far cry from what you used to say. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Damn, I missed that play. They're replaying the game on NBA TV. I did not see. I didn't see when Khalil Ware took the ball out of the air.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, nice little game yesterday.
Wasn't in on the final possession, by the way.
I
think he had like 5 or 6 blocks.
I'm really talking myself into the Fountain Blue. This looks like a nice ass hotel.
It looks really nice.
It looks as roomy as the Venetian and about $100 less per night.
It looks really nice.
I'm so fascinated to know what's coming up in Las Vegas because I have the Fontainebleau in front of me. Get a room tonight. What's tonight? For $324. Get a room tonight for $216. We'll go on the weekend. Cool. They got you $576. That's up quite a bit. Sundays $405. Monday $1,254.
Wait, what?
Tuesday $1,254. Wednesday
The hell?
$364. Thursday $288. What the hell is in Las
Is Bruno
Vegas
there?
on Monday and Tuesday?
Is Bruno there?
I thought Bruno opened last weekend.
He might be. I
Yeah,
just
on
asked because
Saturday
I
and
know he
Sunday.
was. Yeah, I guess so.
That might be some Formula One stuff.
Yeah, man, that stuff is for rich people.
That's crazy. Odyssey so poor. D'Lo and KC doing Instagram videos, sharing a room at the
at the Easy 8 Motel.
What's the one everyone hates? Circus.
That's what I'm saying in Reno.
D'Lo
When I
and
go to
KC coming
Reno.
back from bed with bed bugs.
When I go for Reese's tournament in Reno, we're staying at the Circus. They want crazy amount of money for that weekend. That's stupid. I wanted to stay at the, the Atlantis is right across from where the tournament is, and you can stay at the Grand something Resort. GSR is what it is. Very nice. Bro, they want like $400 a night that weekend to stay in Reno. How dare you? But Down Blue looks right.
It does.
Down Blue looks
I'm looking to see if the prices are crazy for Summer League.
Grand Sierra. Shout out to my boy Coach Chris. I went and ate.
Nah, this is
ate there.
extremely doable.
Very nice. I went to. Was it a Papa Do's? It wasn't Bubba Gumps. I don't know what it was, but I had some seafood at the Grand Sierra. It was really good.
There's a spot that we never venture over to. You got to do Vegas with your boy. We'll land no matter where we're staying.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to the Venetian. We're gonna go to Yard House. That's
Okay.
Man, that's
Mando.
when we land. That's what we do. Chicken and waffles. The
Say
whole
less.
sipping on some Uncle Nearest. That's what we do
Yeah.
first thing out the gate. One peak dinner. We got it because I've never done it. We got to go to SW at the Wynn. So if we're in that area, we just pick one night. We'll go to SW. That's one that I haven't booked yet.
I need to talk to Kyle then.
You know what it is. We got to get Bill's
We gotta
credit
get-
card. That's what it's Bill. I've gotten Bill to give me his credit card before. We're gonna have to get it one more time.
Some things
Look,
got to change
look,
around
and
here if
this
I'm
is-
doing that. Enough is enough, and it's time for some change.
Well, Kitty Caraway just joined the Nation of Domination. Man. Wait, look, and we're doing this in the interest of Kings fans. That's how we're selling it to our management. Look, we have to be in Las Vegas. We have to stay at the Fontainebleau. We have to eat at the Wynn for the benefit of our audience.
We're doing this for them,
Not
not for us.
And then in turn, it's for you.
Yeah. Come on, man.
We're the
Where you want us to be at? You want us to be at I ain't gonna say that because we might stay there because that wouldn't be a bad thing. No, I'll say we ain't staying there. We want us to be at the Rio.
Yeah, we ain't gonna stay there. No.
We want us to be at the Rio and have the buffet there at the Rio.
You know what they do? Be like, yeah, go ahead, stay there. They send us out the door. Those hoes ain't coming back. They ain't gonna make it back from Rio. There's one or two places we could send them in Las Vegas, and they just won't come back. We'll claim the credit card was stolen and just file their termination papers. It'll be fine. The chat just being here on Monday, like, guys, where are D'Lo and KC? Remember they went to the Rio. We were talking playing the fantastic games last night. We an incredible ending with the Heat. We haven't even gotten to the second game yet, but we tried to transition ourselves back to that play, and you had set up, because I was adamant yesterday, because we saw it happening during the show yesterday, that I don't know what LaMelo Ball was doing in that play with Bam Adebayo. You said, I think I might know.
Yeah, just a guess. Sometimes in a situation like that, where you took a shot and you fell to the ground as the offensive player, fell to the ground or turned the ball over or something like that, you see the shot not go in or the ball get turned over, and you're on the ground, and the nearest guy to you on the other team, if they're around, maybe you pull their arm, maybe you pull their leg, just for like a split second of they don't have this ultimate advantage while you're on the ground. You know what I'm saying? And it's never anything like to hurt anybody. It's just like, oh, we're both on the ground, or he's close to me, let me grab his foot real quick. And then that at the very least gets him to like kick your hand off or stop doing what he's doing, just as a little agitator thing or a little vet trick every now and then. And you see it sometimes in games. If you look closely, somebody turns the ball over, the other team starts racing the other way, somebody will grab the guy's jersey, right? You know what I'm saying? Just look like the guy who's trying to get out of it, just grab his jersey. Not to just hold on to it for 45 feet or anything, but just something to break the momentum of what they just got. And I don't know if that's something that LaMelo was doing in that moment, and it was just unbelievably poor timing, because I don't think he was trying to hurt Bam. I don't think, like, LaMelo's done reckless stuff off the court and in the post game, but he's never been looked at as far as I know.
Well,
just
you know how
dirty
Twitter
play.
is, you know how social media is.
They'll find a mixtape.
They got a LaMelo tripping Bam clip. A completely different one.
Oh man,
that one was way worse.
I hadn't seen it. I got to see this one.
It's
I got to see this one.
Like there's no discussion about it. Like he reaches out and grabs Bam's foot in stride and trips him. And yeah, like that's like like you mess up, like Twitter will get the mixtape out quick. They'll get it out there quick.
And so I just seen that one, right? And that's kind of like what I'm talking about. Number one, like you shouldn't do it, especially like when it gets to tripping and all this other stuff. Like you shouldn't do it, because what happened yesterday can happen. Like it's a dangerous play. But to the one that you're talking about, the previous one, like he's down on the ground, he's arguing the call. They're still playing.
Yeah.
Let me grab this dude real quick, just to like slow the moment. Like
he might have thought he was fouling him.
But like they will point to that as, see, this is him being dirty. I wouldn't. That's just, like I said, it shouldn't happen, but that's what kind of happens sometimes in those situations.
I think it's okay to assume that, though. Whether it's
that it was dirty or not. I mean, that's when you do that, you open yourself up for that. So if anybody looks at that and feels that way about him, he made his own bed in that respect. But I don't think that's what he was doing. It was just, this is why people tell you don't do that, right? Like when I'm always talking about take a hard foul on somebody. And if you take a hard foul and you're just trying to send a message, but you do what Karl Malone did to Isaiah Thomas and split his forehead, and now he's got 10 stitches. That's why you don't do that.
Yeah.
Because somebody can get really hurt in certain situations. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happened last night, unfortunately. Bam Adebayo.
And Bam did not return, and Eric Spoelstra was pretty pissed off about it.
Yeah, and understandably so. Like, I think he was wrong. I don't think LaMelo should have been thrown out of the game. They were talking about it on the post game, and I agree. Like, even if they did call something, they wouldn't have thrown him out.
Yeah, I don't
It would have
think
been
they
like
would've.
a flagrant one, and he still would have been in the game.
Yeah, and it's tough with those because, people, you just do math at that point and go, oh, if it's a flagrant one, this happens, Miami wins the game. Well, it changes the complexion, like, of the immediate game. It changes game plan. Like, everything changes in that instant. I understand Eric Spoelstra's frustration in that regard. I don't think you could throw him out. I think Eric Spoelstra's sentiment was based more on the fact that Bam didn't come back.
And it's, like you said, completely understandable, man. His season is over, and his best player wasn't able to play.
He didn't get to be on the floor because of a situation like that. LaMelo, that performance isn't gonna curtail the polarization that he puts out there into the NBA universe. No. He is a love him or hate him player. Very little in between with that guy. And another play-in win in a postseason appearance could go a long way to start to change that. Yesterday, definitely, last night could have definitely been a start. Of course, it's marred. I do wonder. Let me ask you. I saw LaMelo's response post game, and he took accountability for it. He essentially saying, "I wasn't trying to. I mean, of course, I wasn't trying to hurt him. That's my bad. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go check on him." So, an appropriate response. Asking, not accusing. Do you think his response would have been different if Charlotte lost?
I don't.
Okay. I feel like LaMelo a little bit, like, personality-wise, a little bit better than I do. But that struck me as we won. I feel good. Maybe for the first time. I know to say the right thing there. And he might have been genuine because Bam is so well respected across the league.
Right.
But it did strike me as like, they did just win probably the most thrilling game of his career. If it had gone the other way, if Kobe White's shot doesn't go in, if LaMelo's shot doesn't go in, is his response to the Bam Adebayo question a little bit different?
I would say, I'd ask you, anybody else, like, in what way though? Like, how would it be different? Would he be like, man, I ain't tripping off him getting hurt?
No, not yeah, it was just a basketball play. I'm sorry he got hurt.
Yeah,
because I feel like he took accountability for. I mean, he didn't say, "Oh man, that was dirty," but he was like, "My bad." Like I wasn't trying to hurt him. I'm gonna go check him again. If you want a player to say the right thing in that moment, I feel like LaMelo did, but I wonder if it was circumstantial. And I genuinely don't know because I feel like if you're over 18, you don't really tap into what LaMelo Ball is saying a lot. Like
he's Uncrustables. He's a basketball.
That's
player.
right. Like he's like, you don't really age out of the demographic in sports. That's not a thing. But I feel like I've aged out of the demographic for LaMelo. Like, all right, like, cool. I don't know.
I feel like
I'm not tapping into LaMelo's complex interview. You know what I mean?
Right. I feel like LaMelo is reckless, is immature. I don't think he's a dirty player. I haven't seen all his games or nothing like that, but that hasn't been like his MO. Like he doesn't.
What's a dirty player? Is it someone?
Grayson Allen.
Fair enough. Okay.
That plays with and there are some aspects, like I don't like the results of it or like how he but there are some aspects of
there's a certain,
and we'll talk about this in a second, playing with a chip on your shoulder that appeals to me. Like I do like that.
Okay.
I don't think LaMelo plays with a chip on his shoulder. I think he's just kind of free flowing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you have a chip on your shoulder, sometimes you might cross the line.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I don't think that's who LaMelo is. That to say all that to say what he did last night wasn't like that's not who he is. I'm a habitual line stepper sometimes with my physical. Like, that's not who he is. Like he's a free flowing Showtime guy. He's not no punk out there, but he also not.
Is he reckless
on the basketball court? Yeah, but
Yes,
not
behind the automobile, not behind the wheel.
Not in a physical way. He's reckless with like how he passes the ball or dribbles or shoots. But it's not like remember
he's reckless like Malik Monk can be reckless. Not
exactly. That's a perfect example, right?
Okay.
Like remember how there was an issue at one point in his career when Kobe would shoot and flail his arms out and was smacking people, elbowing them, and they're like,
remember one very famous incident.
Who was it?
Well, he didn't flail his elbow out. He flailed it forward.
Oh,
Mike.
well,
Yeah. Ask him on Friday. Hey, remember that time, Kobe?
How many times do you think you've been asked that?
Oh my God, I can't even
So many
imagine.
times.
I cannot even imagine how many times he's been asked about that play, about that series,
Yeah.
about that shot.
Every time he hears
Or that shot.
He gets asked about that. But that was like a wild physical play. Same with like Draymond, right? And what we talked about earlier. Kick me in the Kiwis.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wild physical play. I don't think he's reckless in that respect. I think he's just reckless with the basketball.
Is Draymond reckless?
Yes. He's reckless in a physical way. Like
Yeah.
he's just wild and physically will like elbow you, forearm you, kick you
But I
because he's
don't
just
know.
crazy.
See, okay. We might be launching into a discussion that we don't really need to have. Of course, the Warriors do play tonight.
No dubs.
Recklessness to me is almost like instantaneous. Draymond does it so much. I don't know if he's reckless.
It might just be kind of who he is.
He's dirty.
Yeah.
Like he's, and for the Warriors fans or Draymond stands, like there's no question he's a great basketball player. He's a great defender. There's no question he's a very intelligent. And that's the other part of it. Draymond is, and I have trusted people significantly smarter than me to tell me, he is an extremely intelligent basketball player. He sees things on the floor develop, both on the offensive end and the defensive end, which leads me to believe some of these moments, they're not like he's aware. He is of full capacity. He is, and I'm not even talking about sprinting down the court and tackling Herb Jones. I'm talking about, turning around and backhanding Yusuf Nurkic, Domantas Sabonis. Like, he's aware of what he's doing.
Right.
And he'll argue, just like he did with Domantas Sabonis, just like he did with Yusuf Nurkic. He'll argue that it's somebody else's fault. And to me, that's not reckless. But again, we're probably, I took us down a road we don't need to be down.
You're fine. I'll give you another example of a borderline dirty, habitual line stepper. Chris Paul.
Okay.
That's not who LaMelo is. Like Chris Paul will take a
agree.
backhand to the Kiwis real quick. Like
Chris
when you're close.
Paul's closer to Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's like, Draymond is, he's just kind of wild. Like I think
Chris Paul's calculated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Cerebral.
Yes.
The cerebral assassin.
Was the slick like a fox or something like that? I don't know.
I don't know.
Chris Paul's the one.
We don't know any sayings on this show. Like none.
Day's getting a saying right.
Oh God. that one will remain at 0 forever.
Chris Paul, like, well, hey, they're about to inbound the basketball and we're close, and he'll like hit you in the ribs. Like that's what I think of when I think like,
what,
how people talking about LaMelo today. Like, I don't think that's who he is.
You know what Chris Paul will do? This has got nothing to do with nothing. You talk about the inbound play close to hit you in the ribs, Chris. If he'll go to the inbounder, and you know how the ref will do because there's a certain amount of space. You're not up on the line.
Yeah.
And he'll put the hand, okay, here, Chris. Then he'll back up, and Chris will just slyly like move forward like a little bit and be further in the, and you'll see players sometimes, hey, and the ref going 1, 2, and it's got to inbound the ball and sit here and not complain about Chris Paul moving forward.
He's just a habitual line stepper, or was a habitual line stepper. He's so much of a habitual line stepper.
Clippers sent him home.
Well, no, that happened too. But he made Pat Bev crash out on the court by just walking by him.
That's right.
Pat Bev just lost it.
Nothing will ever be better than DeMarcus not letting Isaiah Thomas shake hands with him. Nothing will be better than no, man. No. Come on, man.
No,
come on, man.
But that's my guy. No, man.
No, man. Over here. So the Heat season is over.
I kind of thank God too. I said we
well.
I said it.
Well,
even then, I don't need to see the Heat in the first round.
Yeah, but what if?
Well, we talked about it last night. I'd be fine with it.
What if? Yeah, because
it ain't over here.
Ain't our fault. Ain't got nothing to do with. No, you know what it is? Go ahead, win the lottery. You're not the Warriors.
That's it.
As long as the Warriors don't win, it's
not the Warriors.
Fine.
Not in the Western Conference.
Yeah,
I'll take my number 4 pick and be fine.
That's fine. Let's hope.
I'll take that. The other thing about the Heat, real quick, their season is over. It already started last night. The thought that, all right, look out for them getting after Giannis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like that has started. And if they get lucky in the draft, that might be more enticing in a potential draft package for Giannis.
Yeah, I'm sure Milwaukee, John Hurst, I think is his name. I'm sure his ears perked up a little bit last night when Davion was blocked at the rim. Because it's like, oh, this pick could be something else.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was a fantastic game. I mean, the nightcap was just as great. Denny Avdia, 41 points, 7 rebounds, 12 assists. Portland wins on the road. They're off to take on San Antonio, and Phoenix is trying to keep their season alive.
Yeah, man, that was a heck of a game as well. That was and just the huge momentum swings. Looked like Portland was going to have it handily, and then Phoenix at the end of the third quarter and beginning of the fourth, they just took over the game.
Yeah,
like it was like they're going.
I thought it was over.
Yeah, they're going to run away with this thing. Portland couldn't make a shot to save their lives for about 7 minutes of game time.
Yeah,
and then Denny went crazy in the final 4 or 5 minutes of the game. Jeremy Grant hit some big time shots. That's crazy. And
Drew Holiday probably with the play of the game.
Oh, that was smooth. Well, what you talking about?
I'm talking about when Denny Avdia hit the
layup.
The finger roll layup.
Yeah.
And immediately started aggressively yelling at the official. And right. Hey, well, yes, you're 100% right.
Get back.
Yeah, you're 100% right. But credit to the official for not.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because in that moment, like I get it. You officiate the game the same way all game. I think he did. And that was an aggressive turn to the official. That was an aggressive gesture to the official. And they didn't blow the whistle. And I think part of it was, he told him to get back, but Drew got in there immediately and pretty aggressively pushed Denny Avdia out of there.
Crazy.
And had to, because he turned again.
Yeah.
Even when Drew pushed him away, then he turned again and Drew grabbed him and said, he said something. I'm not going to pretend to know what he said, but something like, hey, come on.
Enough. Yeah.
Don't do this here. And they got back because whatever Drew said, then he turned around and they went back to the huddle. And again, credit to the official. As much as we trash the officiating in the NBA, it was the right call to not call a technical right there.
It was.
That was a technical worthy response from Denny Avdia and a great save by Drew Holiday to keep that from getting too far.
The official hit him with the Melvin from Baby Boy. Said, "Get him on, I'm gonna kill him. Get him on, I'm gonna kill him." And Drew got him. But I'm with you. I'm glad he didn't
Yeah.
call it technical in that moment. I mean, that
Phoenix,
was-
not so much.
No.
Jordan, I would have loved for a whistle to be blown right there. But
Nah.
what a season for Denny, Tiago Splitter, and this Portland Trailblazers team, who's got Dame Lillard coming back next year. Yeah, that's big. That was big time.
That was big time, man. Salute to them for the season that they've had. And then also, winning that game, coming back and getting that done. Like I said, when I thought they were finished in that fourth quarter, they just kept going. And Denny was lights out. I said, yo, this guy is killing.
Yeah.
He is killing. And they couldn't keep him in front of him. He wasn't doing like a bunch of jumpers or anything. He was just getting to the cup. And that was a hell of a performance by him for a guy who's been good all year long. Then some people have him as an all-NBA type guy, and he might deserve that. But in that moment with his team down the way they were, that was impressive. That was impressive by him. And he did it. He did it to my boy. Did it to my boy.
This is quite a shift. I was gonna say from the early days of D'Lo and KC.
It was,
but I don't even think it's the early days. It's like 2 years ago.
I want to say it was
for those that are new to a
BT1.
pro. Let me 3 years ago.
Yeah.
For those that are new to the program, numerous sources close to D'Lo and KC have told us that Kenny Caraway used to regularly refer to Devin Booker
regularly?
as
Wait a minute.
earmuffs, kids. This little bitch. And now, Casey's boy.
No. Well, technically, what I said the one time
No. It's not
is
what I heard.
it was like the first quarter or whatever, and he's falling and complaining. It's like being a little bitch.
How you gonna call him a bitch in the first quarter?
Because it was egregious what he was doing. But that's my boy. Devin Booker,
I
that's
like
my
Book.
boy.
I like
I like Book. And I've had to do a little bit of a 180 on that because this is what I was talking about, alluding to earlier. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. Like he has always played with a chip on
Okay.
his shoulder.
Okay.
And I like that. I like that.
I remember the first time I saw Devin Booker. I was like, who is this child? Like, remember rookie Devin Booker? Like, who is this a Make-A-Wish kid? Like, how did he why is this kid out here?
He was a baby. He had a baby face and he was super young. and he
Yeah,
was
man.
Killing.
Yeah.
But
just
that's
a bucket getter from day one.
that's my boy. That's my boy, Devin
Here's
Booker.
the strange. Here's the
The shoes
interesting.
help too.
Sure. Yeah. Here's the strange thing about Phoenix to me. To me, there's no harm. Like if they lose to the Clippers, that's not really a big deal. Like because the Clippers and Suns are kind of on par. The Suns are already so much better than they were last year. Like, if you're Jordan, if you're Devin Booker, you got to feel good about like the structural makeup of this team and the direction in which you're going. What their ceiling is, that's certainly something to be determined. But as we have outlined repeatedly through this season, and as we will talk a lot about over the course of the next couple of months, they've got the guy. When you have the guy, it feels like everything else can kind of fall into place, but they have the guy, and that guy isn't going anywhere. It has been stated by him. It has been stated by his employer. He is not going anywhere. Devin Booker is the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, he's Mr. Sun.
On the other side of that, you can't lose to Golden State.
Oh no.
You can't lose to the you can't lose to that. You can't lose to that.
That would be that would make the season that has been probably a lot better than the people in Phoenix thought and enjoyable. That would make it a failure.
Okay, I got a question that I'm going to ask you when we get back, and it has to do with your boy who's on our screen right now,
that is my boy,
Paolo
too.
Banchero,
Yeah.
and more specifically, that name across his shooting shirt, the Orlando Magic. We've got a lot more to talk about. Hell of a game last night for the Sacramento A's as well.
Yeah.
Nice little bounce back against the Texas Rangers. We'll give into that. Not so much for KC's.
Well, Tyler Jennings asked the question. Do you have the game on right now?
I absolutely do not.
Are you sure? Can I see your screen?
Yes, I will show you my screen during the commercial break. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. So they're losing again. I'm not even checking the score.
Yeah, they down 7-2 in like the third inning.
Someone posted a video. I think Kyle Renata retweeted it. That's how I saw it. It was a clown walking around talking about not me thinking the Giants would be good entering the season. The clown blowing up balloons. And...
I'm rewatching this clip again, man. Even Jeremy Grant was about to beat Denny's ass.
Oh my God!
Say, hey, get your ass over there.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's my other boy, Terry Maxey, too.
I don't think anyone would have blamed the official if he called it, though.
No, because he was like,
it was
doing
pretty
a lot.
aggressive.
Yeah, he was doing a lot. I'm glad they did.
Yeah. You don't want that to be the talking point today. I think with calls like that, you can let them go and it not be a discussion. It becomes a discussion if you make the call. Tyrese still looks like a youngster, too.
Tyrese Maxey, I think the number 21 pick in the draft. Yes, dear. Which ones you want? We got an abundance. Which ones you want up in here? We got them all.
I wonder what, just because this site is still open, what would a panoramic corner room king at the Win go?
Okay, let me, all right. Panoramic corner room, the Win.
Per night.
Weekend or weekday, doesn't matter.
Hold on. Let me see the. We'll go with tomorrow night.
I'm gonna say $1,600.
$1,246 counting resort fees.
Okay, I missed that one. I missed it. See, I don't count everything. I missed it.
I will say this: that view looks beautiful, though.
Now, well, hey, look, do Friday. Do Friday. I might be on.
Hold on. Hey, you might hold on. You might be. Let's see here. What'd you say?
1,600, Bob.
1449. Oh, that's not. That's Saturday. Friday and Saturday. 1449. The first time I have it that high, watching these prices fluctuate is crazy.
Man.
Next Sunday, April 26th, it is $1,799. Monday, April 27th, and Tuesday, April 28th, that price goes to $2,499.
What the hell's going on?
The price that day doubled. There has to be something massive in town. May 18th, Monday. It's a Monday, bro. May 18th, $3,339.
I gotta figure this out.
Just gonna close that because I'm never gonna stay there. These do look like nice rooms, though. Not that room in particular, but. Well, here's Kenny's room, the Wynn Tower Suite Parlor.
Not my room.
Oh, no, here it is, the Encore 3-bedroom duplex. That goes for $8,055 a night. Because who doesn't need a 3-bedroom duplex when they're in Las Vegas?
Maybe, okay, this is interesting. while we're out there, maybe these things are
That's
still
a good
going
point. Is it WrestleMania? That's what it is?
The night after.
Holy
Well, wait a
shit.
minute. But it's more after WrestleMania. WrestleMania is this weekend.
Oh, you're right. No, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
WrestleMania is Saturday.
Yeah.
Sunday.
That's why all that stuff is happening. You're right.
Oh, and that's probably why these people are here. I was like, maybe they'll be here when we go out there. There's 40 years of Mick Foley. We can go see that at the Palms.
Well, there you go.
And DJ Mark Henry and friends at the Space.
Hell no. DJ Mark Henry. Absolutely. Can you imagine? It'd be a club just full of a bunch of guys. And I think what Mark Henry's bit is he plays wrestling theme music. Imagine you're in the club with a bunch of 30 and 40-year-olds who showed up at the club with wrestling belts over their shoulder.
No, hell no.
Although yeah, that's interesting. We went from Wale Mania to DJ Mark Henry.
Everyone in their club throwing their fist up, throwing fist bump into Real American.
Break it down. Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Oh man.
Wow.
Well,
Wild
okay.
times in Las Vegas.
Real quick before we get back on track. I don't know about, but maybe I'm wrong. Fish is going to be at the Sphere April 16th through May 2nd.
Okay.
Do you think that warrants a price increase like that?
I don't know what Fish is.
I don't either.
So
PHI.
It's not.
It's a group.
Why
I just
don't
don't.
you and your boss Andy Hawk over on Alt.
I bet you James Ham
You know
knows
Fish.
I don't know Fish. I
You know
swear to God.
Fish. Come on, man. Stop playing, man.
Oh, Fish and them?
Yeah, man. Come on. Hey, Fish is the real deal,
Oh,
bro.
Fish and them.
When they did
yeah.
that song, Cruising Down Route 66, that's my joint.
I wonder what is Fish's biggest song?
You think if we heard it, we would know what it was?
No. I
No,
wouldn't.
hey,
Not the
nah,
name, but
nah.
like we like, oh, I've heard this song before.
I'm pretty good with. I feel like I'm pretty good with all genres of music.
Sample in a jar.
I
Is that
don't
there?
know what Fish is. Fish has been dropping albums since 1989.
Would have said that was their 10th album.
I don't. Do we know what Fish's biggest song is?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Let me see. Let's go to Fish Essentials.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Bouncing Around the Room. Maybe.
Come on, man. I don't know what that is.
Sample in a Jar. You Enjoy Myself.
What? You enjoy. Okay.
Heavy Things.
What channel would Fish be played on in this building?
It'd have to be me playing it on alt. That would. have
What's
to
your
be.
name on alt? Kenny the Cruiser, Andy Hawk, Dallas Osborne, and Kenny the Cruiser.
Mohawk K.
I just played like 2 of their most downloaded songs. I've never heard these before in my life.
Never heard them before, really.
Yeah, nah, Fish.
John Bull says, I am at Alt Diddy.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about, but they're doing the Sphere. So
Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, all right.
I wonder if that's the reason for the price increase.
Yeah, I mean, so what were we looking at? The Win. So the Win connects to the Sphere. The Win and the Venetian both. I think I take that back. I think the Win does. I know the Venetian does. They connect to this walkway that takes you directly to the Sphere. The Win is literally right next door to the Venetian, so I have to assume that it does.
Well, actually, I take this back. It looks like they're
okay.
only doing Thursday through Saturdays, so that doesn't explain.
Yeah,
Monday.
they're not there every most acts aren't there every day.
I don't know what's going on.
Essentials is 27 songs. Here's a song called Tweezer. Yeah, I don't know this.
Oh hell yeah, that's my hey, let that play. Let that play. It's cold, because it's Tweezer.
No one's ever said let that Fish play, by the way.
Go on, bump that Fish for me.
Fish proved that it's possible to have a successful music career. Okay, well, here's the here's the first line of their essentials. Fish proved that it's possible to have a successful music career without radio hits and mainstream media notoriety. Well,
makes sense.
All right. Congratulations, boys. You did it. I have no clue.
We'll be seeing
out
Fish
there.
when we're out there for
Fish.
Summer League.
Well, we're going to be there long enough, so why not? What'd you guys do at Summer League? Well, Fish, Aces basketball, and who doesn't love second week Summer League?
We saw the A's first game in Las Vegas. That's how we're going to be there.
That's what we should do. Take the phone and go find where this stadium is at in the progress.
It's right
on it.
there.
That's what
It's
I've heard.
right
I've never seen it.
Right next to
the
MGM
last
Grand.
time the last time I was there. Oh no, that's not true. The last time I was there was New Edition, and we weren't out. The New Edition was at T-Mobile.
Oh, okay.
So I wasn't out as far as where that's at.
It's still there though.
No, I know, but the last time I went to Allegiant Stadium, there are signs that that point to the old, what is it? The Tropicana?
Tropicana, good knowledge.
And yeah, there was nothing there. But that was probably Kendrick and SZA, so you could do the timeline on that. Yeah, that was a while ago.
Now they got the concourse up.
T-Mobile's pretty dope though, the way T-Mobile is set up. Like that was my first time there when I saw New Edition.
T-Mobile, I haven't been there. It looks fantastic. It looks state of the art. I read somewhere where the mayor is like, "Yeah, we'll build you a new arena if you come here, NBA."
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, T-Mobile's like 6 years old.
You said something that no, it's older than that, isn't it?
Can't be more than 10 years old. Actually, it probably is. Canelo versus Triple G2 was in T-Mobile. So that was probably around 10 years ago. 10 years ago.
You know, the Fever are at in Vegas the week before Summer League 2. They're there the July 5th.
Oh.
They're there July 5th and July 12th.
So they hitting both of their
But what I
games
was
during that?
looking, okay, so this is what I was looking for. The game on the 5th, it's at T-Mobile. The game at the
they ain't
5th
playing
is at
MGM
T-Mobile.
Grand,
Yeah.
They ain't playing the MGM.
Well, it's the Michelob Ultra Arena, and I believe it's at Mandalay Bay.
I mean, yes, Mandalay Bay, good knowledge.
But yeah, no, what I was looking to see, because we joked, I bet that game might not be at Mandalay Bay. That game is. The game on July 12th is at the Michelob Ultra Arena.
Oh, it is?
The game on July 5th, which is also in Las Vegas, that's at T-Mobile Arena. Okay, so
change,
instead of staying till Monday, let's just go on Sunday.
There we go. Go early.
We'll go early. Guys, we're getting a jump on this. No one's bringing you pre-Summer League coverage, but we might miss the California Classic.
So will anybody on any of those teams.
Well, not ours.
Darius ain't playing the second. They got 3 games. He
If
ain't
he
playing the
plays for
third
the
game.
Kings.
He ain't playing the third game.
Oh, no, he's not. He'll play the first
It'll
one.
be
Unless
off the
the
top
league-
of my head, it'll be July 2nd, 3rd, and 5th.
Unless
he ain't playing on the 5th.
Unless the league calls and says, no, he's not.
Right.
He's
He
playing
is
on
not debuting.
He's playing on Friday night against
Kingston
Darren Peterson
Flemings.
or
Darren. Oh, that would be
yeah, see.
Ooh, go against it's got to be
Because
AJ
AJ's going to
Darren
play on
first.
Saturday, I would think so.
Yeah,
I would think so.
Friday night's the
Throwing
day,
a little
though.
earthquake, man. What a trip that would be.
Friday night's the night though. That's gonna be
Friday's
the one.
the night. Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be
Friday's the
fire.
night.
It's gonna be energy in that.
Go get a drink with Brian Windhurst when it's over.
Go see Coffee Boy.
Hey, the one
Gonna be
time
some furniture moving.
the one time I interviewed Amin was in Summer League.
Yeah.
It was at Summer League. It was on the concourse of the Thomas and Mack Center. Didn't think he was a jackass at the time.
It's a damn shame what happened to me because I used to listen to this. I don't really pay attention too much no more, but I used to listen to this stuff.
Oh man.
Well,
where were we?
Well, you're gonna ask me something. You're gonna ask me a question about Paolo Banchero.
Yes, sort of. I said that there's no for Phoenix, having lost that game to Portland, Portland's moving on. Salute. Like, I think Portland and Phoenix are two really good stories in the Western Conference this year.
Mhm.
I think with Phoenix, I don't think there's any harm in losing to the Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers are still a good team, despite, one, they have Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard has had an all-NBA season, not having any clue. You know what? Actually, hit pause on all of that because he's waited for a few minutes. Let's get TC here on the phone line.
Sorry, TC.
916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's good
up,
with
baby?
you, big dog?
Hey, man, just vibing. Hey, Jesse tried to get on me early. Hey, he said I was podding, huh? Hey, with that
said that.
comment.
You
He
were
said that.
podding. Come on.
I know. No, hey, you know me. Hey, I just be trying to read through lines, Zelo, like everybody else, right? Just kind of like the homies. What I took from that is they cut it straight. I know Scott is a slick talker, but they cut it straight with everybody. You know what I mean? That's why I say, man, you know what? I'm going to give my boy time to put this together. He said, I'm not going to make no move to make no move. I'm not going into the luxury tax for a team that's not competing, right? And I also felt like, what did everybody say yesterday? Scott talked to me one-on-one, and I believe he got at Domas and Zach and was like, bro, check it out. I'm working on it. Something might happen this summer, or it might lead into the beginning of the next season. But both of you guys will be off this team, bro. I'm going to work that. Doug, what he was saying, he was keeping it real. And I believe that was a shot at Domas and Zach. I don't want to stir nothing up, but he said, listen, man, you got to sacrifice, right, for the betterment of the team. And why it's towards Domas is because that's what Mike Brown was talking about in the beginning. Like, Domas, I need you to do something. And Domas like, nah, you got to fit around me, Mike, and all that. And Doug see that. With Zach just talking about, give me the ball and get out the way. And if you ain't doing it, like, no, bro, man, shut up, man. Ain't nobody trying to hear that, bro. We gave you a pass when you came out here from that trade, big dog, when everybody thought it was bad. We said, you know what? It ain't that bad because this dude can really hoop. But then you come out here and start talking out the side of your neck and start talking crazy stuff, trying to work out trades. Bro, somebody dropped this dude off at the Sacramento International Airport, bro, please, tonight. Listen,
Terrence,
He's not even
TC,
here.
no, hold on. Yeah, he long gone, TC. Like, he left. He left immediately when he was done talking. I just want to make sure I understand everything you said correctly. You got all of that out of that press conference today?
No, it's the last 2 days when the players were talking and everybody said about Scott Perry one-on-one, even what Monk's talking about. I said, okay, you know what? He cutting it straight with everybody like he said. But when Doug got up there and was talking about the players got to sacrifice and this and that, and I got to get better, I just felt like, bro, he was talking to them dudes.
Okay.
You get me?
I got you. I love you, TC.
Shout out TC, man.
That
Shout
was-
out TC.
Man,
That
that
was
was
an-
Zach Levine to shut up.
That was such an adventure. Like, he raised his voice. He told that man to shut up.
And told him to go to the airport and get him out of Sac. He's already
long
gone.
Been gone. Like, I mean, if Zach steps foot in Sacramento more than twice a year over the next 10 years, I'd be shocked.
I do. James said something earlier that I agree with. He said a lot that I agree with, but he said something specifically that I agree with. Is I think there are people who like are cool with Zach, like in the locker room and all this other stuff. Cool, he's cool, man. Like no issues. I don't think people in the locker room, in the front office, or in the arena will be shedding any tears if Zach LaVine leaves.
Yeah.
Like,
Sure.
it's not gonna, oh man,
Sure.
nobody's gonna utter the words. And this doesn't mean he's a bad guy or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you don't have the Giants game on? Ellie De La Cruz just made
I'm
it
not,
8-2.
bro.
8-2. He
Listen.
had like a 470-foot home run.
Let me way to keep your poise through that home run there in the latest ass whooping that your team is. Let's just be clear. If you're tuning into this station for Giants coverage, you're not going to get it. At least not from me, because I'm literally not allowed to watch this team play. So
We might have to switch that
at some
now.
point, this
have to
team
switch
getting
it.
blown out over and over again can't be on me. I watched the A's last night. This is a
Good.
pure.
We weren't on the air.
Fair point.
But we might have to switch this. You might
How
have to start
bad is it?
watching. It's 8-2 in like the fourth inning. Reds beating the breaks off the Giants already. Anyway, I don't think I don't think you're gonna get people saying, "I miss Zach LaVine."
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
You know what I
either.
mean? Like, I don't think anybody in the
Yeah.
locker, while they may be cool with him, like DeRozan
Yeah.
was, they may be cool with Zach. Like, they don't have no problem with him. They have good interactions. I don't think he's not the type of guy that they're gonna be like, man, I miss Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
Scott Perry not gonna be like, I miss Zach LaVine. Doug Chris, I miss that guy around here. And Hammer said that earlier.
The way
Nobody's
TC
gonna be
explained
crying
it
for
was
him.
so much better, though. Man, shut up.
He said, Zach said, I just want the ball. When did he say that?
Man, shut up. Just I wish we had like a camera that shot into TC's brain when he was watching something so we could see how he is processing all of this information in front of him, because when he relays it to us, it's wild. Scout Recycler does bring up a good point. There might be one person that misses him.
Well, that's a good point. Vivek may miss him if he's not running
Vivek's
routes.
like, guys, we never gave him a chance.
Sir, you were too busy running routes. We gave him all the chance.
Kyle Kuzma available yet?
That's his boy, Kyle Kuzma.
Boy, Zach LaVine.
That's his boy. Yeah, man. But
Forgot. I swear to you.
Palo.
No. What team is Kyle Kuzma on? Is it still the Bucks? Did he get
Yeah.
traded?
Oh no, I think he got traded. Where is he at? He might still be on the Bucks. I don't know. It's a good question.
That's a damn shame.
He might be.
I can't.
He won't be on there next year though. Maybe he will. They ain't trying to do nothing. Yeah, he's on the Bucks.
He's still on the Bucks. Okay.
He had 21 points. Oh, sorry, 8 points in 21 minutes. 5 assists, 1 rebound in the game. They beat the Nets.
Drastically different. Drastically different stat line.
He averaged 13 and 4.5 for the season. That's fine. Like, it's not like he
fine.
fell off a cliff or nothing. Like it's Kyle
Fine.
Kuzma.
That's kind of what his numbers are, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
He's not a 20-point per game scorer, I don't think.
I think for his career, he's 16 and a half. 6 rebounds.
Okay. Well, he's exactly what this franchise needs. According to some, allegedly, potentially. I'll ask TC. TC can get in people's heads. He knows. The Magic and 76ers are on right now. I said a minute ago that the there's Phoenix losing to LA, the Clippers in the next round. I don't think there's any shame in that. Clippers is a really good basketball team. Kawhi, all NBA type season. Ty Lue, fantastic job somehow keeping this team afloat despite everything that happened at the trade deadline with both James Harden and Zubac being sent off to Indiana. But if they lost to Golden State, I feel like that would be disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
Where I was going as it pertains to Orlando and Philadelphia right here, Philly is a team. I don't know what to say about Philadelphia at all. Orlando, I can't stand. Like, I legitimately can't. You talk about,
I feel you.
You talk about, and just get it over with, get them off my television. Just a second straight year of disappointment from the Orlando Magic. If it winds up being Charlotte versus Orlando and Charlotte loses, is that a disappointing finish?
For me, it would be. Like, just my thoughts on
Would it be to
Charlotte.
Philadelphia?
And it's not as much because no Joel, and they're dealing with some stuff.
Okay.
So not as much.
No, what I meant, would Charlotte losing to Philadelphia?
Oh, my bad. No.
So I didn't think so either. Yeah. I feel like it's exclusive to Orlando.
Yeah. That team is done.
It feels
They're
like
a
they've
mess.
been underwater virtually the entire season.
Yeah. I want their season to end. Sorry, Paolo.
And there's
sorry,
context,
Jamal Mosley, because I like him, but
it's going to be really sorry for Jamal Mosley when this thing is finished.
I want this season of theirs to be over.
You traded, and that's the context, right, to this whole thing. You thought you had, and I guess this is for better or worse. If you think you have it, do it. here's the flip side to it. You can't be wrong. They thought they had their move. Minnesota felt like Rudy Gobert was going to be the move that put them over the top. And as many jokes as we get off about Rudy Gobert, I mean, they've gotten to the conference finals, like they've been right there. It hasn't gotten them to that next level, but they are right there, and they could be there again this year. Who knows? They thought Desmond Bane was that guy to them. This Desmond Bane is going to be the guy that gets us to that next level. If you're Orlando, you're talking about, we're going to trade all of these draft picks. We're going to go get Desmond Bane. He's our version of Rudy Gobert. This is going to get us to the Eastern Conference Finals. And from there, we've got to take care of business. That's where we rely on Paolo Banchero and the rest of this group. Like, this is the move. To be that wrong and know that there is no young help coming in to potentially make up for any front office mistakes that you have made is tough.
Yeah.
And it's just the beginning. It's not like you're 2 years into this and it's like, or 3 years into this, or you're in the final year of this and you're like, all right, it didn't work. It's like, nah, this thing is just getting started with Desmond Bane.
Right.
And you guys fell this short. Now, the other side of that, the flip side of that is, well, maybe it's better next year. I just don't know why.
I don't know why you would think that either.
Well, there's one reason, and you brought it up 2 weeks ago.
Oh, sorry, Jamal.
Yeah, and like someone's got to catch the blame. You go to the conference finals, you fall 2 games short of the NBA finals. Someone catches the heat for it. Tom Thibodeau caught the heat for it.
Yeah.
You fall this short of what your expectations are. Yeah, you said it at first and it was like, wow, are we hot taking here a little bit? But the more we talk through it, it's a no-brainer. Jamal Mosley will almost certainly be fired because someone has to be blamed for this.
Yeah, for sure. Of
course, Orlando's not eliminated yet. I do want to be clear. The game's not over. Like,
right?
They're fine.
Still alive. Matter of fact, they win and they're in the play. They ain't even got to play the second game.
That's right.
They're in the playoffs.
That's right.
You're great at this. Your knowledge of NBA general managers is on par with mine of NBA dunk contest champions.
I don't think that's true.
Who's the GM of the Magic?
Is it Anthony Parker?
Oh my goodness! Did you see this? Jesse's on the phone. This guy's amazing. This is 2012 LeBron James. This is 88 Michael Jordan. Who knew that? Who knew that but you?
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. We talked about firing Jamal Mosley a couple of weeks ago, and I think that's why it was fresh in my head.
Oh man, you're right. It's Anthony Parker, who I believe played in the NBA and is Candace Parker's brother, correct? Yeah. Well, I brought that up to see. He got there in 2023.
After Jamal Mosley was hired.
I think his one move is to fire Jamal Mosley, then he on the clock.
Yeah, that right. Like it's the proverbial clock thing.
Mm-hmm. He might be out 6 months after Jamal Mosley.
Is the clock thing real? Do we think that's a real like all right, hold on, guys. Not yet. You're fired. Now.
I think it is. I think people have different clocks though. It's not a universal. Oh, you got 3 years.
No. Sure, for sure.
Like Anthony Parker may start his clock by firing Jamal Mosley, and his clock might be 9 months. Like this thing, less than that, 6 months. Y'all better show me something by the All-Star break, else you're gone. Where Scott Perry, some would say he hasn't started his clock yet.
Yeah.
Some would say he has. Some would say Doug Christie is his hire. So he has started his clock.
Feels like Scott Perry's clock doesn't start until Doug gets a new deal or they get a new coach.
2 year.
That's what it feels
a
like.
2 year buffer is crazy. We'll come back. More basketball, more King. What was the worst part of the Kings season?
Ugh.
We'll talk about that. And what's the worst part of the Giants season? Well, I think Kenny's living it now. That's next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I love that Fever game is at T-Mobile Arena. What a call right there. Wonder what the cost to get into that is. Man, Jesus, judging by these prices, this motherfucker's sold out. Wow. This is sold out. Man. T-Mobile, I forgot who the owner is for the owner of the arena, but it's like not a Live Nation venue. It's like it's like a venue where when you buy tickets, you're buying tickets for like it'll be like, I'm buying tickets in section 6, and I'll get, when your tickets are delivered, they're going to be row 1 through 4, but you'll get 2 seats together. It doesn't tell you exactly what you're buying. Like you know how you're used to buying row A, seats 1 and 2. It doesn't tell you that. I was actually reading. I finished the article. I was reading the Hollywood Reporter article on this earlier. Interesting. I'm fascinated to see where this might go. Because it doesn't sound like they're going to break it up. And I noticed, like, what's interesting about that, I forgot that lawsuit was happening, is you can already see, like, some changes. There have already been, like, little changes that have, if like you are in kind of like tune, like I'll give you an example, like J. Cole being at the Golden One Center. I think that's a change. I know he was here last time, but Golden One has had a difficult time because they haven't bowed down to the system, so to speak. And California is one of the states that stayed in the lawsuit when Live Nation and Ticketmaster tried to settle. So you've already started to notice like little subtle changes, but I'll be the price gouging for this stuff. Like I get stuff is expensive. I understand that. I would really like to see ticket prices just be fucking ticket prices. Like it's going to cost $500 to sit here to see Chris Brown and Usher. Like, okay, fine. Like that's expensive, like whatever. But like, I don't want it to be, well, it's $500, but we're going to start at $750. We're going to start at $850. And then if no one buys those, then we'll drop it to $700. If no one buys those, then we'll drop it to $550. And they do that so regularly. It's like, and that's the main reason I love Las Vegas. Like I wanted to see, I told Kenny, thought it would be really dope to see that Usher Chris Brown show in Atlanta. But that show is going to sell, shows, plural, is going to sell so ferociously that the ticket prices will never level out to where it's something I'd be willing to pay, including a flight out there or flights out there. Vegas is easier to navigate because I don't think Vegas itself has that crowd. You just wind up getting people who are like, oh, I'll go to Vegas. Like, Santa Clara sells out, or LA is too expensive. Oh, Vegas is an easy pop. We could do that. And the prices are more affordable. The ticket price the ticket that I got for GNX was $350 cheaper than a similar section at Oracle Park for the same tour. In the Renaissance tour, not even close. Tickets for the Renaissance tour, the place I sat for the Renaissance tour in LA. Now this was her birthday, and like there was a lot. It was $450 more. Like those seats started in 4 figures. Can't do it. Yeah.
You talk about the prices to see Caitlin. Has she been to Vegas yet?
I don't know. I don't know.
She might have been hurt by the time they got her.
Yeah.
I feel like,
let me see.
I feel like she went one time.
She didn't play very many games. Oh, she probably did. I mean, let's see. Give me game logs last year at Las Vegas. Yes. She was in Las Vegas last year once. Year before. Yeah, she has. It's just been a day long. We're just mapping out our trip to Las Vegas, cover Summer League.
That's all we doing. Yeah, I heard.
Just rolling along here. Hell of a win as we shift gears here. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings here in just a bit. But what a win for the A's last night.
Oh, yeah.
They got roughed up pretty bad in that open against Texas, which was a battle for first. It was in Sacramento, and there was kind of a big fight feel to that, and it ended with a little sputter. And then they came back, and, they take that one 2-1. Jeffrey Springs been the A's best pitcher. 4 really, really good outings for him so far this year, 3-0 on the season. And he had that run, that 2-1, the one came in the first inning.
Yeah.
It was kind of smooth sailing after that. Like 1 hit, 1 walk. He was in great shape after that.
Classic pitcher's duel last night, too, man. And Jacob Wilson had the 2-run RBI single. And that was all she wrote for the scoring. Shout out to Denzel Clark. Did it again last night.
Yeah.
I know it was early in the game,
So-
but potentially saved the game.
Yeah.
Well, Robin, I think it was Andrew McCutcheon. Was it? I can't remember if it was Kutch or who it was, but robbing them of a sure home run out in center field.
Great outing from Jeffrey Springs. Got a lot of help along the way.
Oh, for sure.
Got a lot of help.
Oh, for sure. And A's right back up there. Tied
Yeah.
for first. The game 3 of this game 4. There's 4-game series tonight in West Sacramento. They say that the entire broadcast. But that's fine. That's fine. It's in West Sacramento. So that's the perks.
Why
of
are they
having-
so hell-bent on that?
It's got to be part of the deal. Like the West Sacramento mayor or say, no, you've got to say West Sacramento every time. And like I said, I get it.
man.
I get it. Like the stadium is in West Sacramento. Like you get to make the rules.
Yeah, I guess so. It's not like they're saying Rockland or something like a Roseville. Like people are like, what is that?
Yeah.
It's like it's the Dallas Cowboys. The games are not in Dallas.
Mhm.
Arlington is as far from Dallas as Santa Clara is from San Francisco, and a conveniently bigger pain in the ass to get to.
Levi's is tough though.
Yeah, once you get off the freeway, it's a pain in the ass to get to.
Yeah.
It's awful. That is literally what Dallas Stadium. It was the AT&T Stadium. That is literally what Jerry's World is. It is awful to get to. Absolutely awful.
That reminds me. Didn't they go see? Didn't they go see the Taylor Swift at Levi's? It wasn't Kim there. That was us, right?
Yeah, that was us.
What's up? I mean, Chris Usher, what's up?
Oh, well, we'll talk to your boy. I'm sure he can. I think I could be wrong. I think Complex going with me. We originally thought the Chris Brown Usher show was like on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
And in between when we got tipped off to the tour happening to when the tour actually officially got announced, maybe prematurely, that date had changed from, I think it was September 1st to August 28th, which wound up being a Friday night. And that's fire. Complex and I were talking about the other day. I think he's still planning on going to Vegas with me because Cole is there the next night in Las Vegas. And that's an easy, thing for him to visit with all those people.
Forward Levi's now that's on a Friday.
Well, now that's a Friday. Yeah, it's
now
a whole different animal.
The wife and the mom were like, hey, I want to go see Chris Brown. So yeah, but somebody want to open one of those doors.
Well,
let me in one and see it from there.
I don't know if R&B labels are as friendly as pop labels.
Oh, damn.
I heard pop labels and country labels are the friendliest.
Well, call me King
Hip hop
Chestnut.
sucks. Call you what?
Kenny Chestnut. That's an artist.
I'm not calling you.
We're gonna clean some expletives around here. All right, we're gonna
I'm
start
not-
cleaning blank up.
Yeah,
all right,
I'm-
that's a flag.
I'm not calling you that ever. I am.
And I
never.
know Rep's been a little tired from the jump and all that, but no, we're gonna start cleaning stuff up around here.
Kenny Chesney, is that what it is?
It's Kenny Chesney. It is not Kenny Chestnut. In fact, get out. Just get out.
What is it? Isn't it Joey Chestnut? That's the hot dog eating guy.
That is the hot dog guy. Kenny Chestnut?
Hey man, I told you I was going to work at Alt, not anywhere else.
All right, man.
Will not call you that.
Oh man, that's hilarious, man.
Would you believe me if I told you I've seen Kenny Chesney in concert 3 times?
No, 3 times is a reason. I know
Yeah,
you might
how
go
has that
once,
happened
but
in your life?
yeah.
I've seen Kenny Chesney in concert 3 times.
How many on accident?
None.
Wow.
I have
big Kenny Chesney guy.
Chesney. Kenny Chesney. It is not Chesley. It is not Chestnut.
Sorry, Chesney. Sorry, Kenny Chesney. My mistake.
Now I'm not even sure if we're saying this right.
I have I've been in the prayer circle before the show with Kenny Chesney and his band.
Wow.
Kenny was really close with Kara. He was a
Okay.
big supporter of Pat in UT athletics. Actually, I proposed to Kara at a Kenny Chesney concert.
Wow.
Yeah.
That
Not on
is
stage in front of
phenomenal.
people, nothing like that. But yeah, Kenny
What a
Chesney.
story. Never heard these stories before.
Well, I don't really brag about my country music affiliations.
Gotta tell you, never thought there'd be a day on the show where Kenny brings up Kenny Chesney and Damien's able to tie it in with something.
Well, what's great is he didn't bring up Kenny Chesney. He brought up someone named Kenny
Kenny
Chestnut.
Chestnut. Do you have a Joey Chestnut story? That time he broke the
Morris
hot dog
Chestnut.
redder.
Morris Chestnut. That's another famous. I ain't
I'm
gonna say
another famous what?
I ain't gonna say
Go
it.
ahead. I dare you.
Say it.
I dare you.
It'll be
I'm
cool if
not
you
gonna
say it.
say it in that
What?
context. I'm not gonna say it in that context. I'm just saying it's
Come
another
on.
famous.
Come on, Kenny.
All right, another famous chestnut, okay? Another famous chestnut.
You can search the internet and find a whole. All right, enough, enough.
Who's the guy that was doing the walkouts? Oh, that was Morgan Wallen, right? He was doing the walkouts.
Oh, with like
And-
Trent Williams was out there
Yeah,
with him.
well, did you see the one where he did it with
Drake?
Jose Bautista?
Threw
And
the
it-
pad at
and
his
it
wife.
hit the wife.
Wait, what happened?
He did one of the walkouts in Toronto with Joey Bautista. Remember the hitter with the epic bat
Jose
flip?
Bautista.
Jose
Oh,
Bautista.
man.
Who'd I say? Joey?
Yeah. Jeez. It's Joey Chestnut, Kenny Chesney, Jose Bautista. Okay.
See, I didn't even realize I was saying Joey, man. I didn't even realize I was saying Joey. Because you started because you talking about Joey Chestnut. That's what got me thinking
Yeah, you
about
talking
Joey.
about Kenny Chestnut.
No,
Yeah.
that's where Joey came from. Jose Bautista. And he was doing the walkout, and Batista gave him a bat so he could do the flip.
Okay.
And he did the flip, and it hit Jose Bautista's wife.
Oh Jesus.
And she was the one recording it too.
Oh, that's terrible.
When we were standing next to her, oh, are you okay? She's like, yeah, I'm fine.
That's terrible.
Oh man.
Didn't he? He walked out with Drake, didn't he?
Yeah, Drake.
Was that not Toronto?
That was Houston, I think. I think it was Houston. It wasn't Toronto. I know that
Why?
for sure.
He was
Drake
just
is-
there?
Drake frequents Houston all the time.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know.
I think it was Houston. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Toronto, but I think
Okay. Well, if Jose Bautista was hitting his wife with a bat, then
well, Joey.
No,
Morgan
Wallen hit. Yeah,
Morgan
we're done.
Wallen.
Morgan Wallen hit Jose Bautista's wife with a bat after we got done talking about Kenny Chesney and Joey Chestnut.
this
If that
man,
wasn't such a so many words, that would be the title
No,
of the
yeah.
show.
this man can remember the box score from a 76ers game in December of 2001, but throw a couple of names at him, and man, it would just beat his ass to death here for 10 straight
We
minutes.
got two country superstars, a hot dog eating guy, and a Toronto Blue Jays superstar, all in one little segment.
Remember DeMontis Sabonis? How difficult that was on Sports Sunday.
Well, no, because what you tried to work in, because we had kind of gotten into the habit of saying Domantas Sabonis,
Yeah.
but I think you tried to work in a Domas one night, and it went bad.
Yeah, I kicked his ass. I remember.
It went so bad. Working in a Domas on live TV when you haven't said it before, that was a risky moment.
It was Domas. I could, yeah.
Zabo already cutting the clip. He said this is making the 2000th episode.
What I called him Joey Chestnut, or no, I called him, I don't know. I can't even remember.
Yeah,
Called
you're
yourself
lost.
Kenny Chestnut.
Kenny. This dude said, "Call me Kenny Chestnut."
I don't think so.
Oh man, let's talk about the Magic, man.
No, we were talking about the A's.
Oh, yeah.
You talking about the Magic? We was talking about the A's. I don't even know how we got here.
Oh man, we were talking about the
Is
show,
this-
the seats. I was trying to get in the suite for Chris Brown.
Oh, that's right. At some point, we had taken a break. I don't even know what's going on here. Just one more quick note on the A's.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to look this up. If the A's, and obviously they're tied. If the A's win tonight, is this the first time they've led the West since 2020? Since that well, you guys don't even consider that a season, but the 60-game season. Have they led the West at all since then?
I mean, if they did, it would be 5 games in.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it could be one of those things. So I'm sorry. I got to turn this. I got distracted just now. I'll tell you in a second. But it would be one of those things where it's like they've never been in the first place 20 games into a season or 25 games this late into the season. It'd be something like that because it's been rough for a long time now.
Yeah.
So I got distracted because sitting courtside 2 or 3 seats from the Philadelphia 76ers bench is none other than Bob Myers.
Well, Bob is associated with Josh Harris, right?
Is he?
The owner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Ah,
Does Bob?
Look, there you go, right there in the suit. Oh, you can't see.
Oh, no, there he is right
Yeah.
there. I see him. That stupid look on his face. Bob is associated. I don't think he has a position with the Philadelphia 76ers, but I think he has a position with Josh Harris. And does he do something for the Washington football team, the Commanders?
Now that you mention it, there was something about him being affiliated with
There's
another
a way to
team.
find out.
He's the president,
Harris- yeah.
HBSE Sports and Special Advisor for the Commanders.
That's yeah.
Whatever that means.
Well, that's Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. That's Josh
Yeah,
Harris's group.
Good knowledge.
Yeah, no, I'm looking it up, Kenny. It's the internet.
No, I mean that he was
I
with the
appreciate you.
Commanders was that. You got that,
yeah. I
Good
knew
knowledge.
I just knew he was associated with Josh Harris. I knew Josh Harris bought the Commanders, and like all of this. Oh, so who was it? Someone wants to go after Bob Myers. I can't remember who it was in the NBA.
Yeah.
Someone,
I
it
remember
was
that
just brought
story
up
too.
recently. Like, they're aiming big. It's like, you think you're gonna get Bob Myers out of this gig?
Bob Myers is rich.
There's
for
no
nothing.
chance.
He's not for nothing, but he don't have to do nothing. and
No,
he's super
absolutely
rich.
not. I mean, he was rich before he got into the NBA.
Yeah.
But this gig he got here, I can't remember what team it was, but his name was floated out there with someone. I don't remember if it was like Dallas or who it was, but his name came up with
David
someone.
Jackson says Chicago. Does that ring a bell?
Oh, maybe I don't think it was Chicago. Maybe it was. I can't remember, but
Speaking of the
yeah,
Commanders,
Bob
got new uniforms today. You see that? They just went back to the old ones.
The Yeah.
But
okay.
it says Commanders now.
I'd hope so. I hope so.
Although that's the Patreon.
Oh yeah,
That's the
yeah.
Patreon.
It took me a second. Yep, that's the Patreon.
People are like, man, was never tripping.
It's Jackie Robinson Day. For my money, it's the best day in baseball. It's the best observation that they do. Everybody rocking the 42. Shout out to Essentials and Fear of God. They do a Jackie Robinson thing every year. Obviously, they have incredibly close ties to baseball because the creator of Fear of God, Jerry Lorenzo, his dad, Jerry. Wait, did I mess that up? No, Jerry Lorenzo created Fear of God. Jerry Manuel, the manager, his son David Manuel. They all extremely close ties to baseball. They launch something. They launch something new every year, and that 42 is just such a very, go so far as to say, sacred thing in Major League Baseball.
I love how they, while having everybody wearing the number 42 for today, they do it with the Dodger blue 42. You know what I mean? Just like his jersey. So no matter who you're playing for, the Orioles or the Cardinals or whatever, you got the 42 and you've got the blue 42
Brooklyn
on your back.
Dodgers, of course.
Brooklyn Dodgers. Yeah, the LA Dodgers can go to hell.
Yeah,
but it's a great tribute. Like, it is a great tribute that Major League Baseball does to somebody that's so iconic in not only sports history but American history. And they do it right, man. They do it right.
He's a fascinating figure to study. I mean, Howard Bryant does a fantastic job. Like, I don't think there's anybody better to cover the early intersects of race and politics, or even the recent intersects of not race and politics, of race, politics, and sports than Howard Bryant. And it's always funny reading about Jackie because this sounds so disparaging, and it's not, but it's not like there's no history that ever says Jackie Robinson was the best black player of the time. He was just the one who got the call. And he for whatever reason, he was the right guy to handle it at the right time to handle it. And he was the one who got the call and essentially changed everything.
Yeah.
There is just like there is with Dr. King, and to a certain degree, just like there is with Malcolm X, like there's a part of the story that's never told. And a lot like Dr. King, there's a real ugly part of the story with Jackie Robinson that's never told. Like, with Dr. King, the famous, J. Edgar Hoover letter where he's essentially encouraging him to kill himself before they out him as being a womanizer and all of this other stuff. Jackie Robinson was essentially banished from baseball. Like, while simultaneously being the guy who broke the color barrier, he was essentially banished from baseball. And a lot of that history is kind of like, let's not tell that part.
We'll stop the story here.
Yeah, let's make this story as warm and fuzzy as possible. When, like most of Black history, especially at that time, is very, very ugly.
Yeah, I've never seen the 42.
Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
Oh wow!
I saw there was another Jackie movie. Oh man, probably 20 years ago. I think it might have came on like HBO or something like that. And that's the one I've seen. I've never seen 42. I might watch that tonight after the basketball game, man. Because
I mean, the fact that Chadwick played that role,
right, that adds another level.
Yeah, it adds another. Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic movie. Seeing it, however long ago, it is a fantastic movie today. But watching it today, knowing Chadwick isn't with us anymore. And like, I don't think Chadwick has ever done anything that wasn't iconic.
Man, tell me about it.
And so it just adds to, I mean, he played James Brown. You know what I mean? When you run through the list of icons that he played, in addition to being the Black Panther, It's incredible. And
Yeah.
Jackie Robinson is one of them.
I was tripping a couple years ago because I didn't even realize this when I found out he was only 53 when he passed away.
Yeah.
Said he dealt with diabetes, and I'm sure just the life that what he had to go through.
Sure.
I'm sure was part of what wore him down as well as a man. But yeah, 53 is not old. Like I'm like 10 years away from 53. That's crazy. That he was taken from us that young.
Yeah.
But I read something this morning about how his widow, Miss Jackson, has made sure his Rachel. It's Robinson.
You okay, pal?
Oh.
Yeah.
This is the worst segment of all time.
I disagree. I wholeheartedly disagree. Because you could have meant Outcast. You could have meant Janet. Who knows?
This is awful.
Who knows?
Miss Rachel Robinson.
There it is. 6 o'clock.
No, the crazy thing is, I don't know where Jackson came from. I have no idea.
Neither do we.
Jackie, I don't know. Rachel Robinson.
Standing next to Kenny Chestnut, I guess.
He said, call me Kenny Chestnut.
But she has done a fantastic job keeping his legacy alive. She's 104 years old.
Man, incredible.
Wow.
Incredible.
104 years old, man. So Jackie Robinson, salute to Major League Baseball, man. When they made this official and every year since they've done right by it, and they've made it as special as it is every day. So I love seeing Jackie Robinson Day, April 15th.
I don't believe she ever remarried, and I don't believe.
Not
But
to nobody named Jackson.
definitely not. Definitely not. And a lot like Betty Shabbat,
Oh,
Malcolm's
yeah,
widow. And even
Coretta.
They have made it their life's mission to carry on the legacy of their husband. And Rachel has done a fantastic job with that. Major League Baseball, for all of their faults, they've done a fantastic job with this and making sure, as much as she can be, she is a part of this moment every year.
3 unbelievably strong women you just named. 3 unbelievably strong Black women who had the world on their shoulders when their world came crashing down.
Yeah.
And did a perfect job making sure the legacy of their husbands lived on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was 1972-ish that Jackie passed away. So you think we're in 2026. He's been away longer than he was here, and she is still carrying that 42, carrying that name, carrying that legacy here into the next generation, man. Great stuff from Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Great stuff from Major League Baseball. We'll come back. We got the victory lap. Next, couple of things we want to touch on before we get out of here. I don't know if it'll be as fun as this conversation was. But
Awful segment.
But with Kenny, who knows? Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This might be the greatest show in history. And if all of that other stuff hadn't happened, I would have let Miss Jackson slide because, like, everyone knew what you meant. But given the fact that we had all that other stuff before,
I
it
don't
was
even
like,
know
okay.
where Miss Jackson came from. That's crazy. Hey, did you see my tweet? I tweeted out about 30 minutes ago.
No,
You gotta unblock.
no. Every time no, it's not that. Every time I like leave Twitter open for some reason on this, it becomes problematic.
Bases
Oh, Jamal
loaded for the
Mosley
Giants.
sniffing smelling salt, huh?
Oh, I heard about
All right,
that. I thought that
pal.
was just a work.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Look at my boy.
Old HBK. Heartbreak kid.
I turned it right now, Jesse. Let's see what happens. Willie Adamas, who I think has the most extra base hits in baseball. He's got some stat I saw this morning. And I was like, well, that doesn't help us right now. No, quickly 0-2. Willie Adamas, my boy, too.
Kyle, I think that was Nigel Thatch that played him, because if I remember correctly, the only reason that's sticking out in my head is he played Malcolm X, and the same actor played Malcolm X in Selma.
Jesse, why'd you have me turn to that?
Look, I didn't know it was going to be grand opening, grand closing.
Good morning, good afternoon, good
Yeah.
night.
Make contact at least, bro.
$39-38 here with about 6 minutes before halftime. Sixers up 1.
That boy cold.
I don't think this spy tech stuff is time sensitive. I'm going to move that. Dump that for today. Might be able to put this king stuff over too. Imagine sitting down trying to plan a show, someone not understanding what you and I in particular do, and go, okay, Kenny, you're going to call yourself Kenny Chestnut. Okay. And then I'm going to tell this story about Kenny Chestnut. And then it's just going to go downhill from there. Then we're going to bring up Jackie Robinson, and you're going to call Rachel Miss Jackson.
Miss Jackson, inexplicably.
Interesting footnote here is the victory laps take shape. It's really just what we call the final 30 minutes of the show, where we can touch on some things that we haven't touched on yet. And one thing that we have not spoken enough about today is that our football draft party is coming up at Clubhouse 56 1 week from tomorrow. Make your plans to be with us 56th and H for a live broadcast, games, and some massive, you hear me? Massive prizes. Clubhouse 56. Show starts at 2. Party starts at 2. You need to be out there with us.
Yes, indeed, man. It's going to be a good time out there. He's been saying it the whole time. Raider Nation, man, pull up on us.
Yeah, man.
You guys are about to get a potentially have a franchise-altering day.
Yeah.
By going to get your franchise quarterback. Should be a celebration. It should be a good time. Niner fans, you guys already know. Y'all need to pull up because I think we're going to get I think they're going to go after a wide receiver.
Okay.
I think they're going to get one more playmaker, man. One more playmaker, and they're going for the gusto this year. They're going for the gusto. Kyle and John like, yo, we can win the Super Bowl this year. They believe that.
I agree with you. Wholeheartedly agree with you. The wide receivers where I wonder. I wonder if free agency changed that a little bit.
A little bit.
I know they need to get younger. I know. But do you address something else? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Because you talk about a potential franchise-altering day for Raider Nation. John Spytek said something in his pre-draft press conference that I thought was really interesting because we've heard a lot about Clint Kubiak, Tom Brady, John Spytek about what their approach is with quarterbacks, particularly rookie quarterbacks and veteran quarterbacks. We'll talk a little bit about that more tomorrow because I don't want to shortchange it. I really want to be able to dive into it because I did find it interesting. But we got playing games on in front of us. The Sixers are up right now, 46-44 with 3 minutes left in the first half here against Orlando, who we were all just rooting for to lose.
Yes.
We want them to lose twice. We want their season to end. We want whatever is next for them to happen because they have been a massive disappointment this year. But we got some great playing games last night. The Hornets, obviously, they await the loser of this game. And the Blazers are off to the playoffs. They're off to take on the San Antonio Spurs. But that's not all that happened with the Blazers last night.
Crazy. The Blazers gave up their first-round pick to the Chicago Bulls. So now...
Trade deadline deal?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know the date. 5 years ago.
Yeah.
When this trade happened, which it finally conveyed in 2026. This was a 2021 deal. We were all wearing masks at the time when this deal was happening.
Not all of us.
Georgia. But
Georgia was like, wait, what went on in 2020? Georgia and Florida just flustered.
But yeah, man, the Bulls got another first-round pick from a trade that took place in 2021. And now they've got I don't know where they're going to be, but they're probably going to be in the top 10. And this pick from Portland is probably going to be somewhere around 15 or so. So say you get the number 8 pick and the number 15 pick, it's a good look.
Hold on. I have to do this just to be an ass. Give me 1 second. And I will bring you all the particulars just to show that Kenny and I are always right.
Yes.
Nope. No, okay. Maybe I'm not. But let's
take our word for it.
No. I got this. Back in 2021, the Blazers traded Derrick Jones Jr. and a 2022 first-round pick to the Chicago Bulls as part of a 3-team deal with the Cleveland Cavaliers for, guess. Don't bother.
Lonzo Ball.
Larry Nance Jr.
Man.
The pick that was owed to Chicago was protected. If it fell in the lottery range, it would not convey to the Bulls. Instead, Portland would keep the pick, and the trade obligation would move to the next season, and the next season, and the next season. Here's the kicker. It didn't end this year. If it had flipped, no, it did. The trade is final now. It could have gone if
Portland
Phoenix
didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah. It pushed back another year because the Blazers would have been in a lottery. So we would have been in 2027. Do you know what could have pushed back another year? It wouldn't have ended until 2028. 7 years after the deal was made.
That's crazy.
Why do they not listen to us?
That is crazy.
It was not the trade deadline either. It was an off-season deal. Actually, when did that season start? Because
that was
it's COVID.
Yeah, so that was like November something.
Okay, off-season.
Yeah.
Off-season.
That's crazy,
Barely.
man. That's crazy. And that's sneaky by the Bulls.
It ran for 7 years. It is. Yeah.
Sneaky
Yeah.
for them, man. 2 first-round picks.
Yep.
And a loaded draft.
Yeah.
If say you were the Bulls and you got the number 9 pick by yourself.
By the Chicago pick,
Yeah. Would you look to package to maybe get in the top 5?
If we said a 9 and 16.
Yeah.
I don't know where it would fall after. I'm gonna assume they lose to the Spurs. Would I try? It depends. Oh, go ahead. You think it's something?
Let me go a little further.
Okay.
If you're the Sacramento Kings and you land the 6th pick in the draft,
Mm-hmm.
and the Bulls say we want to draft 6, we'll give you 9 and 15. If you're Scott Perry, do you do that?
Well, Kenny Chestnut said that Darius Acuff will be a king
Smart
earlier
man.
in today's show. So can you get him at 9 just as easily as you can get him at 6? I guess the question would be,
is your guy there anymore?
Well, it would be, yeah, like who are your guys in this draft? How much do you like 6 versus how much do you like 9? And is the discrepancy in 6 and 9 in terms of the players, not the numbers, but in terms of the player you like at 6 and the player you like at 9, is that made up for with 16? I take the call and have a lengthy conversation for sure. Also, if I'm Chicago, I don't do that. I need players in Chicago.
Do you need players?
Yeah.
You got Josh Giddey, you got Booz Ellis. You can kind of lock in. If Caleb Wilson, I don't think he will be, but if Caleb Wilson was there at 6, pair him with those guys, I think they could do that. They could just lock in.
All right. I mean, I guess, but again, we're talking 6 to 9.
Mm-hmm. Right now in the Ringers mock draft, Keaton Wagler is going 6. Darius Acuff is going 7. So maybe you got Josh Giddey.
Just for fun, who's 9?
9 is Nate Ahmet, who I'm not crazy about.
Okay.
Not crazy. He's 9. Who is, I said 15. Who's 15?
Where'd Kingston
Dame
Fleming go?
Sarr out of Duke.
Okay.
Yaxel goes 13. That's my boy. Kingston
Great
Fleming went
name. Yaxel.
Yeah, Kingston went 10 to the
10?
Milwaukee Bucks.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael Brown Jr., who's another guy. That's the guy I was thinking about if you were the Kings. You're like, how do you feel about him? Because if you were to move down to 9, you might still be able to get a guy like Michael Brown Jr. They got him going 8 to the Mavericks. Kings select 4th in this mock draft.
Oh, we haven't been doing our tankathon bit.
They get Caleb Wilson.
Are you on the Ringer? Or
I'm on the Ringer right
Okay, we haven't done our. It was supposed to be a daily bit at 5:00 that we already forgot about. So let's just go ahead and run the sim here. Our daily tankathon sim with the number 1 overall pick in the draft. The Brooklyn Nets move up 2 spots to take AJ DeBonsta. Number 2, the Memphis Grizzlies move up 4 spots to draft Darren Peterson out of Kansas with the number 3 overall pick. Your Sacramento Kings move up 2 spots to draft the power forward out of Duke, Cam Boozer.
I'm not going to have that reaction. Because I don't want to have that reaction on draft day if it happens.
Be on camera, and they'll play it over and over and over again. The Mavericks move up 4 spots at 4 to get Caleb Wilson, and I only pointed that out just to show you that the Wizards dropped 4 spots. They take Kingston Flemings. The Pacers, that's the Clippers getting the Pacers pick. They dropped 4 spots, and they get Keaton Wagler.
I did one. I got to do mine for the day too.
All right.
I'll investigate this crap. The number 1 overall pick goes to the Utah Jazz, moving up 3 spots to get AJ DeBonsta.
Yep.
Investigation needs to happen. Moving up 7 spots.
Oh my goodness.
To number 2. Getting the next Michael Jordan in Chicago. The Bulls select Darren Peterson.
Okay.
Not moving at all is the Brooklyn Nets at 3.
Mm-hmm.
They take Cam Boozer. Moving up 3 slots.
Up, okay.
Using the Pelicans pick.
The
Hawks take Kingston Flemings at 4. Dropping 4 spots is the Washington Wizards. At 5, they take Caleb Wilson. Dropping 4 spots and surrendering their pick to the Clippers is the Indiana Pacers.
Yep.
They take Keaton Wagler.
Yeah.
And dropping 2 spots at number 7, the Sacramento Kings take Darius Acuff Jr. It doesn't matter what happens. They always take Darius Acuff, which is why I put it on the whiteboard.
That's what I landed on as well.
What number were you?
7.
Oh, 7.
And it's Acuff?
Yeah.
That's terrific.
Remember when it was 4 and it was Keegan Murray?
Well.
You guys remember. Let's
wait a minute. What is this?
What a
Sacramento
turncoat. I guess we're listening to the audio.
This is back
here.
when we were on our
back when
Madison
we were
days.
airing. Look at those.
Keegan Murray, 4th pick.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, they did it.
I can't believe they did that.
This is
I can't.
Oh,
They could have drafted Jaden Ivey.
oh my God.
I can't believe Keegan Murray, power forward out of Iowa.
Oh my God, they did it.
Is that all I
They
said?
passed on not only Jaden Ivey, but everybody that wanted to make a deal with him.
Where the hell did this
Detroit
come
just
from
made
anyway?
Sacramento their bitch.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, about that.
About that.
I don't remember. Did you? Did you want Jaden Ivey?
I did.
I couldn't
Yeah,
remember if
I
you
did
did or
want
not.
Jaden Ivey.
I wasn't crazy about Jaden Ivey.
I was inundated with stuff about Jaden Ivey from someone who had known him since he was
He's a hell of
young.
a prospect too. Like even outside of like knowing more about him, like he was. a
I'll tell
great
you
player.
what conversation I never had with that person was, yeah, he's a little crazy. That conversation never happened.
Right.
No, I did. I wanted Jaden Ivey here, and oops.
Yeah. I wanted Shaden Sharp, or
So-
I wanted them to trade it. I wanted them to trade for John Collins.
So that well, that was the other thing. We thought that pick was going to be traded. I will say this in my defense, because that was terrible broadcasting, like on every
What did Detroit do?
just they made the Kings their bitch. That's what they did. Now we did, and it's probably 90 seconds later.
Yeah.
Talk about how good of a player Keegan Murray
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Because that draft, when the Kings landed 4, we spent weeks. Shout out to Kings media. Like they were all over the, like, I don't know that anyone watched more film than you and I did, because we just were like, okay, here's what we'll do. One day we'll watch, next day we'll watch this. And like, it just, that was our, from May to June, that was what we did. And by the time we got to Keegan, there had been a lot of talk about Keegan Murray. And when we got to that film, it was like, yo, he's really good. Like, he does a lot of really, really good things. And when the draft arrived, my pick was still Jaden Ivey. There was enough noise to make us believe it was probably going to be Keegan Murray. But I really like Jaden. I thought he was a hell of a prospect.
Yeah, he was.
And that's the draft.
He was, man. He two things. Number one, I didn't see it with Keegan.
God, that was funny. That is so funny. If you can't laugh at yourself in this game,
Come
you're
on,
in the
man.
wrong
That's
game.
just
That
what it is. What, is
hilarious.
somebody 100%?
How the hell did you get that video so quickly? What are you?
A great producer.
I didn't see it with Keegan Murray for a long time, and then, like you said, we just really kind of dove into his games.
Nah,
It's
that-
like, damn,
yeah.
he's actually a lot better than I thought he was. Now, to be honest with you, he actually, to me, he plays different in the NBA than he did in college. He was a little
Just
slower, more ground based, more
Yeah.
on the block, things of that nature. I ain't never seen him go to the block in the NBA, but still effective a lot of the times. But yeah, I definitely wanted him to either draft Shaden Sharp or trade the pick.
Yeah, that was
That's
the
what I
other
wanted.
thing. We spent a lot of time talking about them moving on from that pick, being this is the highest draft pick that they've had. It just wound up not happening.
Yeah.
None of it. It's literally none of it wound up happening.
And Jaden was really good. I think more than anything, that injury did something to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that had a big effect on it.
It felt like it's similar to Jabari. Jabari Parker. It felt like maybe it wasn't the electric start everyone thought, but they were turning the corner. And it's like, okay, there it is. Like, you're starting to see it. Like, everything that you talked about in the draft, you start to see it. And then an injury shuts it down. And I think you can make I don't know what's going to happen with Jaden Ivey, but I know in Jabari's case, it never came back. That was essentially, it wasn't the end of his career, but it was the end of him being what anyone thought he was going to be in his career. And I'm fearful. I'm fearful for a lot of things for Jaden Ivey. That might be the case with him too, because I don't know who goes, yeah, let's sign him. That he's hit.
I don't know when we see.
He's hit problematic stage, and that's tough.
Did you see that picture that was circulating a couple weeks ago of Jabari Parker?
I don't think I did.
He was just playing in a game, right? And somebody took a picture. It was like a Getty image of him playing in a game in China or something like that. And his knee area is just carved up. Just carved up with just scars from so many. It was kind of disturbing to see. It was crazy,
bro. I just searched. I have to do this on Twitter. I'm sorry. I have to do this on the screen. I have to see if I can make this work on the screen. I don't know if I will, because it doesn't always. Jabari, because maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Jabari Parker. So when I did this on my computer, I scrolled like 4 tweets. Yeah, it's not working. It's not working on the screen. I scrolled 4 tweets when I searched Jabari Parker, and a video of us came up. And the title of the tweet is, could Jabari Parker play a big role in the Sacramento Kings season?
Jeez.
No, hold on though. It gets better.
Does
Look at this video. Shoot.
Oh, we lost.
Oh no. Stand by. Stand by. It was more difficult to turn my computer around than I realized. Look at this. Look at this video.
I wasn't even cutting video at this time.
What year is this?
I'm just looking like I'm in a white room.
What
just got. It looks like this is being filmed in black and white. That's a great question. Where
Casey
the
live
hell
from
are
heaven.
you?
Casey Almighty right there.
Yo.
Wow. What's the year? Did it say?
Oh, good
That's
question.
got to be 2020.
It
or
has to be
2021.
December 8th, 2020.
Yeah.
It looks like Kenny is. Oh man, hey, that gap is crazy.
Do I have a turtleneck on too?
You do. You got a black turtleneck in front of a white backdrop. I got the desk behind me. Oh man, no bottles in sight, no hairline touch up, no glasses. Oh, this is tough to see.
What a time.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and I'm dying to know what the hell are we talking about?
Jabari Parker helping the Sacramento Kings.
When did you? I was trying to think of. Do I remember any moments with Jabari Parker playing?
December 8, 2020. And remember, December 8, 2020, this is the off season.
Yes.
This is the off season because when we started in August, they were in the bubble.
Yep.
So the finals had happened, all of that stuff had happened.
December
and we were
8, 2020.
We started.
They might have been playing. Because they started.
They
playing
started
in like November, I think.
Oh, I thought they started at Christmas. Or no,
Maybe
no.
I'm sorry. The
No.
draft might have been around November. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe.
Well, all I know is Jabari Parker's the Sacramento King, and D'Lo and KC 6 years ago were wondering if he could play a big role for the Kings.
Season started December 23rd that year.
December 23rd. Okay.
This is the most bizarre 5 o'clock hour in the history of this show. We're going to put this hour to bed. I don't know that we'll ever do an hour more eventful than this, but we will certainly try tomorrow beginning at 2 o'clock. Make sure that you're tapped in with the Jump, Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia beginning here at 7 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Kenny Chestnut.
Yo, this video is
That
crazy.
video looks
Just
crazy.
a black and white logo. I don't even know that we were streaming yet. Were we? Like this might have just been for us.
Yeah.
And I cut the video.
I don't think we were streaming like on YouTube and stuff. That's crazy.
Wow.
Good times.
Wow. Oh, scroll a little bit further. December 11th. Man,
What we talking?
This
What
is
we
this-
saying there?
it's Couch Kenny.
Marshall Harris.
Look, I'm still wearing a rock sweatshirt.
It's like Kenny and Marshall in the same room, just in different areas of it.
Why were we talking about Jabari Parker so much? I'm gonna keep. Is there another Jabari Parker video from D'Lo and KC? Jesus,
Man, we loved us some Jabari Parker.
I guess. Well, okay. Hold on a second. Let's go. Hold on a second. Don't go anywhere,
We
folks.
getting some audio?
No. June 5th, 2018. Okay, hold on. There's multiple tweets from June 5th, 2018.
That's relive time.
And it starts with at IMK Diddy.
Well,
it doesn't say that, but I don't want to hear any of this other nonsense. There are two people the Kings should draft. Doncic or Porter Jr., period. A quote tweet later on says, now let me run this back just a little bit. Bagley is acceptable if you draft him. That opens things up to make a run at Jabari Parker. Or call Washington and see if they want to unload Otto Porter. But my first choice is Porter or Doncic.
Hey, look.
I think you meant
I was-
Michael Porter Jr.
I was TC before TC.
Man.
That is a TC.
Man. What an eventful King's future for this is March 22nd of 2018. King's future for the next 5 to 7 years would be relying on the knees of Harry Giles and Jabari Parker.
I said that?
Yep.
Well,
2018.
It did.
You were right. Oh, this is amazing. Accidentally stumbling. Oh, and here's a video of Luke in a mask doing a press conference.
Hi, James.
Hi, James. Oh, what an eventful! This was great. Those are all the Kenny Caraway, Jabari Parker tweets I found. Man, the early stages of this show are crazy. Wow. All right, y'all. We got to get out of here. Well, we don't, but have a good day. Have a good night. Steve Kerr just laughed.
Go Dubs.
Last game ever as a head